Mathew at the Ballroom.
Written by Ayles and published by Starfall Publications. Bells of the Ball Book 6, available on our website and on Amazon. Save more with our bundles. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Abigail Brown wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, careful not to smear flour on her face. The kitchen buzzed with activity, a hive of servants darting to and fro. The air hung thick with the aroma of roasting meats and simmering sauces. She returned her attention to the pastry dough before her, kneading it with practiced precision. Her fingers worked quickly, folding and pressing the butter into the flour. The rhythmic motion allowed her mind to wander, but she caught herself. No distractions. Not here. "Miss Brown, them potatoes need peeling," Mrs. Winters, the portly head cook, barked from across the kitchen. Abigail glanced up, careful to keep her expression neutral. "Right away, Mrs. Winters." She set aside the dough and moved to the sink, where a mountain of potatoes awaited. As she picked up the first spud, her keen ears caught snippets of conversation around her. "Did you hear about Lord Ashbury?" a scullery maid whispered to her companion. "Hush now," the other girl said, casting a furtive glance toward Abigail. Abigail kept her eyes on her task, peeling the potatoes with swift, efficient strokes. Her mind filed away the tidbit of gossip for later. A loud crash echoed through the kitchen. Abigail's head snapped up to see a young footman, red-faced and stammering, surrounded by shards of what was once a fine china platter. Mrs. Winters descended upon the poor lad like a thundercloud. "You clumsy oaf! That was part of the mistress's best set." Abigail watched the scene unfold, her hands never pausing in their work. She'd seen footmen dismissed for less. As Mrs. Winters continued her tirade, Abigail caught the eye of Sarah, one of the kitchen maids. They shared a brief, knowing look before returning to their tasks. The kitchen door swung open, and Mr. Phelps, the butler, strode in. His presence brought a momentary hush to the bustling room. "The mistress will be hosting an impromptu dinner party this evening," he announced, his voice clipped and precise. "We are to prepare for 6 additional guests." A collective groan rose from the staff, quickly stifled under Mr. Phelps' stern gaze. "Abigail," he addressed her directly, "the mistress specifically requested your apple tart for dessert." Abigail nodded, suppressing a small surge of pride. "Of course, Mr. Phelps. I'll see to it right away." As the butler left, the kitchen erupted into a frenzy of renewed activity. Abigail finished the last potato and moved to wash her hands, mind already racing through the steps needed to prepare her signature dish. She reached for the apples. Her hands were moving with practiced ease as she sliced the apples, and her knife was making quick work of the crisp fruit. The pastry dough had already rested, and she began forming it as required. She sensed someone approach and glanced up to see Sarah, one of the younger kitchen maids, sidle up beside her. "Need a hand, Abigail?" Sarah asked, already reaching for an apple. Abigail nodded, sliding the bowl of fruit between them. "Thank you, Sarah. If you could slice these thinly, I'd appreciate it." Sarah beamed, clearly pleased to be working alongside one of the cooks. "Of course. I've always wanted to learn how you make your tarts. They're simply divine." Abigail kept her eyes on her work, offering only a small smile in response. She could feel Sarah's eagerness to chat radiating off her like heat from an oven. "So, Miss Abigail, where did you learn to cook like this?" Sarah pressed, her knife moving slower than Abigail's as she spoke. "Oh, here and there," Abigail replied vaguely. "One picks things up over the years." Sarah nodded, undeterred. "And where were you before you came here? I bet you worked in all sorts of grand houses." Abigail's knife paused for a fraction of a second, before resuming its steady rhythm. "Nothing quite so grand, I'm afraid. Just modest establishments." "Well, I think you're brilliant, Abigail," Sarah said warmly. Abigail winced at the sound of her name, a jolt of regret running through her. She'd been careless, allowing her real name to be used in this household. It was a mistake she couldn't afford to make again. "That's kind of you to say," Abigail murmured, keeping her tone neutral. She reached for another apple, her mind racing to change the subject. "Have you heard about the extra guests for dinner?" Mr. Phelps seemed quite put out. Sarah latched on to the new topic with enthusiasm, launching into a stream of speculation about the unexpected dinner guests. Abigail listened with half an ear, offering non-committal hums at appropriate intervals. As Sarah chattered on, Abigail's thoughts drifted to the task ahead. She'd need to be extra vigilant tonight, with so many guests in attendance. There was bound to be interesting conversation, snippets of gossip that her employer would find valuable. "Lady Ashbury's dress was positively scandalous," a footman whispered as he rushed past with a tray of soup bowls. "Cut so low, you could see her navel." Abigail filed the information away, her face betraying nothing as she carefully arranged apple slices in a perfect spiral. Later, as she handed off the finished tart to a waiting kitchen maid to be plated, she overheard two maids gossiping in hushed tones. "Did you see how Lord Pembroke kept staring at Miss Fairfax? His wife looked ready to murder them both." "Well, I heard Miss Fairfax has been seen leaving his townhouse at all hours," the other maid said with a knowing smirk. Abigail's fingers twitched slightly as she wiped down her workstation, committing the exchange to memory. It seemed trivial, but she knew better than to dismiss any information, no matter how insignificant it appeared. As the evening wore on, more tidbits reached her ears. The Duke of Marlborough had lost a fortune at the gaming tables. Young Mr. Hartley was rumoured to be courting an American heiress. Lady Windermere's new maid was suspected of being a French spy. Abigail absorbed it all, her face a mask of concentration as she went about her duties. To anyone watching, she appeared wholly focused on her culinary tasks. But beneath the surface, her mind was a whirlwind, cataloguing and connecting each piece of gossip. She knew her employer would be eager for every morsel of information, regardless of its apparent importance. In her experience, the most seemingly trivial bit of social scandal could prove invaluable in the right hands. Abigail's muscles ached as she continued her work in the kitchen. The clamour of the dinner party had long since faded, replaced by the quiet rustling of servants cleaning up and preparing for the next day. She glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands creeping past midnight. The kitchen, once a hive of activity, now felt cavernous and empty. Abigail wiped down the last of the copper pots, her movements practiced and efficient. She heard the shuffling of feet behind her and turned to see Sarah, the young kitchen maid, stifling a yawn. "Sarah, why don't you head up to bed?" Abigail suggested, keeping her voice low. "I can black the oven." Sarah's eyes widened. "Are you sure, Miss Brown? It's such a messy job." Abigail nodded, offering a small smile. "Of course. You've worked hard today. Get some rest." "Thank you, Miss Brown," Sarah beamed, already untying her apron. "You're ever so kind." Abigail watched as the girl scurried out of the kitchen, her footsteps fading up the narrow servants' staircase. She turned her attention to the oven, gathering the blacking and brushes. As she worked, Abigail kept her ears pricked for any sound of movement in the house. One by one, she heard the other servants retire for the night. The butler's measured tread, the housemaid's light steps, the cook's heavy footfalls. Still, Abigail worked on, making a show of her diligence. She scrubbed at the oven with vigour even as her arms protested the movement. The acrid smell of the blacking filled her nostrils, but she barely noticed it anymore. Finally, the last of the servants trudged off to bed. Abigail paused, listening intently. The house had fallen silent, save for the occasional creak of settling wood. Abigail carefully wiped her hands on a clean rag, ensuring every trace of blacking was gone. She untied her smudged and dirty apron, folding it neatly before setting it aside. Her fingers worked quickly to unlace her shoes, slipping them off with practiced ease. She knew better than to risk leaving any telltale footprints. With bare feet padding silently on the cold floor, Abigail made her way out of the kitchen. She paused at the bottom of the stairs, ears straining for any sound of movement above. Satisfied with the silence, she began her ascent, each step carefully placed to avoid the creaks and groans of old wood. Halfway up, a sudden burst of noise made her freeze. Running feet pounded overhead, accompanied by muffled giggles. Abigail's heart raced, but she held her position, barely daring to breathe. A door slammed somewhere on the upper floor, the sound echoing through the quiet house. Abigail rolled her eyes, recognizing the telltale signs of a midnight rendezvous between the guests. Any other night, she might have made a mental note to investigate further, but tonight she had more pressing matters. She resumed her climb, moving with the stealth of a cat. At the junction of the hall outside the dining room, Abigail paused once more, listening intently. The house had fallen silent again, save for the occasional creak of settling wood. Confident that the coast was clear, Abigail continued through the darkened house. Her eyes, adjusted to the gloom, picked out the shapes of furniture and doorways. She moved with purpose, her steps sure despite the lack of light. She had a talent for memorizing places at an instant, a skill which had proved invaluable to her. Abigail slipped into the study, her heart pounding in her chest. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting long shadows across the room. She moved with practiced ease, her fingers ghosting over the surface of the desk. The drawer slid open without a sound, and Abigail rifled through its contents. Her breath caught as her hand closed around a bundle of letters, tied with a silk ribbon. Without hesitation, she tucked them into the deep pocket she'd sewn into her dress for just such a purpose. She retraced her steps, careful to leave everything as she'd found it. The study door closed behind her with a soft click, and she made her way back downstairs. In the kitchen, she left her dirty apron behind and slipped on her shoes. Abigail reached for her cloak, a large nondescript garment that hung by the servants' entrance. As she fastened it around her shoulders, she heard a scuff of feet behind her. "Miss Abigail?" a young voice piped up. Abigail froze, her fingers still on the clasp of her cloak. She turned slowly to see Tommy, one of the hall boys, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Where are you going?" he asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Abigail's mind raced. She forced a smile onto her face, hoping the dim light would hide any sign of her nerves. "Oh, Tommy, I've just noticed we're out of milk for the morning. I'm heading to the market to fetch some before it's too late." Tommy's brow furrowed. "But there's always some delivered in the morning." "Not early enough, and we need the freshest milk we can find to make the sweetbreads for breakfast," Abigail lied smoothly. "Better ingredients, better meals, remember that. Now, off to bed with you. It's still some time before you're needed. We can't have you tired for your duties tomorrow." Abigail watched as Tommy shuffled back to the servants' hall, his small form disappearing into the shadows. She knew he'd curl up on his thin mat, one of many hall boys crammed into the cramped space. A pang of guilt twisted in her chest, but she pushed it aside. She had a job to do. With a final glance around, Abigail slipped out through the servants' entrance. The cool air of early dawn hit her face, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of London, a mix of coal smoke, damp stone, and something indefinably urban. The city was just beginning to stir. In the distance, she heard the rumble of coal carts making their early morning deliveries. A stray cat yowled somewhere nearby, the sound echoing off the narrow streets. Abigail hurried down the alley beside the house, her footsteps quick and light on the cobblestones. She rounded a corner, ducking into a shadowy alcove. Here, hidden from prying eyes, she shrugged off her cloak. With practiced movements, she turned the garment inside out. The dull brown exterior gave way to a deep blue lining. Abigail fastened it around her shoulders once more, the change in colour transforming her appearance. If anyone had seen her leave the house, they'd be hard-pressed to recognise her now. She took a moment to catch her breath, her hand instinctively moving to the pocket where the stolen letters were hidden. The weight of them felt like a stone, dragging at her conscience, but she couldn't afford to dwell on it. Things like morality and a conscience were luxuries she couldn't afford just now. Abigail wove through the labyrinth of London streets, her steps quick and purposeful. The city was still shrouded in the grey light of dawn, the cobblestones slick with early morning dew. She kept to the shadows, her eyes darting from side to side, alert for any sign of pursuit or unwanted attention. As she turned onto a wider street, a well-appointed carriage came into view. It stood out starkly against the shabby buildings surrounding it, its polished wood and gleaming brass fittings speaking of wealth and privilege. A postilion stood at attention beside it, his livery immaculate despite the early hour. Abigail approached without hesitation, her stride never faltering. The postilion opened the carriage door with a slight bow, his face a mask of practised indifference. She climbed in, the plush interior a stark contrast to the rough street she'd just left behind. Once inside, Abigail pushed back her hood and reached up to her head. With a swift motion, she pulled off the wig she'd been wearing, revealing her own dark auburn hair beneath. She took a deep breath, allowing herself a moment to shed the persona she'd been wearing like a stranger's dress. Across from her, reclining on the velvet upholstered seat, sat Viscount Stratfordshire. His cold, grey eyes watched her with a calculating intensity that made her skin crawl. But Abigail met his gaze steadily, her face betraying nothing of her inner turmoil. "Well," the Viscount drawled, his voice carrying the cultured tones of the upper class, "I trust you have something for me, Miss Brown." Abigail reached into her pocket and withdrew the bundle of letters, her fingers lingering on the silk ribbon for a moment before handing them over. She couldn't quite keep the frown from her face as the Viscount's eager hand snatched them away. "Well done, Miss Brown," he said, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. "You continue to prove your worth?" He glanced up, catching sight of her expression. "Tut tut, my dear. It's a bit late for squeamishness now, isn't it?" Abigail said nothing, turning to look out the window as the carriage lurched into motion. The streets of London slid by, the early morning light casting long shadows across the cobblestones. She watched a young chimney sweep trudge past, his face smudged with soot, and felt a pang in her chest. "I liked that last place," she said softly, still not looking at the Viscount. The mistress was kind. The Viscount scoffed, the sound harsh in the confined space of the carriage. "Don't tell me you're growing sentimental, Miss Brown. If that's the case, you're of no use to me." Abigail tensed, her hands clenching in her lap. She knew all too well what becoming useless to the Viscount would mean. She turned to stare at him, the angles in his thin face highlighted by the dim light of the carriage. "Not to worry, my dear," he said, his voice taking on a sharp, predatory edge. "You'll really like what I've got planned next." Chapter 2. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows, its harsh rays cutting through Mathew Beaumont's bleary vision. He groaned, lifting a heavy arm to shield his eyes from the offending light. His head throbbed in protest, the dull pounding an unpleasant reminder of the excesses from the night before. Rolling onto his back, Mathew winced as the cold tile floor bit into his shoulder blades. His fashionably tailored coat lay crumpled beside him, his shirt buttons undone and sleeves pushed up to his elbows. When had he discarded it? The details evaded him, lost in the haze of too much drink and too little restraint. With a grunt of effort, he pushed himself upright, the room spinning in a nauseating blur. His hand clutched the edge of the ornately carved table for support as he fought the wave of dizziness. Blinking rapidly, he waited for his surroundings to right themselves. It was, in a word, a rather undignified manner for the Duke of Newcastle to wake. The Duke's sitting room materialised around him, a disarray of overturned chairs and scattered playing cards. An empty decanter lay on its side, a few errant droplets of brandy staining the plush Turkish rug. The acrid stench of stale smoke hung thick in the air, mingling with the musty odour of spilled spirits. Mathew grimaced, running a hand through his dishevelled hair. What began as an evening's entertainment with a few acquaintances had clearly spiralled out of control. Not an unfamiliar situation, if he were being honest with himself. Bracing against the table, he hauled himself to his feet, knees protesting the abuse. His mouth felt as dry as a desert, tongue thick and coated with the sour remnants of too much drink. He needed water, and plenty of it, if he hoped to rid himself of this debilitating ache. The bell-pull dangled invitingly nearby. One tug would summon a footman with a pitcher and glass, a simple task to meet his needs. Yet something held him back, a fleeting sense of shame niggling at the edges of his muddled mind. Mathew pushed away the nagging thoughts, his pounding head protesting any attempt at deeper contemplation. Thinking hurt too much. He stumbled towards the bell-pull, yanking it with more force than necessary. The sharp tug sent a fresh wave of pain through his skull. Seconds ticked by, then minutes. No footman appeared. No hurried footsteps echoed down the hall. The silence stretched on, broken only by Mathew's laboured breathing. Irritation flared in his chest, mingling with the lingering nausea. Where were those blasted servants? He'd wring their necks for this negligence. Well, not literally. Probably. His father might have, but Mathew wasn't his father. The thought sent a shudder through him, quickly suppressed. With a growl of frustration, Mathew lurched towards the door. If the servants wouldn't come to him, he'd go find them himself. He'd give them a piece of his mind. Hangover be damned. The room tilted alarmingly as he moved, forcing him to grab the doorframe for support. Gritting his teeth, Mathew pushed on, determined to get to the bottom of this infuriating situation. He made it 3 unsteady steps into the hallway before his foot caught on something solid. Mathew pitched forward, arms flailing as he fought to regain his balance. A pained groan erupted from whatever he'd tripped over. "Good God, Beaumont," a familiar voice rasped. "Being kicked is a fine way of saying good morning." Mathew blinked, focusing on the crumpled form of Benedict Hampton sprawled across the hallway floor. The Earl of Sussex looked as dishevelled as Mathew felt, his usually immaculate blonde hair sticking up at odd angles. "Hampton," Mathew croaked, his voice rough. "What the devil are you doing down there?" "Wishing for death or a pot of coffee?" Benedict groaned. "Whichever comes faster, really." "Agreed," Mathew mumbled, the thought of coffee sending a desperate pang through his parched throat. He drew himself up, chest expanding as he prepared to bellow for his butler. "Jenkins!" The shout echoed through the empty halls, reverberating painfully in both men's skulls. Mathew winced, immediately regretting his decision. Benedict clutched his head, letting out a pitiful moan. "For the love of God, Beaumont," Benedict hissed. "A little warning next time." Silence settled over them once more. No hurried footsteps, no apologetic response. Nothing but the pounding in Mathew's head and Benedict's laboured breathing. With visible effort, Benedict hauled himself to his feet, swaying slightly as he found his balance. "Right then," he muttered. "Shall we embark on a quest for refreshment and competent staff?" Mathew nodded, instantly regretting the motion as the world tilted alarmingly. Together, they stumbled through the house, calling out for servants and finding nothing but empty rooms and eerie silence. Their meandering path led them to the dining room, where a crisp white letter, neatly folded, sat in the centre of the polished table. Mathew's stomach churned with unease. As he reached for it, breaking the seal with clumsy fingers, his eyes widened as he scanned the contents, disbelief warring with a creeping sense of dread. "They're gone," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "What do you mean, gone? Benedict demanded, peering over Matthew's shoulder. Mathew swallowed hard, reading aloud. Your Grace, we regret to inform you that due to continued non-payment of wages, the household staff has collectively decided to withdraw their services. We wish you the best in your future endeavours. The letter slipped from Matthew's fingers, fluttering to the floor, as the full weight of their situation settled over him. No servants, no coffee, and, if his foggy memory served him correctly, no money to rectify the situation. He slumped into a nearby chair, the ornate wood creaking under his substantial frame. How had it come to this? The Duke of Newcastle, reduced to an empty house and unpaid debts. His father would be rolling in his grave, or perhaps laughing at his son's incompetence. Come now, Beaumont. Benedict's voice cut through Mathew's spiralling thoughts. It's not the end of the world. Mathew looked up, narrowing his eyes at his friend's forced cheerfulness. How could Hampton sound so bloody chipper? The man should be nursing a hangover to rival his own. Benedict clapped a hand on Mathew's shoulder, nearly toppling him from the chair. I say we make our way to the club. Nothing a hearty breakfast can't cure, eh? Mathew grunted, unconvinced. The thought of food made his stomach roil, but the promise of strong coffee held a certain appeal. Still, the idea of facing society in his current state. I don't know, Hampton, he muttered, running a hand through his dishevelled hair. I'm not fit for public consumption. Benedict chuckled, the sound grating on Mathew's frayed nerves. Nonsense! A splash of water, a change of clothes, you'll be right as rain. Mathew sighed, knowing resistance was futile. When Benedict set his mind to something, there was no dissuading him. With a Herculean effort, he hauled himself to his feet. Fine, he grumbled, steadying himself against the table, but if I vomit on some dowager's shoes, I'm blaming you. Benedict's grin widened, a spark of mischief in his eyes. I wouldn't have it any other way, old boy. As they made their way towards the front door, Mathew's steps heavy and reluctant, he couldn't shake the gnawing worry in his gut. The club might offer temporary respite, but it wouldn't solve the larger problem looming over him. How long could he keep up this charade before everything came crashing down? Mathew squinted against the harsh morning light as they stepped onto the bustling London street. The din of vendors hawking their wares and the clatter of passing carriages assaulted his senses, intensifying his already pounding headache. Benedict strode ahead, seemingly unaffected by their night of excess. Mathew trudged after him, his stomach lurching with each step. Look there, Beaumont, Benedict called, gesturing towards a nearby food stall. We could grab a quick bite to settle our stomachs. Mathew's lip curled as he eyed the poor man's food on offer. Toast sandwiches, consisting of a piece of buttered and toasted bread sandwiched between two other slices of bread. I'd sooner eat my own shoe, he muttered, averting his gaze. Let's press on to White's. I need something civilized. He quickened his pace, automatically heading towards the familiar haven of White's Club. The promise of a proper meal and strong coffee spurred him forward. About that, Benedict's voice held a note of hesitation. We can't exactly go to White's. Mathew halted, turning to face his companion. What do you mean we can't go to White's? Benedict cleared his throat, looking uncharacteristically sheepish. Don't you remember? We were rather forcefully ejected last week. Something about Lord Rutherford's wig and a bottle of port. The memory crashed over the Mathew like a bucket of ice water. He groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Bloody hell! How long are we barred for? Indefinitely, I'm afraid, Benedict replied, wincing. Mathew's mood, already foul, plummeted further. He glared at the passing crowds, resenting their apparent cheer and lack of crushing hangovers. Fine, he growled, changing course. Boodles it is then. And, Hampton, if you've managed to get us banned from there as well, I swear, I'll toss you in the Thames myself. Benedict raised his hands in mock surrender. On my honour, Boodles remains unsullied by our antics, at least as far as I can recall. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Mathew set off towards their new destination, Benedict falling into step beside him.
Thank you for watching. Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
The promise of refuge, however temporary, from both his hangover and his mounting troubles drove him forward. The brisk air and exercise also did quite a bit to clear his foggy head. Mathew's relief was palpable as they stepped into the familiar confines of Boodles. The club's hushed atmosphere and dark wood panelling offered a welcome respite from the harsh outside world. He made a beeline for a secluded corner table, collapsing into a plush leather chair with a grateful sigh. A waiter materialised at their side, and Mathew wasted no time ordering. Coffee, the largest pot you have, and whatever's hot in the kitchen. Benedict raised an eyebrow but said nothing, simply nodding his agreement to the waiter. As they waited for their order, Mathew massaged his temples, trying to will away the persistent throb behind his eyes. The events of the morning weighed heavily on him, a knot of anxiety forming in his gut. The arrival of a steaming pot of coffee was a godsend. Mathew poured himself a cup with trembling hands, inhaling the rich aroma before taking a long, scalding sip. The bitter liquid burned a path down his throat, but he welcomed the discomfort. It was something tangible to focus on, rather than the looming disaster of his empty house and unpaid staff. Benedict watched him over the rim of his own cup, an uncharacteristically serious expression on his face. "So, Beaumont," he said, his tone careful, "what are you going to do now?" Mathew froze, the cup halfway to his lips. The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implications. He lowered the cup slowly, buying time as he struggled to formulate a response. The truth was, he wasn't broke. Not really. There were accounts, substantial ones, held by his father's estate. Accounts that were technically his now. But the thought of touching that money, of acknowledging his inheritance and all it represented, made his skin crawl. Before he could answer, their food arrived. Mathew seized upon the distraction, focusing intently on the plate before him. Without really tasting it, he began shoveling food into his mouth, hoping to fill the pit of worry gnawing at his insides. Benedict's question lingered, unanswered, as Mathew continued to eat with single-minded determination. Each bite was mechanical, driven more by a desperate need for distraction than any real hunger. The flavours blurred together, indistinct and unimportant. All of that mattered was the repetitive motion of fork to plate to mouth, anything to avoid confronting the reality of his situation. Mathew's focus on his meal was interrupted by a boisterous group of young men entering the club. He recognised them as fellow members of the Ton, though their names escaped his addled mind. His stomach clenched as they spotted him and Benedict, their faces lighting up with mischievous grins. "Well, well, if it isn't the indomitable Duke of Newcastle," one of them called out, striding over to their table. "Still standing after last night's festivities, I see." Mathew forced a weak smile, wishing he could sink into his chair and disappear. The young buck's voice grated on his nerves, far too loud for his sensitive state. Another of the group chimed in, eyeing Mathew's dishevelled appearance with barely concealed amusement. "Good God, Your Grace, you look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. How on earth are you even upright?" The others laughed, clearly entertained by Mathew's sorry state. He felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment, acutely aware of his rumpled clothes and unkempt hair. "Gentlemen," Mathew managed to croak out, his voice rougher than he'd like, "you're too kind." Benedict, sensing Mathew's discomfort, attempted to deflect the attention. Now, lads, let's not exaggerate. The Duke is merely embracing a more relaxed style this morning." This elicited another round of laughter from the group. Mathew gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to snap at them. He knew they meant no real harm, but in his current state, their jovial ribbing felt like salt in an open wound. "Come now, Your Grace," one of the young men said, clapping Mathew on the shoulder hard enough to make him wince. "You must regale us with tales of your latest adventures. We heard whispers of quite the raucous affair at your townhouse last night." Mathew's stomach lurched at the thought of recounting the previous evening's events. The realization that his financial troubles were now fodder for gossip among these young bucks only added to his growing sense of despair. Mathew felt a wave of relief wash over him as Benedict stepped in, his smooth voice cutting through the clamour of the young bucks' laughter. "Come now, gentlemen," Benedict drawled, a hint of disdain colouring his tone. "Asking someone to recount a party you yourselves attended. That's the height of tedium. Surely there are more important matters to discuss." Mathew shot his friend a grateful look, silently thanking him for the timely intervention. He took a long sip of coffee, using the moment to compose himself. One of the young men, however, seemed to take Benedict's words as an invitation. "You're absolutely right, Hampton. More important matters indeed. Like when we can expect the next soiree at Newcastle House." Mathew felt his stomach drop, panic rising in his chest. He struggled to maintain his composure, forcing his features into a mask of nonchalance. The thought of hosting another party with no staff and dwindling funds was enough to make his head spin. Clearing his throat, Mathew adopted an air of casual indifference. "Ah, well, I'm afraid that's not likely to happen any time soon, gentlemen," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "It seems the servants at my house have proven to have too delicate a constitution to remain in my service." He let out a forced chuckle, hoping to sell the lie. "Can you believe it? They simply couldn't handle the work. Good help is so hard to find these days." Mathew held his breath, praying that his explanation would be accepted without further questioning. The last thing he needed was for these gossip mongers to catch wind of his true predicament. "Oh, what a shame, Your Grace," one of them exclaimed, his tone dripping with false sympathy. "To think your staff would abandon you like that." Another chimed in, barely concealing his glee at the juicy tidbit. "How dreadfully inconvenient for you. I can't imagine how you'll manage without them." Mathew forced a rueful smile, his stomach churning. He opened his mouth to offer some vague platitude when a smooth, cultured voice cut through the chatter. "I couldn't help but overhear your predicament, Your Grace." Mathew turned to see a distinguished gentleman at a nearby table, folding his newspaper with practised ease. The man's sharp grey eyes met Mathew's, a sympathetic smile playing on his lips. With a jolt, Mathew recognised him as Viscount Stratfordshire. The Viscount leaned in, his voice lowered conspiratorially. "It's beneath a duke's dignity to be completely without staff, wouldn't you agree?" Mathew's throat tightened, unsure how to respond. The Viscount's smile widened, revealing perfectly straight teeth. "I'd be more than happy to lend you my own cook for a while," he offered, his tone generous. "Just until you can get your household affairs in order, of course." Mathew blinked, taken aback by the unexpected offer. But with the young bucks hanging on every word, and his own desperate situation looming, Mathew found himself nodding. "That's very kind of you, Viscount," he managed, his voice rougher than he'd like. I appreciate the offer." The Viscount's eyes glinted with something Mathew couldn't quite place. "Think nothing of it, Your Grace. After all, we must look out for one another, mustn't we?" "Us, gentlemen," he said, gesturing with his newspaper to the other Boodle's patrons. "We must stick together." Grudgingly, Mathew nodded, figuring that at least solved the problem of luncheon. Chapter 3. Mathew trudged back to his townhouse, his mood falling with each step. The morning's events at Boodle's had left him feeling drained and uneasy. As he pushed open the front door, The stale stench of last night's revelry assaulted his senses. He stood in the foyer, surveying the damage. Glasses littered every surface, some tipped over, their contents leaving sticky trails across polished wood. Candle stubs dotted the tables, surrounded by pools of hardened wax. A pair of ladies' gloves hung forgotten from a lampshade. Mathew sighed, running a hand through his dishevelled hair. He'd never given much thought to the state of his home before, but now, faced with the prospect of cleaning it himself, he felt overwhelmed. Gingerly, he made his way to the drawing room, careful not to step on any broken glass. The room was in even worse shape than the foyer. Cushions from the settee were strewn about, and a half-empty bottle of port teetered precariously on the edge of a side table. Mathew grabbed the bottle, taking a long swig before setting it down with more force than necessary. He cast his gaze around the room, trying to decide where to start. With a groan, he bent to pick up a few glasses, stacking them haphazardly on a silver tray. His movements were clumsy, unused to such menial tasks. As he reached for another glass, his elbow knocked into the tray, sending the lot crashing to the floor. "Damn it all!" Mathew bellowed, kicking at the shards of glass. He slumped onto the settee, burying his face in his hands. The enormity of his situation crashed over him like a wave. How had it come to this? A duke, reduced to cleaning up his own messes? He glanced up, catching sight of himself in a mirror across the room. His cravat hung loose around his neck, his waistcoat was stained, and his eyes were bloodshot. He barely recognised the man staring back at him. Mathew's head snapped up at the sound of knocking. He blinked, momentarily confused. The noise echoed through the empty house again, more insistent this time. He frowned, waiting for the familiar sound of footsteps hurrying to answer the door. Silence stretched on, broken only by another round of knocking, louder than before. With a start, Mathew realised the truth of his situation. There was no one else to answer the door. No butler, no footman, not even a scullery maid. Just him. The thought was so absurd he almost laughed. Him, the Duke of Newcastle, answering his own door like some common shopkeeper. It was preposterous. He remained seated, hoping whoever it was would give up and leave. But the knocking persisted, growing more impatient with each passing moment. Mathew stood, swaying slightly as his head swam from the lingering effects of last night's excesses. He took a tentative step toward the foyer, then hesitated. Did he even know how to open the front door? He'd never had cause to do it himself before. Grumbling under his breath, he made his way to the entrance. His hand hovered over the doorknob, foreign and unfamiliar. With a deep breath, he grasped it and pulled. Mathew blinked, his bleary eyes struggling to focus on the figure before him. A young woman stood on his doorstep, her plain dress and white cap marking her as a servant. For a moment, he thought he must still be dreaming. "Your Grace," she curtsied, her voice soft but clear. "The Viscount Stratfordshire sent me. I am to be your new cook." Mathew stared at the young woman on his doorstep, his alcohol-addled brain struggling to process her words. A cook? Her? She was prettier than he'd expected for a cook, with dark auburn hair peeking out from under her starched white cap. Her blue eyes met his, and he felt a flicker of something. Annoyance? Curiosity? He couldn't quite place it. Suddenly aware of his dishevelled state, Mathew straightened his posture and cleared his throat. He was acutely conscious of his rumpled clothes and the stale smell of spirits that clung to him. The vulnerability of his situation grated on his nerves, making him grumpy and defensive. "Why the devil didn't you use the servants' entrance?" he demanded, his voice harsher than he'd intended. "This is hardly proper protocol." The cook's eyebrows raised slightly, but her expression remained neutral. "My apologies, Your Grace, but it's rather hard to do so when there aren't any servants to answer said servants' entrance door." Mathew frowned, unsure how to proceed. He couldn't very well send her away. God knows he needed the help. but her presence unsettled him. She was too pretty, too composed, too something. It made him feel off balance, and he didn't like it one bit. He stepped aside, allowing the young woman to enter. As she crossed the threshold, her eyes darted around, taking in the chaos that surrounded them. He felt a surge of defensiveness, his shoulders tensing as he watched her survey the wreckage of his home. To his surprise, she made no comment about the state of things. Instead, she turned to him with an expectant look. "When would you like me to begin, Your Grace?" she asked, her tone maddeningly polite. Mathew gaped at her, incredulous. Was she blind? The answer was staring her in the face, screaming from every corner of the dishevelled foyer. His temper, already frayed from the morning's events, snapped. "When would I like you to begin?" he repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Perhaps you'd care to take a leisurely stroll through the house first, or shall we sit down to tea and discuss the weather?" He gestured wildly at the mess around them, his face flushing with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "For God's sake, woman, look around you. This place is a disaster. When do I want you to begin? Immediately. This very instant. Yesterday, if it were possible." Mathew ran a hand through his hair, his frustration mounting. "I've got broken glass in the drawing room, God knows what in the dining room, and I can't even remember the last time I saw the kitchen. So, yes, by all means, take your time deciding when to start. It's not as if there's any rush." He glared at her, daring her to challenge him. Part of him hoped she would, if only to give him an excuse to vent more of his pent-up anger and humiliation. Instead, she stood there, cool as a cucumber, regarding him with those impossibly blue eyes. "Your Grace," she said, her voice maddeningly even, "I understand your frustration. However, I was sent here to be your cook, not your maid-of-all-work." Mathew felt his face grow hot, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation coursing through him. Who did this slip of a girl think she was, speaking to him like that? She continued, seemingly oblivious to his mounting irritation. "Given the state of the house, which I must say is far worse than I was led to believe, you're asking quite a bit of me." Her words hit him like a slap in the face. Mathew clenched his fists, struggling to maintain what little composure he had left. He was acutely aware of how he must look, dishevelled, hungover, and now being lectured by a servant in his own home. You... he sputtered, unable to form a coherent response. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him. Here he was, the Duke of Newcastle, being put in his place by a cook. A pretty cook, but a cook nonetheless. Mathew felt his temper flare, his face growing hot with indignation. Who did this woman think she was? He drew himself up to his full height, towering over her. "If it's too much for you to handle, then you're free to find another household to work in," he snapped, his voice dripping with disdain. "I'm sure there are plenty of other cooks who'd be grateful for the opportunity to work for a duke." He expected her to cower, to apologise, to beg for forgiveness. Instead, her expression remained infuriatingly calm, those blue eyes meeting his without a hint of fear or remorse. "Fine," she said simply, her voice as cool and composed as ever. Mathew blinked, momentarily thrown off balance by her response. He watched, dumbfounded, as she curtsied, just enough to be polite, but not an inch more, and turned to leave. As she reached for the door handle, Mathew felt a surge of panic. Wait, was she actually leaving? He opened his mouth to call her back, but pride kept the words lodged in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to admit he needed her, that he was utterly lost without servants to manage his household. Mathew lurched forward, his hand outstretched to stop the cook from leaving. The sudden movement sent a wave of nausea through him, and he grasped his head as pain lanced through his skull. His stomach roiled, threatening to expel what little he'd eaten that morning. He groaned, eyes screwed shut against the onslaught of discomfort. When he opened them again, he found the cook watching him with a mixture of exasperation and pity. She sighed, closing the door she'd half opened. "Come on, Your Grace," she said, her tone softer than before. She took his arm to, her touch surprisingly gentle. "Let's get you seated before you fall over." Mathew allowed himself to be led to the drawing room, too miserable to protest. The cook guided him to a chair, her hand steady on his arm. "Sit here and wait," she instructed, her voice firm but not unkind. Mathew slumped in the chair, his head spinning. He watched the cook's retreating form as she disappeared down the stairs, her footsteps fading into silence. A mixture of emotions churned within him: indignation at being ordered about by a servant, relief that someone had finally taken charge, and a gnawing sense of shame at the state of his life. He closed his eyes, listening to the distant sounds of movement from below. The clatter of pots and pans, the rush of water, unfamiliar noises in his once silent house. Mathew couldn't remember the last time he'd heard such domestic sounds. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the chaos around him. Broken glass glittered on the floor, empty bottles stood as silent witnesses to his excesses, and the acrid smell of stale smoke hung in the air. Was this truly what his life had become? A duke, sitting helpless in his own drawing room, waiting for a cook to come to his rescue? The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him. He, Mathew Beaumont, Duke of Newcastle, reduced to this pitiful state. His father would be turning in his grave if he could see him now. The thought brought a bitter sort of amusement. The notion of spiting his father, years dead, always made him feel a little better and a little worse. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. Mathew found himself straining to hear the cook's movements, desperate for any sign that she hadn't simply walked out the back door. The silence between clatters and clangs made him anxious, his imagination conjuring images of her leaving him to his squalor. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat, torn between the desire to check on her and the fear of appearing too eager or dependent. What if she saw him hovering? Would she mock him? Pity him? He wasn't sure which would be worse. As he sat there, wallowing in his misery and uncertainty, Mathew couldn't help but wonder how he'd ended up here. When had his life spiralled so far out of control? And more importantly, how was he going to fix it? Chapter 4. Abigail stepped into the Duke's kitchen, her eyes widening at the sight. Despite the chaos upstairs, this space was a cook's dream. Spacious and airy, with gleaming copper pots hanging from hooks and a massive stove that could easily handle a feast. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, illuminating the well-worn butcher block counters. She ran her hand along the smooth surface, marvelling at the quality. "What a waste," she muttered, taking in the barren pantry and empty cold larder. As she tied on her apron, Abigail couldn't shake the nagging feeling in her gut. The Viscount's smug face flashed through her mind. What game was he playing this time? The Duke seemed more interested in drinking himself into oblivion than anything else. "Might as well make the best of it," she sighed, rolling up her sleeves. Abigail scoured the pantry, cobbling together ingredients for a restorative broth. The knife flew across the cutting board as she diced vegetables, the rhythmic chopping soothing her frayed nerves. "What have you gotten yourself into this time, Abigail Brow?" she murmured, tossing the vegetables into a pot of simmering water. The kitchen came alive as she worked, filling with the comforting aroma of herbs and spices. Abigail kneaded dough for toasted sippets, her mind churning over the bizarre situation. The Duke's drunken snores drifted down from above, punctuated by occasional groans. Abigail shook her head, exasperated. How could the Viscount possibly benefit from this wreck of a man? But she pushed aside her curiosity about the Viscount's plans. It wasn't her place to question his motives. She had a job to do, and that was that. She wiped her hands on her apron and headed for the kitchen door, eager to see what the garden might offer. The afternoon air was warm as she stepped outside. Abigail inhaled deeply, relishing the earthy scent of damp soil and greenery. The kitchen garden stretched before her, a bit overgrown but still promising. Her eyes lit up as she spotted patches of herbs peeking through the tangle of weeds. Well, well, she murmured, crouching down to inspect a cluster of aromatic leaves. At least someone had the sense to plant a proper garden. Her fingers brushed against the rough leaves of sage and the delicate fronds of dill, but it was the sight of plump garlic bulbs and knobbly ginger roots that truly lifted her spirits. Abigail grinned, imagining the punch of flavour they'd add to her broth, to say nothing of easing the Duke's troubled stomach. She harvested what she needed, cradling the bounty in her apron as she hurried back to the kitchen. The ginger and garlic were quickly peeled and added to the simmering pot, filling the air with their pungent aroma. Abigail ladled the steaming broth into a bowl, arranging the crisp sippets on a small plate beside it. She took a deep breath, steadying herself for the encounter ahead, and made her way upstairs. The Duke's snores had subsided, replaced by pitiful groans. Abigail balanced the tray carefully as she nudged open the drawing-room door with her hip. "Your Grace," she called softly, wrinkling her nose at the stale air. "I've brought you something to eat." The Duke's eyes fluttered open. For a fleeting moment, his face softened, vulnerability etched across his features. It was as if no one had ever shown him such simple kindness before. The sight tugged at something deep within her, a part of herself she'd long since buried. But the moment passed as quickly as it came. The Duke's mask slipped back into place, his lip curling as he eyed the tray she held. "What's this supposed to be?" he sneered, pushing himself up on his elbows. "Gruel for invalids." Abigail bit back a sharp retort. "It's a restorative broth, Your Grace, to settle your stomach and ease your head." The Duke sniffed the air, his nose wrinkling. "Smells like something from a back-alley chop house." She set the tray down on a nearby table, fighting to keep her voice even. "I assure you, it's made from the finest ingredients your kitchen had to offer." "Which isn't saying much," he grumbled, eyeing the steaming bowl with suspicion. Abigail's patience wore thin. She'd spent hours preparing this meal, determined to do her job well despite the circumstances. The Duke's ingratitude stung more than she cared to admit. "Perhaps if Your Grace hadn't driven away every servant in the household, there might be more to work with," she said, unable to keep the edge from her voice. The Duke's eyes flashed with anger, but beneath it, Abigail caught a glimmer of something else. Shame? Regret? Whatever it was, it vanished in an instant. She watched the Duke more closely as he lifted the spoon to his lips, his expression a mix of suspicion and reluctance. She held her breath, waiting for his reaction. The moment the broth touched his tongue, his eyes widened. The Duke's face transformed, surprise and pleasure washing away the earlier disdain. He couldn't hide it. The involuntary twitch of his lips, the slight relaxation of his furrowed brow. Abigail felt a surge of smug satisfaction course through her. It was a look she knew well, one she'd seen countless times before. No matter how stubborn or ill-tempered her diners might be, her food always won them over in the end. The Duke took another spoonful, then another, his earlier complaints forgotten. Abigail fought to keep a neutral expression, but inside, she was glowing with pride. This was why she cooked, why she endured the long hours and demanding patrons. There was nothing quite like watching someone truly enjoy her food. As she watched the Duke devour the broth, a small spark of satisfaction warmed her chest. His earlier petulance had melted away, replaced by an almost childlike contentment as he sopped up the last drops with a piece of toasted sippet. She took the opportunity to survey the room more closely. The opulent furnishings were buried beneath a layer of neglect. Dust coated every surface, and discarded clothing lay strewn about like fallen leaves. Empty bottles littered the floor, a testament to the Duke's successes. Abigail's lips pressed into a thin line. It was clear that what the Duke needed was a firm hand, someone to pull him out of this downward spiral. But to do that, she'd need more information. Why had all the servants left? What had driven this man to such depths? She cleared her throat. Your Grace, I'm glad you enjoyed the meal. However, I must speak plainly. Skilled as I may be, I cannot manage this household alone. I'll need assistance. The Duke looked up from his empty bowl, his earlier vulnerability replaced by a weary indifference. He shrugged, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Good luck with that, Miss Brown. No one will work for me. Abigail's brow furrowed. Surely that can't be true. A household of this size. You don't understand, he cut her off, his voice bitter. They've all left, every last one of them, and word spreads quickly in service circles. No one will come near this place now. Abigail stood her ground, refusing to be cowed by his defeatist attitude. Leave that to me. I will take charge of interviewing the candidates. You may rest assured that I will only accept those willing to work hard and show the appropriate amount of loyalty. Abigail met the Duke's gaze unflinching. His blue eyes, bloodshot and weary, searched her face for a long moment before he finally let out a resigned sigh. Very well, Miss Brown. Do as you see fit, he said, his lips twisting into a wry smile. I suppose I've been reduced to having a cook run my household. Can't expect much at this point, can I? Abigail bit back a sharp retort. She gathered the empty tray, her fingers curling tightly around its edges. As she turned to leave, she caught a glimpse of the Duke slumping back onto the chaise, one arm flung dramatically over his eyes. She shook her head, exasperated, and made her way out of the drawing room. The grand staircase creaked beneath her feet as she descended, her mind whirling with plans. Where to start? The kitchen would need a thorough cleaning, and then there was the matter of restocking the pantry. Miss Brown? The Duke's voice, softer now, drifted down from above. Abigail paused, looking back over her shoulder. Thank you, he said, the words tinged with a sincerity that caught her off guard. Abigail nodded, unsure how to respond. She hurried down the remaining steps, eager to escape the sudden tension in the air. Back in the kitchen, she set the tray down with more force than necessary. The Duke's thanks echoed in her mind, at odds with his earlier petulance. She couldn't make sense of him. One moment he was all arrogance and disdain. The next, what? Vulnerability, gratitude. Abigail's hands moved automatically, washing dishes as her thoughts churned. What was she really doing here? The Viscount's smug face flashed through her mind again. He must have some ulterior motive for placing her in this household, but what could it be? She dried her hands on her apron, frustration building in her chest. The Duke seemed more interested in drinking himself into oblivion than anything of consequence. What secrets could he possibly have that would interest the Viscount? Abigail sighed, pushing aside her questions. She had a job to do regardless of the Viscount's schemes, and right now that job involved bringing some semblance of order to this chaotic household. Chapter 5. Abigail wiped her brow with the back of her hand, surveying the kitchen. After days of scrubbing and organising, it finally resembled a proper workspace. The copper pots gleamed, and the pantry was stocked with fresh ingredients. She'd even managed to coax some life back into the ancient stove. A sharp rap at the servant's entrance pulled her from her thoughts. Her heart quickened as she hurried to answer it, hoping it was who she expected. She swung open the door, relief washing over her at the sight of the towering figure on the threshold. "Virgil, thank goodness you're here." Virgil ducked his head to enter, his bulk filling the narrow doorway. His eyes swept the kitchen, taking in every detail before settling back on Abigail. "Miss Brown, you said you needed help?" Abigail nodded, gesturing for him to follow her to the table. "I do. This household, it's unlike anything I've encountered before. The Duke, he's..." She paused, searching for the right words. "Troubled. And I fear there may be more going on here than meets the eye." Virgil's expression remained impassive, but Abigail caught the slight narrowing of his eyes. He tilted his gleaming, impeccably shaved head. He understood her meaning without her having to spell it out. "I see," he rumbled. "And what would you have me do?" Abigail leaned in, lowering her voice. "For now, just keep your eyes and ears open. The Duke needs a butler, but you'll likely need to be his valet as well. You'll fit the bill perfectly. But I can't shake the feeling that we might need your other skills before long." Virgil nodded, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "As you wish, Miss Brown. I'll start right away." As Virgil turned to leave, Abigail caught his arm. "And, Virgil, thank you. I'm glad you're here." She paused for a moment and gave Virgil a small smile. "I'm not sure we'll have any livery to fit you, though." He gave her a solemn nod before disappearing up the stairs. Abigail watched him go, a mixture of relief and apprehension settling in her chest. Whatever storm was brewing, she felt better knowing Virgil had her back. Abigail gathered her wicker basket, the handle worn smooth from years of use. She stepped out of the Duke's townhouse, inhaling deeply as the crisp spring air filled her lungs. The streets of Regency London bustled with life, a stark contrast to the gloomy interior she'd left behind. Her eyes scanned the crowd, searching for the telltale purple blooms of violets. The sweet syrup would be perfect for flavouring desserts, and perhaps even coaxing a smile from the Duke's dour face. She made her way down the cobblestone street, her skirt swishing around her ankles. The cacophony of city life enveloped her, the clop of horses' hooves, the chatter of passers-by, and the distant calls of street vendors. A group of finely dressed ladies passed by, their parasols twirling above their heads. Abigail ducked her head, slipping their notice entirely. In her simple dress and apron, she was a world apart from their silk and lace. It was the main asset to her position. She was invisible to most of the world. Abigail turned down a narrow side street, away from the main thoroughfare. Here, the noise of the city faded, replaced by the chirping of birds and the rustle of new leaves. Abigail's steps slowed as she approached the edge of one of London's infamous rookeries. The air grew thick with the stench of sewage and rotting garbage. Narrow, crooked streets twisted between ramshackle buildings that leaned precariously over the cobblestones. Ragged figures huddled in doorways, their hollow eyes following her every move. She clutched her basket tighter, her knuckles whitening. Despite her own humble beginnings, the stark poverty of this place made her heart ache. Children with sunken cheeks darted between the legs of passers-by, their small hands quick to snatch at unguarded pockets. As Abigail rounded a corner, her gaze fell upon a girl no older than 13. The child's face was smudged with grime, her clothes little more than tattered rags. But in her arms, she cradled a basket filled with small bundles of violets, their purple blooms a startling splash of colour against the dreary backdrop. Abigail approached cautiously, not wanting to startle the girl. "Hello there," she said softly, crouching down to the child's level. "Those are lovely violets you have." The girl's eyes, large and wary, met Abigail's. She didn't speak, but her grip on the basket tightened. "I'd like to buy some, if you're selling," Abigail continued, keeping her voice gentle. She reached into her pocket, fishing out a few coins. "How much for 3 bundles?" The girl's gaze flickered between Abigail's face and the coins in her hand. With eyes that were already painfully world-weary, the girl glanced over Abigail. Abigail was dressed like a servant, but her dress was well made, and unlike the girl, she wore shoes. "4 pence, the girl said, her voice raspy from shouting at passers-by. 4 pence for 3 bundles, Abigail said, pursing her lips. That seems a bit much. "4's fair, the girl shot back. Despite herself, Abigail found herself resisting a grin. It was her turn to look the girl over. Her dress was too short, showing part of her calves. Her dirty face was painfully thin, making her green eyes appear even larger. Her hair may have been red, but it was hard to tell with all the soot and grime. 2 is more fair, Abigail countered. She held out the coins, careful not to make any sudden movements. With lightning speed, the girl snatched the money and thrust 3 small bouquets of violets into Abigail's hands. Abigail stood, cradling the violets in her palm. Their sweet scent cut through the foul air, a reminder of beauty amidst squalor. She tucked them carefully into her basket and eyed the girl again, her heart twisting with a mix of pity and admiration. There was a spark in those green eyes, a resilience that reminded her of herself at that age. "What's your name?" Abigail asked, her voice soft. The girl hesitated, her eyes darting around as if searching for an escape route. Finally, she mumbled, "Rosemary." A smile tugged at Abigail's lips. "Rosemary? That's my favourite herb, you know. It smells wonderful and adds such flavour to roasts." Rosemary's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of interest crossing her face before she masked it with indifference. Abigail crouched down again, bringing herself to eye level with the girl. "You seem a clever girl, Rosemary. Do you have any family?" Rosemary's nose wrinkled, her expression darkening. "An uncle," she muttered, then added with a shrug, "Sort of." Abigail's brow furrowed at the girl's tone. There was a story there, one she suspected was far from pleasant. Abigail took a deep breath, weighing her options. The girl before her was clearly in need, and something about Rosemary's resilience struck a chord deep within her. "Rosemary," Abigail said, her voice gentle but firm, "how would you like a job? A better one than selling flowers on the street?" Abigail's heart sank as Rosemary's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The girl took a step back, her thin frame tensing like a cornered animal. "My uncle warned me about ladies like you," Rosemary spat, her voice low and wary, "coming down here, all nice-like, offering jobs. But we know what you really want. Girls for your special houses." Abigail felt her cheeks flush with a mix of anger and shame. The implication stung, but she understood the girl's wariness. How many times had she herself narrowly escaped such a fate? "No, Rosemary, that's not," Abigail started, then paused, taking a deep breath. She needed to choose her words carefully. "I'm not that kind of lady. I'm a cook, in service to a duke. I'm offering you honest work in the kitchens, nothing more. Don't mistake me. It won't pay much, but you'll be well fed and have a warm place to sleep." Abigail leaned in closer to Rosemary, lowering her voice to a near whisper. The girl's wariness hadn't entirely faded, but curiosity now sparked in those large green eyes. "Listen, Rosemary," Abigail said, her tone conspiratorial. "I need more than just a kitchen maid. I need someone who knows these streets, someone who isn't easily frightened." Rosemary's brow furrowed, her gaze sharpening as she studied Abigail's face. The suspicion in her eyes gave way to a flicker of intrigue. Abigail continued, her heart racing. "I have to go down to the docks next, and I don't want to go alone." "You afraid?" Rosemary asked, her eyes tilting a little at the corners with bemusement. "A little," Abigail admitted. "I'd like some companionship." Abigail's heart leapt as Rosemary set down her basket of violets. The girl's eyes darted around, as if checking for anyone who might object to her leaving. Then, with a quick nod, she stepped to Abigail's side. "All right," Rosemary muttered, her voice barely audible. "I'll go with you. But no funny business, yeah?" Abigail nodded, relief washing over her. "No funny business," she agreed. "Just a quick trip to the docks and back." They set off together, Rosemary's small form shadowing Abigail's steps. The girl moved with a quiet grace, weaving through the crowded streets with ease. Abigail found herself struggling to keep up at times, marvelling at how Rosemary seemed to anticipate the flow of the crowd. As they neared the waterfront, the air grew thick with the scent of salt and fish. The cobblestone streets gave way to wooden planks, creaking under their feet. Abigail's eyes widened as they rounded the corner, the bustling docks coming into view. The scene before them was chaos incarnate. Sailors of all shapes and sizes swarmed the area, their voices a racket of shouts and curses in a dozen different languages. Massive ships loomed over them, their rigging creating a web against the grey sky. Dockhands rushed back and forth, hauling crates and barrels with practiced efficiency. Abigail felt a twinge of unease as she took in the rough-looking men around them. Many sported scars and tattoos, their weathered faces speaking of hard lives at sea. She instinctively stepped closer to Rosemary, her hand brushing the girl's shoulder. To her surprise, Rosemary seemed unfazed by the chaos. The girl's green eyes darted about, taking in every detail with a shrewd gaze that belied her years. She tugged at Abigail's sleeve, pointing towards a less crowded area of the docks. "This way," Rosemary said, her voice barely audible above the din, less likely to get knocked over there. Abigail nodded, grateful for the girl's guidance. As they picked their way through the crowd, she couldn't help but wonder what other surprises this young street urchin might have in store. Abigail's eyes narrowed as she spotted a weathered sign swinging above a narrow doorway. The salty dog was barely legible, the paint peeling and faded. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. "Stay close," she murmured to Rosemary, who nodded silently and pressed against her side. Abigail pushed open the heavy wooden door, wincing as it creaked loudly. The tavern's dim interior assaulted her senses immediately. The stench of stale beer, sweat, and something far less pleasant made her stomach churn. Smoke hung thick in the air, stinging her eyes. As they stepped inside, every head turned, conversations died mid-sentence, and dozens of weathered faces stared at them with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Abigail felt Rosemary's small hand clutch at her skirt. Ignoring the prickling sensation of eyes on her back, Abigail scanned the room. Her gaze swept past grimy tables and surly-looking patrons, searching for one face in particular. She'd almost given up hope when she spotted him at a table in the far corner. Henry William's thinning hair was slicked back in a poor attempt at elegance, his once fine coat now threadbare at the elbows. He leaned over the table, his large brown eyes alight with excitement as he ran some sort of game of chance. A small crowd had gathered around him, coins changing hands rapidly. Abigail's heart sank as Henry's eyes lit up upon spotting her. He waved her over, his enthusiasm palpable even from across the dingy tavern. Well, what have we here?" Henry called out, his voice carrying over the low murmur of the crowd. "A fine lady gracing our humble establishment. Come, my dear, try your luck." Abigail hesitated, feeling Rosemary's small hand tighten on her skirt. She knew this game all too well, having seen Henry run it countless times before. With an internal sigh, she realised she had little choice but to play along if she wanted any hope of speaking to him privately. "I'm not sure, sir," Abigail said, affecting a timid demeanour as she approached the table. "I've never gambled before." Henry's eyes twinkled with mischief as he lifted his chin, fractionally. a tacit acknowledgement that she was playing along. Nonsense! You look like an honest woman with lady luck on her side. Come now. Just a small wager to start. What do you say? Abigail felt Rosemary's questioning gaze on her face, but didn't dare look down at the girl. Instead, she fumbled in her pocket, pulling out a few coins with exaggerated nervousness. Well, I suppose a small bet couldn't hurt, she said, her voice wavering just enough to sound uncertain. Henry beamed, gesturing grandly to the makeshift gaming table before him. That's the spirit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, watch closely. The game is simple. As Henry launched into his spiel, Abigail caught his eye once more. The sidelong glance he gave her spoke volumes. She knew her role in this charade, and as much as she hated it, she'd play her part. It was the only way to ensure she'd get a moment alone with him later. With practiced ease, Abigail allowed herself to be drawn into the game, her apparent beginner's luck drawing gasps and cheers from the crowd. Abigail slipped away from the gaming table, her heart racing. She grabbed Rosemary's hand and quickly made her way through the crowd, ignoring the disappointed groans behind her. The cool air outside was a relief after the stuffy tavern. Come on, she murmured to Rosemary, guiding her towards a nearby fishmonger's stall. The pungent smell of fish assaulted her nostrils as they approached. Abigail pretended to examine the glistening catch on display, her eyes darting frequently to the tavern door. What was that about? Rosemary whispered, her green eyes wide with curiosity. Abigail shook her head slightly. Not now, she breathed, picking up a fish and examining it with feigned interest. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. Abigail's fingers tapped nervously against her skirt as she waited, her mind racing with possibilities. What if Henry didn't come out? What if he'd been caught cheating? Just as she was about to give up hope, the tavern door creaked open. Henry sauntered out looking as nonchalant as ever. His eyes scanned the street before landing on Abigail. With a casual air, he strolled over to her, a sly grin playing on his lips. Fancy meeting you here, my dear, Henry said loudly, as if they were mere acquaintances. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Quite the performance back there. You haven't lost your touch. Abigail forced a smile, her eyes never leaving the fish in her hands. I learned from the best, didn't I? She murmured back. Henry chuckled, reaching past her to pick up a fish himself. To anyone watching, they might have appeared to be nothing more than two customers haggling over the day's catch. Abigail set off along the docks at a leisurely pace, her heart still pounding from the excitement in the tavern. Henry fell into step beside her, his gait casual but his eyes sharp, scanning their surroundings. On her other side, Rosemary clung close, her small form almost hidden behind Abigail's skirts. The girl had gone eerily quiet, a stark contrast to her earlier boldness. The salty air whipped around them, carrying the cries of gulls and the creaking of ship timbers. Abigail kept her voice low as she addressed Henry, mindful of potential eavesdroppers. Well done back there, Henry said once more, his tone light but his eyes serious. You've still got the touch, my dear. But I can't help but wonder what brings you down to these unsavoury parts. Surely not just to show off your skills at the gaming table. Abigail glanced at him sideways, weighing her words carefully. I find myself in need of a skilled actor. Henry chuckled, a sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. Ah, so it's business then. And here I thought you might have missed my charming company. Abigail allowed herself a small smile, memories of simpler times flashing through her mind. But she quickly pushed them aside, focusing on the task at hand. I imagine you've heard about the Duke of Newcastle, she asked, keeping her voice barely above a whisper. Henry's eyebrows shot up, surprise evident on his face. The Duke? Now that's an interesting query. What's your angle here, Abigail? Abigail hesitated, acutely aware of Rosemary's presence. The girl might be silent, but Abigail knew she was listening intently. Let's just say I've found myself in his employ, and we've need of a household staff." Henry let out a low whistle. "The Duke, eh? You're playing a dangerous game, my dear. It's one thing to toy with a baron or country knight, but this is something else entirely." Abigail shrugged, trying to appear unbothered. "You know better than most that we've no control over the hand that life deals us." "Too true, my little dove," Henry said casually. He readjusted his jacket as they passed a stand selling oranges fresh off the boats, palming one in a movement so smooth that even Abigail, used to his sleight of hand, had a hard time following it. Abigail shot Henry a disapproving look as he began peeling the orange, biting right into the sweet flesh. Some habits, it seemed, died hard. She sighed, shaking her head slightly, as Rosemary peered around her to stare at the orange as Henry ate. "So, my dear," Henry said, ignoring her silent rebuke, "what part am I to play in this little drama of yours? Something dashing and romantic, I hope." Abigail couldn't help but roll her eyes. "We need a distinguished, polished footman," she replied, her tone matter-of-fact. Henry's face fell slightly, disappointment evident in the downturn of his mouth. "A footman? Really, Abigail? That's hardly a role worthy of my considerable talents." Abigail allowed herself a small smile. "Virgil's there too," she added, watching Henry's reaction closely. As expected, Henry's eyes lit up, a grin spreading across his face. "Virgil? Well, now that changes things. It'll be nice to see the old brute again. We had some grand times together, didn't we?" "You'd better hope he's forgiven you for Bristol," Abigail pointed out, remembering the incident with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Henry waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. "Oh, that? Ancient history, my dear. Virgil's not one to hold a grudge. Besides, it all worked out in the end, didn't it?" Abigail raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. She knew Virgil better than that, and, while he might not hold a grudge forever, he certainly had a long memory for slights. Still, if anyone could charm their way back into Virgil's good graces, it was Henry. Abigail watched as Henry promised to appear at the Duke's house that afternoon, dressed for the part of a distinguished footman. As he turned to walk away, she caught a flash of orange in his hand. Another piece of fruit she hadn't even seen him steal. Her lips pressed into a thin line, torn between exasperation and a reluctant admiration for his skill. Henry paused mid-stride, spinning back to face them with a roguish grin. "You're collecting quite an eclectic household, aren't you, my dear?" His eyes twinkled with mischief as they darted between Abigail and Rosemary. Before Abigail could respond, Henry's hand moved in a blur. The orange sailed through the air, arcing gracefully towards Rosemary. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, but her hand shot up instinctively, catching the fruit with ease. "You'll need to build up strength and energy to keep up with this group of misfits," Henry called out, his gaze fixed on Rosemary. There was a hint of approval in his voice that made Abigail's chest tighten with an unexpected surge of protectiveness. Rosemary stared at the orange in her hands, then up at Henry, her expression a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Abigail felt the girl press closer to her side, as if seeking reassurance. "Henry," Abigail started, her tone warning, but he was already turning away, disappearing into the crowd, with a final wave and a wink. Abigail sighed, shaking her head. She looked down at Rosemary, who was still clutching the orange, her knuckles white against the bright fruit. The girl looked up at Abigail as if waiting for permission. Abigail could feel one side of her mouth tugging up in a smile, and she nodded. That was all that Rosemary needed. The rest of their steps back to the Duke's house were marked by a trail of orange peel and droplets of juice, Chapter 6. The crisp London air hit him like a slap, but it wasn't enough to clear his head. He needed something stronger, something to drown out the unfamiliar emotions Abigail had stirred in him. He made his way to his usual haunts, diving headfirst into a world of smoke, liquor, and questionable company. With each drink, each hand of cards, each raucous laugh, Mathew tried to push away the memory of Abigail's warm smile and kind eyes. But no matter how much he drank or how loud he laughed, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept catching glimpses of a tall, imposing figure. His father's stern face seemed to materialize in every mirror, every window reflection. "Another round!" Mathew bellowed, slamming his empty glass on the table. He needed more, needed to obliterate every last shred of thought and feeling. As the night wore on, Mathew found himself in increasingly seedy establishments. He gambled recklessly, picking fights with anyone who looked at him sideways. Each time he felt his father's disapproving gaze upon him. He pushed harder, determined to prove that he was nothing like the cruel, hard man who had raised him. But the harder he tried to escape, the more suffocating his father's presence became. In the bleary face of a drunken companion, Mathew saw his father sneer. In the clink of coins changing hands, he heard his father's voice lecturing him on responsibility and duty. Desperate for relief, Mathew stumbled into an opium den. The sweet, cloying smoke promised oblivion, a chance to finally silence the ghosts that haunted him. As he sank onto a threadbare cushion, pipe in hand, Mathew caught sight of his reflection in a tarnished brass tray. For a moment, he saw not his own face, but his father's, stern, unforgiving, filled with disappointment. Mathew recoiled, nearly dropping the pipe. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the image away. When he opened them again, his own haggard face stared back at him. But the damage was done. Even here, in this den of forgetfulness, he couldn't escape his father's shadow. Mathew stumbled through the darkened streets of London, his mind a fog of alcohol and opium. He barely registered the familiar facades of his neighbourhood as he lurched towards home. His feet, operating on instinct rather than conscious thought, led him not to the grand front entrance, but to the servant's door at the rear of the house. He fumbled with the latch, cursing under his breath as it resisted his clumsy efforts. Finally, the door swung open, and Mathew stumbled inside. The narrow corridor spun around him as he braced himself against the wall, fighting a wave of nausea. A warm glow caught his attention, spilling from the kitchen doorway. Mathew frowned, his addled mind struggling to comprehend why there would be light at this ungodly hour. Curiosity overrode his better judgment, and he found himself drawn towards the source. As he reached the threshold, Mathew froze. There, standing at the kitchen table, was Abigail. Her auburn hair peeked out from beneath her cap at her forehead, catching the lamplight like burnished copper. She was kneading dough, her movements graceful and practiced. Mathew stared, unable to process the sight before him. This was precisely what he'd been trying to escape. The warmth, the care, the unsettling feelings that Abigail stirred within him. Yet here she was, as if conjured by his subconscious. "Your Grace?" Abigail's voice cut through his stupor. She turned to face him, her blue eyes widening in surprise. Just as quickly, her expression grew pinched and her lips pursed as she took in the sight of him. "You'd best sit down before you fall down." Mathew stumbled to the stool, his legs nearly giving out beneath him. The room spun as he slumped onto the seat, gripping the edge of the table to steady himself. He watched through bleary eyes as Abigail moved about the kitchen with purpose. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, cutting through the haze of alcohol and opium that clouded his senses. Mathew inhaled deeply, surprised by how enticing it smelled. He'd never been particularly fond of coffee, finding it a bitter and harsh necessity. But this was different. Abigail's movements were fluid and practiced as she worked. Mathew found himself mesmerised by her hands as she toasted flour in a skillet, the muscles in her forearms flexing with each motion. She poured the steaming coffee into the skillet, added a pat of butter, and whisked it all together with a deft touch. The concoction she poured into a clay mug looked nothing like the coffee Mathew was accustomed to. It was lighter in colour, almost creamy, and the aroma was even more intoxicating up close. But as Abigail set the mug before him, Mathew hesitated. He eyed the rough clay vessel dubiously. It was clearly a servant's cup, nothing like the fine china he usually drank from. For a moment, his pride bristled at the indignity of it all. But the warmth radiating from the mug and the enticing smell quickly overrode his reservations. Mathew lifted the mug to his lips, the warmth seeping into his trembling hands. He took a tentative sip, and suddenly his senses came alive. The coffee was unlike anything he'd ever tasted before, rich and creamy, with an unexpected burst of spices that raced straight up his nose and into his brain. The fog that had settled over his mind began to lift, replaced by a sharp clarity that was both exhilarating and terrifying. He blinked rapidly, his eyes focusing on Abigail. She stood before him, arms crossed, her expression a curious mixture of disapproval and smug satisfaction. Mathew felt a flicker of irritation at her boldness. He knew he ought to chastise her for such impertinence, remind her of her place as a servant. But as he opened his mouth to speak, the words died on his tongue. He was acutely aware of his dishevelled state, the stench of alcohol and smoke that clung to him like a second skin. What right did he have to reprimand anyone when he was in such a sorry state? Mathew took another sip of the coffee, savouring the complex flavours that danced across his palate. He had to admit, it was truly delicious. The warmth spread through his body, chasing away the last vestiges of his earlier numbness. "This coffee," he said, his voice rough from the night's excesses. "It's quite remarkable." Abigail's expression softened slightly, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. "Thank you, Your Grace. It's an old recipe I learned years ago. I thought you might need something a bit stronger than usual this morning." Mathew nodded, unable to meet her gaze. He felt exposed, vulnerable in a way he hadn't experienced in years. The coffee had cleared his head, but it had also stripped away the protective haze he usually relied on to face the world. Mathew sipped his coffee, his eyes following Abigail as she returned to her work. Her hands moved with practiced ease, kneading the dough with a rhythmic precision that was almost hypnotic. The kitchen, filled with the comforting scent of yeast and flour, a stark contrast to the stale smoke and liquor that still clung to his clothes. As he watched her, Mathew felt a growing unease settle in his stomach. The simple domesticity of the scene before him threw his own recent behaviour into sharp relief. Here was Abigail, up before dawn, working diligently to prepare for the day ahead. And where had he been? Squandering his time and non-existent money in opium dens and gambling halls. The coffee's warmth spread through his body, but it couldn't chase away the chill of shame that crept over him. He thought of his father's stern lectures on duty and responsibility, how he'd scoffed at them and rebelled against every word. Yet now, faced with Abigail's quiet industry, those same lessons hit him with a force his father's words never had. Mathew shifted uncomfortably on his stool, suddenly acutely aware of his dishevelled appearance and the stench of vice that surrounded him. He felt tainted, unworthy to be in the presence of such honest labour. Abigail's work ethic, her dedication to her craft, shamed him more deeply than any of his father's disapproving glares ever had. He took another sip of coffee, trying to hide behind the mug as Abigail bustled about the kitchen. Her movements were precise and purposeful, each action building towards something meaningful. In comparison, his own recent activities seemed hollow and pointless. The guilt gnawed at him, impossible to ignore in the face of Abigail's simple virtue. Mathew found himself wishing he could sink into the floor, anything to escape the unintentional judgment her presence seemed to cast upon him. Mathew continued to watch as Abigail glanced up from her work, her eyes widening slightly as she realised he was still sitting there. He felt a flush creep up his neck, suddenly self-conscious under her gaze. "Your Grace," she said, dusting flour from her hands, "if you don't mind me asking, what brought you to the kitchen in the first place?" Mathew hesitated, caught off guard by the question. He'd never admitted this to anyone before, not even his closest friends. But something about Abigail's open expression made him want to be honest. "Well," he said, his voice gruff with embarrassment, "if you can believe it, I have always rather enjoyed spending time in kitchens." He braced himself for laughter or disbelief, but Abigail merely tilted her head, her eyes travelling from his face down to his midsection. Mathew felt his cheeks grow hot as her gaze lingered on his soft middle, a reminder of his overindulgences. A small smile played at the corners of Abigail's mouth. "I can believe it, Your Grace," she said, her tone warm with amusement rather than mockery. Mathew found himself chuckling despite his embarrassment. There was something refreshing about Abigail's frankness, so different from the simpering flattery he usually encountered. "I suppose I've made that rather obvious, haven't I?" he said, patting his stomach ruefully. Abigail glanced at his empty mug. Without a word, she moved to refill it, the rich aroma of coffee once again filling the air. As she poured, Mathew found himself speaking, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. "You know, I've always preferred the kitchen to the rest of the house," he admitted, surprising himself with his candour. "Up there," he gestured vaguely towards the ceiling, "it's all expectations and complications. People wanting things from you, judging your every move." He wrapped his hands around the warm mug, drawing comfort from its solidity. "But down here, it's different. Simpler." He looked around the kitchen, taking in the well-worn surfaces and practical tools. "There's a purpose to everything. No pretense, no hidden agendas, just honest work." Abigail looked up sharply, a stricken expression flitting across her face for just a moment. But then it was gone. She tilted her head thoughtfully at Mathew. Mathew felt a weight lifting from his chest as he spoke. He'd never voiced these thoughts before, had barely allowed himself to acknowledge them. But here, in the early morning quiet of the kitchen, with Abigail's steady presence beside him, the words flowed freely. "I used to sneak down to the kitchens when I was a boy," he continued, a small smile tugging at his lips. "The cook would slip me treats and let me help with simple tasks. It was the only place in the house where I felt useful, where I wasn't just the young Duke or his lordship's son." He took another sip of coffee, savouring its rich flavour. "I suppose that's why I still find myself drawn here. Even now, it's a refuge of sorts." As he watched Abigail's hands working the dough, her fingers pressing and folding with practised ease, he envied the simplicity of her task, the tangible results of her labour. His own life felt far more complicated, filled with expectations he could never seem to meet. Abigail's voice broke through his reverie. "Begging your pardon, Your Grace, but what could you possibly have to hide from? You're a duke, after all. Warm, secure, rich, without many of the worries that plague most folk." Mathew felt a bitter laugh rise in his throat, but he swallowed it down. How could he explain the weight of his title, the constant pressure to live up to a legacy he had never asked for? And that was only the barest tip of it all. He stared into his coffee cup, considering his words carefully. "It's not as simple as all that," he said finally, his voice low. "My relationship with my father, the late Duke, was complicated." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. Mathew's mind raced back to his childhood, to the cold, stern presence that had loomed over every aspect of his life. He remembered the constant criticism, the impossible standards, the crushing disappointment in his father's eyes. There was more that lingered in that proverbial hall, darkness he didn't dare peer into that was more than mere paternal disapproval. Mathew stared at Abigail, taken aback by her unexpected reaction. To his surprise, she let out a snort of laughter, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Complicated relationships with fathers? I know a little something about that myself, Your Grace," she said, her tone a mixture of amusement and something darker. Intrigued, Mathew leaned forward. "What do you mean?" he asked, suddenly eager to know more about this enigmatic woman who had turned his kitchen and his life upside down. But Abigail's face shuttered, her moment of openness vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. She turned back to her work, her hands moving with renewed vigour as she kneaded the dough. "Never you mind about that," she said briskly. "What you need to do, Your Grace, is go upstairs and get some proper rest. You look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards." Mathew felt a flicker of irritation at her dismissal, but it was quickly overwhelmed by a wave of exhaustion. Now that the coffee had cleared his head, he was acutely aware of how bone-tired he truly was. Abigail's voice softened as she glanced at him. "Go on now. I'll send Henry up with some hot water later. It'll do you a world of good." Mathew nodded, suddenly too weary to argue. As he stood, swaying slightly, he found himself oddly reluctant to leave the warmth of the kitchen and Abigail's company. But the promise of a clean bed was too tempting to resist. He made his way to the door, pausing at the threshold. "Thank you, Abigail," he said quietly, surprised by the sincerity in his own voice. "For the coffee and, well, everything." Abigail gave him a small smile, her eyes warm. "You're welcome, Your Grace. Now off with you, before you fall asleep on your feet." Mathew stumbled up the stairs, his body heavy with exhaustion. The brief clarity provided by Abigail's coffee had faded, leaving him in a fog of fatigue and lingering intoxication. He pushed open the door to his bedchamber, squinting at the harsh sunlight streaming through the curtains he'd forgotten to close. The thought of calling for Virgil to help him undress flitted through his mind, but Mathew dismissed it quickly. He couldn't bear the thought of facing anyone else, not in this state. Instead, he fumbled with his cravat, his fingers clumsy as he unwound the fabric from his neck. He kicked off his shoes, leaving them where they fell, and collapsed onto the bed with a groan. As he lay there, staring up at the ornate ceiling, Mathew felt a strange mix of emotions wash over him. Relief coursed through his veins, relief at being alone, at finally giving in to the exhaustion that had been dogging him for days. But alongside it, a gnawing guilt began to take root in his chest. The image of Abigail working diligently in the kitchen flashed before his eyes. Her quiet competence, her unwavering dedication to her duties, stood in stark contrast to his own recent behaviour. Mathew felt a flush of shame creep up his neck as he remembered the state he'd been in when he stumbled into the kitchen. Yet even as guilt and relief warred within him, something else nagged at the edges of Mathew's consciousness. There was something about his encounter with Abigail that didn't quite add up. A detail that seemed out of place, a word or gesture that didn't fit. But try as he might, Mathew couldn't put his finger on what it was. His mind, clouded by exhaustion and the remnants of last night's excesses, refused to cooperate. Mathew rolled onto his side, burying his face in the pillow. He knew he should try to puzzle it out, to examine the encounter more closely, but his eyelids grew heavier with each passing moment, and the allure of sleep was too strong to resist. Chapter 7. Mathew Beaumont, Duke of Newcastle, stood in his drawing-room, mouth agape as he surveyed the motley crew before him. He blinked hard, wondering if the remnants of last night's indulgences were playing tricks on his eyes. But no, the bizarre assemblage remained. "What in God's name is this?" he muttered, running a hand through his dishevelled brown hair. The massive man squeezed into a butler's livery looked more suited to breaking necks than pouring tea. His bald head gleamed in the morning light, and Mathew could have sworn he glimpsed tattoos peeking out from beneath the ill-fitting sleeves. "Your Grace, may I present Virgil, your new butler?" Abigail's voice rang out from behind him. Mathew whirled around, nearly losing his balance. "This is a jest, surely." Abigail's face remained impassive. "I assure you, it is not." He turned back to the lineup, his gaze falling on a wiry man with thinning hair, who stood ramrod straight in a footman's uniform. His face was perfectly impassive. Perhaps too perfectly. "And who might you be?" Mathew asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Henry William, at your service, your Grace," the man replied with a crisp bow. Mathew snorted. "A footman? You look the part, at least," he said with another glance at Virgil. He hadn't yet established if Virgil was the man's first name, last name, or only name. His eyes finally landed on the last member of this mismatched collection, a young girl with startling copper hair and large haunting green eyes. She wore a simple dress and apron, her gaze fixed on the floor. "And what's your story then?" Mathew demanded. The girl remained silent, not even acknowledging that she had been addressed. "This is Rosemary, your Grace," Abigail interjected. "She'll be working as a scullery maid." Mathew studied the young girl, Rosemary, for a moment. Her copper hair caught the light, reminding him of a penny he'd once tossed to a street urchin. Something in her haunted eyes stirred a long-forgotten feeling in his chest. Compassion. He shook it off, uncomfortable with the unfamiliar emotion. "She's barely more than a child," he muttered, his voice losing its sharp edge. Abigail raised an eyebrow. "Your Grace, might I remind you that many households employ girls even younger?" Mathew frowned, unable to argue the point. He turned to Abigail, his face twisting into a disparaging look. "Is this, truly, the best you could manage? A brute, a scarecrow, and a mute child?" Abigail's lips thinned. "Your Grace, with all due respect, you're hardly in a position to be selective. Your reputation precedes you, and it's not a flattering one." Mathew bristled. "I beg your pardon?" "Word has spread about your habits, your Grace. The frequent parties, the excessive drinking, the unpaid wages." Abigail's voice remained level, but her eyes flashed. "You quite literally cannot afford to be picky." The truth of her words stung more than Mathew cared to admit. He glanced around at his new staff, a ragtag bunch if ever there was one. But as his gaze settled on Rosemary once more, he felt that twinge of compassion again. "Very well," he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I suppose beggars can't be choosers. Though, in this case, I'm not entirely sure who the beggar is." Mathew dismissed the new staff with a wave of his hand, eager to be rid of their unsettling presence. As the door closed behind them, he turned to Abigail, his stomach growling audibly. "I don't suppose you could rustle up something to eat?" he asked, trying to mask his desperation with nonchalance. Abigail studied him for a moment, her blue eyes piercing. Mathew felt oddly exposed under her gaze, as if she could see right through his carefully constructed facade. Without a word, she turned and disappeared into the kitchen. Mathew slumped into a nearby chair, his head throbbing. The events of the morning had left him drained, and the lingering effects of last night's excesses weren't helping. He closed his eyes, willing the room to stop spinning. The sound of footsteps roused him from his stupor. Abigail returned, bearing a tray laden with sliced roast chicken, cheese, and freshly baked bread. The aroma hit Mathew like a punch to the gut, reminding him just how famished he was. He barely waited for Abigail to set the tray down before grabbing a handful of chicken. He shoved it into his mouth, barely chewing before swallowing. The bread followed, then the cheese. Mathew ate with a single-minded focus, barely registering the flavours or textures. As he continued to stuff himself, a small part of his mind recognised the quality of the food. The chicken was perfectly seasoned, the bread still warm from the oven, but Mathew couldn't bring himself to slow down and savour it. He was driven by a need to fill the emptiness inside him, a void that seemed to grow larger with each passing day. Crumbs fell onto his wrinkled shirt as he tore into another piece of bread. He was vaguely aware of Abigail's presence, still standing nearby, but he couldn't bring himself to care about the spectacle he was making. All that mattered was the food in front of him and the temporary relief it provided. The gnawing emptiness in his stomach began to subside, replaced by a comforting fullness. He reached for another slice of bread, only to grasp at thin air. Blinking in confusion, Mathew looked up to find the tray gone. Abigail stood before him, holding it just out of reach, her blue eyes blazing with an intensity that caught him off guard. "What the devil are you doing?" he demanded, his voice rough with indignation. "Give that back at once." Abigail's lips pressed into a thin line. "I did not stand over a hot stove for hours just for you to wolf it down without tasting it, Your Grace." Mathew gaped at her, momentarily stunned by her audacity. No servant had ever dared speak to him in such a manner. He felt a flicker of anger, but it was quickly overshadowed by a strange sense of curiosity. "I beg your pardon," he managed, his brow furrowing. "This food," Abigail said, gesturing to the tray she still held, "was prepared with care and attention. It deserves to be savoured, not inhaled like some common tavern fare." Mathew opened his mouth to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. He glanced down at his shirt, now spotted with crumbs and grease stains. A flush of embarrassment crept up his neck. I was hungry," he muttered, suddenly feeling like a chastised child. Abigail's expression softened slightly. "I understand that, Your Grace. But there's more to eating than simply filling your stomach. Food can be a pleasure, a comfort. When prepared well, it should be enjoyed." Mathew stared at her, struck by the passion in her voice. He couldn't remember the last time he had truly enjoyed a meal, rather than just using it as fuel, or a means to soak up alcohol. "Very well," he said, straightening in his chair. "Show me then. How should I eat this food of yours?" Mathew watched skeptically as Abigail pulled a small piece of cheese from the wedge on the tray. Her delicate fingers held it out to him, and he felt a strange flutter in his chest at the unexpected intimacy of the gesture. "Here, Your Grace," she said softly. "Take this and place it on your tongue. Let it warm in your mouth for a moment before you chew." Hesitantly, Mathew took the morsel from her hand. He popped it into his mouth, fighting the urge to chew immediately. As the cheese began to soften, he noticed subtle flavours emerging that he'd completely missed in his earlier frenzy, warm, salty and savoury with a hint of nuttiness. "Now," Abigail instructed, "take a small bite of the chicken and add it to the cheese in your mouth." Mathew did as he was told, his eyes widening as the flavours melded together. The saltiness of the cheese complemented the savoury chicken perfectly, creating a taste that was far more complex and satisfying than he'd expected. He looked up at Abigail, unable to hide his surprise and delight. Her face softened, a warm smile playing at the corners of her mouth. For a moment, Mathew forgot to chew, transfixed by the unexpected beauty of her expression. "Well?" Abigail asked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Mathew swallowed hastily. "It's remarkable," he admitted. "I had no idea food could taste like this." Abigail's smile widened, and Mathew felt an unfamiliar warmth spreading through his chest. He found himself wanting to see that smile again, to be the cause of it. "It's been a long time since I've actually been able to see someone eat the food I make," she admitted. "It's nice to be able to do so now." Her words stirred something deep within Mathew, a feeling he couldn't quite name. He found himself staring into her blue eyes, captivated by the warmth and sincerity he saw there. No one had looked at him like that in his whole life, with such regard and care. For a moment, he felt exposed, as if she could see right through the carefully constructed walls he'd built around himself, his mask of debauchery. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed him. His heart raced, and he felt a flush creeping up his neck. These strange new feelings Abigail stirred in him were too much, too unfamiliar. Panic set in, and Mathew did what he always did when faced with emotions he couldn't handle. He ran. He stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over his chair in the process. I'll be going out," he announced, his voice gruff and unsteady. Abigail blinked, clearly taken aback by his sudden change in demeanour. "Your Grace? Is everything all right?" Mathew couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. "Fine, everything's fine," he muttered, already striding towards the door. "I just remembered an urgent appointment." He grabbed his coat and hat, fumbling with the buttons as he rushed to escape. The warmth he'd felt moments ago was replaced by a cold, familiar emptiness. It was safer this way, he told himself. Better to retreat to the comfort of his vices than to risk whatever this was. As he reached for the door handle, Mathew paused for just a moment. He could feel Abigail's eyes on him, could almost sense the confusion and hurt radiating from her. A small part of him wanted to turn back, to explain, to explore these new and frightening feelings. But the larger part, the part that had protected him for so long, won out. Without another word, Mathew yanked open the door and stepped out into the London streets, leaving behind the warmth of the food and the woman who had, however briefly, made him feel something other than. Chapter 8. Abigail stepped out into the bustling streets of London, her keen eyes scanning the market stalls. Rosemary trailed behind her, silent as ever. The din of haggling voices and the pungent smell of fish assaulted their senses. "Watch closely, Rosemary. We've got to make every penny count." Abigail approached a vegetable stand, eyeing a pile of slightly bruised potatoes. The vendor, a portly man with a ruddy face, beamed at her. "Finest spuds in London, miss." Abigail snorted. "Finest? They look like they've been trampled by horses. I'll give you half of what you're asking." The vendor's smile faltered. "Now, see here. I see perfectly well. These potatoes are barely fit for pig slop, but I'm feeling generous today." Rosemary's eyes widened as she watched Abigail haggle. The cook's voice was firm, her blue eyes steely. After a heated back and forth, Abigail walked away with a sack of potatoes for a fraction of the original price. "Did you catch that, Rosemary? Never take their first offer, and don't be afraid to walk away." They moved on to a fishmonger's stall. Abigail inspected a cod, lifting its gills and sniffing. "This fish isn't fresh." The fishmonger bristled. "I caught it myself this morning." "Then you must have caught it in a puddle. I'll take it off your hands, but not at that price." Another round of haggling ensued. Rosemary watched, fascinated, as Abigail's stubborn nature clashed with the equally obstinate fishmonger. In the end, Abigail secured the cod for a price that made her smirk. As they moved through the market, Abigail continued to demonstrate her bargaining skills. She taught Rosemary to look for imperfections, to question freshness, and to always be ready to walk away. Remember, Rosemary, we're not just buying food, we're buying ingredients for something greater. Every penny saved means we can create something truly special for that house of miscreants we serve. Abigail watched Rosemary carefully as they wove through the crowded market. The girl's copper hair caught the sunlight, making her easy to spot in the throng. Despite her silence in the midst of so many strangers, Rosemary's green eyes sparkled with curiosity, absorbing every detail of their shopping expedition. "Come along, Rosemary. Let's see what the butcher has today," Abigail called, her voice gentle but firm. As they approached the butcher's stall, Abigail's mind wandered back to her early morning conversation with the Duke. His trusting gaze and sincere gratitude had caught her off guard. She'd spent so long assuming the worst of people, especially those of his station, that his genuine appreciation felt like a slap in the face. This was to say nothing of the fact that Abigail was only in the Duke's house in the first place under the fog of subterfuge. Abigail shook her head, trying to focus on the task at hand. She picked up a cut of beef, examining it critically. "See how the colour's a bit off? That means it's not as fresh as we'd like." Rosemary nodded, her eyes fixed on the meat. Abigail felt a surge of pride at the girl's attentiveness. Teaching Rosemary gave her a sense of purpose, a distraction from the gnawing guilt that had taken root since her encounter with the Duke. As they moved on to the next stall, Abigail found herself feeling wearied. The Duke's blind faith in her had shaken her more than she cared to admit. She had grown accustomed to the duplicity of her life, but now it felt heavier, more burdensome. "Rosemary, what do you think of these apples?" Abigail asked, holding one up for inspection. The girl reached out tentatively, her small fingers tracing the skin of the fruit. She looked up at Abigail and gave a small nod of approval. Abigail smiled, grateful for the simple honesty of the gesture. "Good eye. Now, give them a bit of a flick. Like this," Abigail said, tapping them close to her ear. "The more hollow they sound, the sweeter and juicier they will be. We'll take a dozen." "I'm very fond of apples," Rosemary ventured, and Abigail smiled at her. As they continued their shopping, Abigail found herself opening up more to Rosemary, explaining her choices and techniques in greater detail. It was a comfort, in a way, to share her knowledge freely, without ulterior motives or hidden agendas. Abigail held up a bunch of carrots, inspecting their vibrant orange hue. "These will do nicely for a soup, don't you think, Rosemary?" She waited for a response, but none came. Frowning, Abigail glanced at the girl beside her. Rosemary had gone rigid, her eyes wide and fixed on something behind Abigail. The sudden change in the girl's demeanour sent a chill down Abigail's spine. Slowly she turned, her heart sinking as she recognised the tall, thin figure looming over them. The Viscount's cold, grey eyes bore into her, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Miss Brown," he drawled, his voice dripping with false warmth. "What a pleasant surprise to find you here." Abigail's grip tightened on the carrots, her knuckles turning white. She forced a polite smile. "Lord Stratfordshire, I didn't expect to see you in this part of town." Abigail's heart raced as she turned to Rosemary, forcing a calm smile onto her face. "Rosemary, dear, would you mind checking if there's a vendor selling black pepper? We're running low." The girl's green eyes darted between Abigail and the Viscount, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Abigail gave her a reassuring nod, and Rosemary reluctantly melted into the crowd. Abigail turned back to the vegetable stand, pretending to examine a bunch of leeks. She could feel the Viscount's presence beside her, his tall frame casting a shadow over the produce. "Lovely day for shopping, isn't it?" The Viscount's voice was low, barely audible above the market's din. Abigail kept her gaze fixed straight ahead, her fingers idly tracing the leaves of the leeks. "Indeed, my lord." I trust you've been settling in well at the Duke's household. The Viscount's tone was casual, but Abigail knew better than to be fooled by it. Well enough, she said, moving on to inspect some turnips. The Viscount picked up an apple, turning it over in his hands. And what have you learned about our dear Duke so far? Abigail's stomach churned. She'd been dreading this moment, knowing it would come eventually. Not much, I'm afraid. The Duke keeps to himself mostly. Surely you must have some insights by now, the Viscount pressed, his voice taking on a harder edge. Abigail swallowed hard, her mind racing. She needed to give him something, anything, to keep him satisfied. He seems troubled, haunted, almost. There are moments when he lets his guard down, and I catch glimpses of a man burdened by his past. The Viscount hummed thoughtfully. Interesting. And his habits? His visitors? He drinks too much, Abigail said, hating herself for the betrayal. And he's been hosting fewer parties lately. I've overheard him mentioning financial concerns to his friend Benedict. Abigail felt her throat tighten as the Viscount's eyes narrowed. His fingers tapped impatiently against the apple he still held, the rhythmic sound grating on her nerves. Come now, Miss Brown. You're only telling me what all of London already knows, he hissed, leaning closer. I expected better from you. Are you going soft? Abigail's heart raced, her palms growing clammy. She forced herself to meet his gaze, fighting the urge to shrink away. I assure you, my lord, I'm doing my best to gather useful information. The Viscount's lips curled into a sneer. Your best? Have you forgotten what it was like to be at the mercy of people like the Duke? The way they look down on you, treat you like you're nothing. His words struck a chord deep within her, stirring up memories she tried so hard to bury. Abigail's jaw clenched, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Or perhaps, the Viscount said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, you've forgotten what your life was like before I found you. Shall I remind you of the gutter I pulled you from? Abigail's fingers dug into her palms, nails biting into flesh. The bustling market around them faded away, leaving only the Viscount's cold, grey eyes boring into her. No, my lord, she managed to choke out. I haven't forgotten. Good, he said, his smile not reaching his eyes. Then, I trust you'll redouble your efforts. I want to know everything about the Duke, his weaknesses, his secrets, anything that could be of use. Do not disappoint me again, Miss Brown. His sharp nose in the air, the Viscount replaced the apple with a sneer of contempt, as if such simple fare was so far beneath him that it didn't even warrant consideration. With an aristocratic shrug of his shoulders to adjust his jacket, he stared at Abigail once more. You have until court is recalled. I must make my move then. Do not disappoint, Abigail, he said, his voice low, but the threat in his tone implicit and curled like a snake, waiting to strike. Abigail watched the Viscount's retreating figure, her heart still pounding in her chest. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. The market's hubbub rushed back in, overwhelming her senses. Miss Brown? Rosemary's soft voice startled her. The girl had returned, empty-handed, but with concern etched on her young face. Abigail forced a smile. No luck with the pepper, then? Never mind. We'll make do without. She gathered their purchases, her movements mechanical. Come along, Rosemary. We should head back. They wove through the crowded streets, Abigail's mind churning with the Viscount's threats. She barely noticed the jostle of bodies around her, or the uneven cobblestones beneath her feet. Rosemary walked beside her, silent as always. But Abigail could feel the weight of the girl's gaze. She glanced down to find those large green eyes fixed on her, brimming with unspoken questions. Abigail quickened her pace, hoping to outrun both Rosemary's curiosity and her own tumultuous thoughts. But with each step, she felt the girl's stare boring into her. a constant reminder of the web of lies she'd woven. They turned onto a quieter street, the market's din fading behind them. Abigail's grip tightened on their shopping basket, her knuckles white with strain. She wanted to reassure Rosemary, to explain away the tense exchange with the Viscount, but the words stuck in her throat. Instead, she walked on, the silence between them growing heavier with each passing moment. Rosemary's gaze never wavered, a mix of concern and curiosity that Abigail couldn't bring herself to meet. Abigail and Rosemary approached the Duke's house, their arms laden with the day's purchases. As they neared the entrance, Abigail spotted a familiar figure pacing nervously on the front steps. Her heart skipped a beat when she realised it was the Duke himself. Despite the lingering unease from her encounter with the Viscount, Abigail felt a wave of warmth wash over her at the sight of Mathew. His broad frame was hunched slightly, his hands fidgeting at his sides. He looked up as they approached, his blue eyes lighting up with what seemed like relief. "Miss Brown," he called out, his voice tinged with anxiety. "I was beginning to worry." Abigail couldn't help but smile, touched by his concern. "Your Grace, there was no need for concern. We were simply at the market." As they reached the steps, Mathew's eyes darted between Abigail and Rosemary, taking in their burdens. "Here, let me help you with those," he offered, reaching for the baskets. Abigail hesitated for a moment, surprised by his offer. It was so unlike him, yet it warmed her heart. She handed him one of the lighter baskets, not wanting to overwhelm him with the task. "Thank you, Your Grace," she said softly, her eyes meeting his. For a moment, the world seemed to fade away, the lingering fear from her encounter with the Viscount receding into the background. Abigail followed the Duke into the house, her mind still reeling from the day's events. As they entered the kitchen, Mathew set the basket down on the table, then turned to face her, his expression a mix of nervousness and excitement. "Miss Brown, I've had an idea," he began, fidgeting with the cuff of his sleeve. "I want to host a small dinner." Abigail couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, giving him an arch look. She'd heard tales of his infamous parties after all. The Duke caught her expression and quickly clarified. No, not like before. I mean, I want to hold a proper dinner, just a couple of guests." Abigail's surprise must have shown on her face because Mathew continued, his words tumbling out in a rush. "I know it might sound strange coming from me, but I thought it might be nice to have a civilized evening for once." She studied him for a moment, noting the sincerity in his blue eyes. It was a far cry from the man she'd first encountered, and Abigail found herself intrigued by this change. "A proper dinner, Your Grace?" she asked, her voice carefully neutral. "And what did you have in mind for this occasion?" Mathew ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Abigail had come to recognise as a sign of his nervousness. "Well, that's where I hoped you might help. I'm not entirely sure how to go about it, but I thought, with your skills in the kitchen..." Abigail felt a warmth bloom in her chest at his words. Despite her better judgment, she found herself wanting to help him succeed in this endeavour. "I see," she said, her mind already racing with possibilities. "And how many guests were you thinking of inviting, Your Grace?" Abigail watched as Mathew's face went blank, his brow furrowing in confusion. It was clear he'd never considered the logistics of a formal dinner before. I hadn't really thought about it," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "I suppose I'm used to just opening the doors and seeing who shows up." Abigail fought the urge to roll her eyes. Of course, he hadn't considered such details. She waited patiently as Mathew seemed to mull it over, his blue eyes unfocused as he thought. Suddenly he straightened, a look of determination crossing his face. "I'll invite my father's solicitors," he declared, as if the idea had just struck him. "I'm not entirely sure how many there are, but I need to meet with them anyway. It's high time I gained proper access to my funds. Abigail nodded, carefully keeping her expression neutral even as her mind raced. This was exactly the kind of information the Viscount would be interested in. She filed it away, feeling a twinge of guilt as she did so. "That will certainly help with the planning, Your Grace," she said, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. "Knowing who we're catering for will make all the difference." As she spoke, Abigail realised she wasn't entirely sure if she meant planning for the dinner or for her task from the Viscount. The two seemed to be becoming dangerously intertwined, and she felt a flicker of unease at the thought. Chapter 9. Abigail spent the next few days in a whirlwind of activity, working closely with Mathew to plan the dinner. She found herself surprised by his enthusiasm, though his lack of practical knowledge often left her exasperated. "Your Grace, we can't serve peacock," Abigail sighed, rubbing her temples. "It's far too expensive, and I doubt the solicitors would appreciate such extravagance." Mathew's face was mutinous. "But I thought it would impress them. My father always made it a point to do so." "We need to impress them with your newfound sense of responsibility, not your ability to waste money," Abigail explained patiently. She bit back a smile at his crestfallen expression. "How about a nice roast beef instead? It's classic, dignified, and won't break the bank." As they pored over menu options, Abigail couldn't help but notice how Mathew's brow furrowed in concentration. It was a far cry from the careless rake she'd first encountered. "These solicitors," Abigail ventured carefully, "what are they like?" Mathew grimaced. "Old, cantankerous. They probably still think my father's alive and running things." Abigail nodded, mentally adjusting her plans. "Right, so we'll need to keep things traditional. Nothing too spicy or exotic?" She thought for a moment. "We'll stick to service à la Française as well. That way, the lack of footmen won't be so obvious either." While Mathew focused on the guest list and seating arrangements, Abigail turned her attention to the rest of the house. She gathered the small, misfit staff in the kitchen one morning, her eyes sweeping over their eager faces. "Listen up," she said firmly. "We've got a lot of work to do. This house must look presentable in short order." She assigned tasks, making sure everyone understood the importance of their role. As she watched them scurry off to their duties, Abigail felt a twinge of pride. They might be an odd bunch, but they were coming together as a team. Throughout it all, Abigail found herself constantly torn. Every bit of information she gleaned about Mathew's finances and his relationship with the solicitors was something the Viscount would want to know. Yet, each time she considered reporting back, she felt a knot form in her stomach. Abigail stood in the kitchen, a list of ingredients clutched in her hand. She glanced at Mathew, who was lounging against the counter, idly picking at a bowl of grapes. "Your Grace," she said, keeping her tone casual, "I've been meaning to ask, are we certain we can afford all this?" Mathew's hand paused mid-reach. He blinked, then shrugged. "Of course we can afford it. Why wouldn't we?" Abigail raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's just that, with the state of the house when I arrived, I wondered if perhaps funds were encumbered, as some gentleman of the ton might say." A strange expression flitted across Mathew's face. He plucked another grape, rolling it between his fingers. "We can afford it," he repeated, then hesitated. "Though sometimes I almost wish we couldn't." Abigail's brow furrowed. "What exactly do you mean by that, Your Grace?" Mathew opened his mouth, then closed it again. Abigail watched as he wrestled with himself, clearly torn between speaking and remaining silent. His eyes darted around the kitchen, as if seeking an escape from her question. "It's just," he began, then trailed off. Abigail waited, her heart pounding. She knew she was treading on dangerous ground, but her curiosity and her duty to the Viscount urged her on. Mathew's shoulders slumped. "It's complicated, Miss Brown. Sometimes I think it would be easier if the money wasn't there. If I didn't have to." He stopped again, running a hand through his hair. Abigail took a step closer, her voice softening. "If you didn't have to what, Your Grace?" Abigail watched as Mathew's face hardened, his features becoming unreadable. The warmth she'd grown accustomed to seeing in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold, distant look. "It's complicated, Miss Brown," he said, his voice clipped, "far more so than someone like you could understand." The words hit Abigail like a slap. She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment and anger. It was the first time he'd thrown her class in her face so blatantly, and it stung more than she cared to admit. Swallowing hard, Abigail straightened her spine and met his gaze. "I see, Your Grace. I won't trouble you again on that score. I'll instead attend to things that I understand." She turned on her heel, fighting to keep her composure as she strode out of the kitchen. The urge to flee was overwhelming, but she refused to give him the satisfaction of seeing her run. Instead, she made her way to the kitchen garden, her sanctuary amidst the chaos of the house. The smell of earth and herbs enveloped her as she knelt beside a bed of thyme. She began to weed with more force than necessary, yanking out unwanted growth with sharp, angry movements. As she worked, Abigail's mind raced. How could she have been so foolish? For a moment she'd allowed herself to forget the vast gulf that separated her from Mathew. She'd let her guard down, thinking they'd formed some sort of connection. But he'd reminded her, hadn't he? She was just the help, someone who couldn't possibly comprehend the complexities of his world. Abigail's fingers dug into the soil, her nails filling with dirt. Abigail felt the Duke's presence before she heard him. His shadow fell across the garden bed, blocking out the weak London sunlight. She kept her eyes on her work, refusing to acknowledge him. Her fingers moved deftly, plucking weeds and tending to the delicate herbs. "Miss Brown." The Duke's voice was hesitant, lacking its usual confidence. I didn't mean to offend." Abigail's jaw clenched, but she remained silent, moving to the dandelion patch. The Duke shifted his weight, clearly uncomfortable with her lack of response. "I don't understand why you're doing this," he finally blurted out. "We can simply buy whatever we need from the market. Why bother with all this manual labour?" Abigail paused, her hands covered in soil. She took a deep breath, willing herself to remain calm. Slowly she turned to face him, meeting his bewildered gaze. "I do it because hard work is worth the result, Your Grace," she said, her voice steady despite the lingering hurt. "And because I enjoy it." The Duke's brow furrowed, as if she'd presented him with a particularly challenging riddle. "Enjoy it? But it's work." Abigail couldn't help but let out a small bitter laugh. "Yes, Your Grace. Some of us find satisfaction in honest labour." She gestured to the neat rows of herbs and vegetables. "This garden provides fresh ingredients for your meals, it saves money, and ensures quality. But more than that, it gives me a sense of accomplishment." She stood, brushing the dirt from her hands. "When I plant a seed and nurture it to full growth, I've created something. When I use those herbs in a dish that brings you pleasure, I've made something worthwhile." Abigail's voice softened almost despite herself. "Not everything of value can be bought, Your Grace." Abigail watched as the Duke's expression shifted, his eyes widening with a mixture of surprise and dawning comprehension. It was as if he'd never considered the value of work beyond its monetary rewards before. The realization made her chest tighten with an emotion she couldn't quite name. "How," the Duke said, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant, "how did you learn all this, Miss Brown? You're clearly more than just a cook." Abigail felt her breath catch in her throat. She glanced away, unable to meet his gaze as memories flooded her mind. The warm, bustling kitchen of her childhood, her mother's patient hands guiding her own as she learned to knead dough, the scent of herbs and spices filling the air. "My mother taught me," she said softly, her eyes still fixed on the neat rows of herbs. She was a great cook." When Abigail finally looked back at the Duke, she was startled by the change in his expression. The curiosity had vanished, replaced by a deep sadness that seemed to age him before her eyes. It was as if her words had struck him physically, leaving him wounded and vulnerable. The sight stirred something within Abigail, a mix of concern and confusion. She'd never seen him look so human. For a moment, she forgot about their earlier argument, about the class divide between them. All she saw was a man grappling with some hidden pain. "Your Grace?" she ventured, her voice gentle. "Are you all right?" Abigail watched as the Duke's face transformed, a weak smile replacing the vulnerability she'd glimpsed moments before. "I'm perfectly fine, Miss Brown," he said, his voice lacking its usual conviction. Abigail bit back a sigh. For all his worldly experience, the Duke was utterly incapable of masking his true emotions. It was almost endearing, in a way, how transparent he could be. She found herself smiling ruefully at the thought. It was probably for the best that he showed little interest in the games of society. He'd be eaten alive if he tried to navigate those treacherous waters. The sadness lingering in his eyes tugged at something deep within her. Before she could think better of it, Abigail heard herself asking, "Your Grace, would you like to taste the violet honey I've been steeping this past week?" The Duke's eyebrows rose, curiosity momentarily chasing away the melancholy. "Violet honey? I've never heard of such a thing." Abigail nodded, pleased to have distracted him. "It's quite lovely. I think you might enjoy it." She gestured towards the kitchen. "Shall we?" As they made their way back inside, Abigail found herself wondering at her own actions. Why did she care so much about lifting his spirits? She was here to gather information, not to befriend him. Yet she couldn't deny the warmth that spread through her chest at the sight of his renewed interest. In the kitchen, Abigail retrieved a small jar from a high shelf. The glass was filled with a golden liquid, flecks of purple visible within. She carefully removed the lid, the sweet scent of honey and violets filling the air. Abigail dipped a small silver spoon into the jar, carefully scooping up a dollop of the golden honey. She held it out to the Duke, watching as he leaned forward to taste it. His eyes widened the moment the honey touched his tongue, a look of pure, unadulterated pleasure spreading across his face. "Good Lord!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. That's extraordinary." Abigail couldn't help but smile proudly at his reaction. It was gratifying to see her hard work appreciated so thoroughly. The Duke's enthusiasm was infectious, his joy at something so simple warming her heart in a way she hadn't expected. He didn't offer any of the stiff, stilted compliments that a master of the house might deign to give a lowly cook. No, he was all honest appreciation that refused to be filtered or subdued. "Miss Brown, you simply must try some yourself," he insisted, his eyes bright with excitement. "Something this good should be shared." Abigail hesitated for a moment. It wasn't proper for a servant to share food with their employer, but the Duke's earnest expression made it hard to refuse. With a small nod, she accepted the spoon he held out to her. As the honey melted on her tongue, Abigail couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The taste was indeed exquisite, sweet and floral, with a complexity that lingered on the palate. But more than that, it was the shared moment of delight that made her smile. For a brief instant, the barriers between them seemed to dissolve, leaving just two people enjoying a simple pleasure together. The Duke grinned at her, looking more carefree than she'd ever seen him. "It's wonderful, isn't it?" he said, his voice filled with childlike enthusiasm. Abigail nodded, still savouring the taste. "It is," she agreed, feeling as though they were sharing a delightful secret. Abigail became acutely aware of the Duke's gaze lingering on her face. His eyes seemed to trace every feature, finally settling on her mouth. She felt a sudden warmth creep up her neck, her heart quickening its pace. "Miss Brown," the Duke said, his voice low and husky, "you have a drop of honey on your chin." Before Abigail could react, the Duke reached out, his thumb moving to swipe at the errant drop. The moment his skin made contact with hers, they both froze. Abigail's breath caught in her throat. The Duke's hand remained suspended, his thumb still resting lightly on her chin. She could feel the warmth of his skin, the slight roughness of his fingertip. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Their eyes locked, and Abigail saw something flicker in the Duke's gaze. Surprise, confusion, and something else she couldn't quite name. She knew she should step back, break this improper contact, but her body refused to obey. The kitchen around them faded away. All Abigail could focus on was the Duke's touch, the intensity of his stare, and the rapid beating of her own heart. She was acutely aware of how close they were standing, of the scent of his pomade mingling with the sweetness of the honey. Abigail's heart pounded in her chest as she pulled back, breaking the spell that had momentarily enveloped them. She took a shaky breath, trying to steady herself. The Duke's touch still lingered on her skin, a phantom warmth that refused to fade. "Your Grace," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "surely you have more pressing matters to attend to than loitering in the kitchens." The Duke blinked as if coming out of a trance. He cleared his throat, taking a small step back. "Yes, of course. You're quite right, Miss Brown." Abigail busied herself with replacing the lid on the honey jar, desperate for something to occupy her hands. She could feel the Duke's eyes on her, and it took all her willpower not to meet his gaze. "Although," the Duke said, a hint of playfulness creeping into his tone, "perhaps I could have one more spoonful of that delightful honey before I go." Despite herself, Abigail felt a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She turned to face him, adopting a mock-stern expression. Now, Your Grace, off with you. There's work to be done, and I won't have you spoiling your appetite before dinner." The Duke's answering grin was boyish and charming, a far cry from the dissolute nobleman she'd first encountered. He gave a dramatic sigh. "Very well, Miss Brown. I bow to your superior judgment in all matters culinary." As he left the kitchen, Abigail felt her smile fade. She leaned against the counter, her mind whirling with conflicting emotions. What had just happened? How had she allowed herself to get so close, to feel such a connection with the Duke? Abigail closed her eyes, trying to make sense of the tumult in her heart. She had never expected this when she took on this assignment. The Duke was supposed to be just another self-indulgent nobleman, someone to observe and report on. But now, she found herself genuinely enjoying his company, looking forward to their conversations. She appreciated his enthusiasm for her cooking, his willingness to learn and try new things. And that moment they had just shared, it had felt dangerously close to something real, something genuine. Abigail shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. This was dangerous territory. She couldn't afford to develop feelings for the Duke, not when she had a job to do, not when the Viscount was counting on her information. Abigail leaned against the kitchen counter, her fingers tracing the smooth surface of the honey jar. The sweetness that had filled the air moments ago now seemed cloying, suffocating. For the first time since she'd begun working for the Viscount, doubt crept into her mind like a shadow. She'd always viewed her assignments as just that, assignments. Gather information, report back, move on to the next household. It was a means to an end, a way to secure her future and repay the Viscount for his assistance. But now, Faced with the genuine warmth and camaraderie she'd found in this eccentric household, Abigail felt the weight of her actions pressing down on her. What would happen to Mathew if the Viscount used the information she provided? To Virgil and Henry, who'd found a place where they were accepted despite their checkered pasts? Even to herself. Could she really walk away from this, pretending it meant nothing? From upstairs, the sound of Virgil and Henry's voices drifted down, the familiar rhythm of a sailor's shanty filling the air. Abigail found herself smiling despite her inner turmoil. The two men's voices blended in perfect harmony, a testament to the bond they'd formed over years of friendly rivalry. Suddenly, the singing stopped. Abigail held her breath, wondering if something had happened. Then, to her surprise, the song resumed, slower this time. A new voice joined in, hesitant at first but growing stronger with each verse. Mathew. Abigail's heart clenched. The Duke's voice, usually so confident and boisterous, now carried a hint of vulnerability as he stumbled over unfamiliar words. Yet he persevered, clearly enjoying the simple act of singing with his staff. A smile tugged at Abigail's lips, even as her chest tightened with an unfamiliar ache. This was more than just a job now. These people, Mathew, Virgil, Henry, they'd become something dangerously close to friends. Perhaps even family. Abigail stared down at the jar of honey, golden in colour, but worth only a few pence. As she stared at it, her heart heavy, for the first time in years, she did not know what she should do next. Chapter 10. Abigail wiped her brow as she put the finishing touches on the roast beef. The kitchen was a flurry of activity, but she felt a sense of calm settle over her. This was her element, where she truly shone. As she carried the dishes up to the vestibule just outside the dining room, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of anticipation. She'd kept the menu simple, focusing on quality rather than flashy presentation. The roast beef, tender and succulent, sat in a rich wine reduction sauce. Asparagus, nestled in a buttery pie crust, steamed gently. Sweetbreads, perfectly golden, filled the air with their aroma, and, for dessert, plums suspended in a shimmering brandy jelly awaited. Abigail lingered by the door, unable to resist watching as the dishes were served. The Duke's guests, a group of stern-faced solicitors, looked sceptical at first. But as they took their first bites, their expressions transformed. "Good God," one of them muttered, eyes widening as he savoured the roast beef. "This is extraordinary." Another solicitor nodded emphatically, too busy chewing to speak. The asparagus pie elicited murmurs of appreciation, and the sweetbreads disappeared with alarming speed. From the corner of the dining room, Virgil presided over the meal, his bald head gleaming in the candlelight. He swelled with accomplishment, threatening the buttons on his crisp white waistcoat. Abigail felt a warm glow of pride. She'd poured her heart into this meal, and, seeing the solicitor's reactions, made it all worthwhile. As she turned to head back to the kitchen, she caught Mathew's eye. The Duke gave her a subtle nod, his eyes twinkling with approval, and something else she couldn't quite name. Back in the kitchen, Abigail busied herself with clean-up, but her mind kept drifting to the dining room above. She'd done her job well, perhaps too well. The thought of the Viscount and his schemes felt distant now, overshadowed by the simple pleasure of creating something truly special. Abigail was elbow-deep in soapy water when Henry burst into the kitchen, his thin face flushed with excitement. "Miss Brown, you won't believe it!" he exclaimed, grabbing the decanters. "Those stuffy old solicitors haven't budged an inch. They're eating like it's their last meal on earth." Abigail couldn't help but smile. "Really? They liked it that much?" Henry nodded vigorously. "Liked it? They're practically licking their plates clean. I've never seen anything like it." Henry paused for a moment, blinking. "I'd wager I could steal the rings right off their fingers right now, and they'd never even know it. Abigail gave him a disparaging look and lifted a large wooden spoon from the water, as if she meant to whack Henry with it. He merely laughed, and Abigail ducked her head to hide a grin. Though she still tended to hide behind Abigail around the male servants, Abigail could see Rosemary's cheeks likewise, lifted in a grin on her other side. As Henry refilled the decanters, Abigail felt a surge of pride. She'd known the meal was good, but this level of success was beyond her wildest dreams. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed from above, followed by raised voices. Abigail's heart leapt into her throat. What was happening up there? "I'd better get back," Henry muttered, hurrying out with the filled decanters. Abigail hesitated for a moment, then wiped her hands on her apron and followed. She crept up the stairs, careful to avoid the creaky spots she'd memorized over the past weeks. In the vestibule, she pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear what was going on inside. Her heart was pounding. The voices inside had changed, no longer the measured tones of the solicitors. Instead, she heard boisterous laughter and the unmistakable sound of young men in high spirits. "Beaumont, old chap, what's this? A dinner party without us?" a voice called out thick with alcohol. "We saw the carriages outside and thought you were having one of your legendary soirees," another chimed in. Abigail's brow furrowed. She hadn't expected any more guests tonight. The Duke had been clear about wanting a quiet dinner with his solicitors. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid you've caught me at a rather inopportune moment." Mathew's voice carried a hint of edge. "Nonsense!" one of the newcomers exclaimed. "We're here now, so the party can truly begin." There was a shuffling of chairs and the clink of glasses being filled. Abigail winced, imagining the chaos unfolding in the meticulously set dining room. "I say, Beaumont," another voice piped up, "this place is positively maudlin. Where's the music, the women, the spirit of revelry?" "Come now," yet another insisted. "Surely you'll be joining us tonight. We're off to Vauxhall Gardens. It promises to be a night to remember." Abigail held her breath, waiting for Mathew's response. She knew how easily he could be swayed by his so-called friends, how quickly he could fall back into old habits. The thought of all her hard work going to waste made her stomach churn. Mathew began, his voice uncertain. Abigail pressed closer to the door, straining to hear what he would say next. She could almost feel Mathew's hesitation, the pull of his old habits warring with something new. Then, to her surprise, Mathew's voice grew firmer. "Actually, lads, I'll be staying in tonight. I have more important matters to attend to." A chorus of disappointed groans filled the room, followed by jeers and taunts. "More important matters? What's gotten into you, Beaumont?" one of the rakes called out. "Don't tell me you've gone soft," another chimed in. "Next thing we know, you'll be lecturing us like some stuffy old schoolmistress." Abigail's fists clenched at her sides, anger bubbling up at their mockery. But before she could dwell on it, Mathew's voice cut through the din. "Virgil, would you be so kind as to see these gentlemen out?" the Duke requested smoothly, his tone all congenial politeness. Abigail's eyes widened. She couldn't resist peeking through the crack in the door, just in time to see Virgil take a step towards the group of young men. The bald butler's massive frame seemed to fill the room, and the rake's bravado evaporated in an instant. "No need for that," one of them stammered, backing away. "We can find our own way out. Wouldn't want to put your man out?" In a flurry of muttered excuses and nervous laughter, the unwanted guests scrambled for the door. Abigail barely had time to duck out of sight as they rushed past, their earlier bravado replaced by a hasty retreat. As their footsteps faded, Abigail felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mathew had stood his ground, choosing to stay rather than fall back into his old ways. She couldn't help the small smile that tugged at her lips, even as she chided herself for caring so much. Abigail quickly composed herself as Mathew's voice rang out once more. "Henry, would you be so kind as to show the solicitors to the parlour? We'll have brandy and coffee there." "Certainly, Your Grace," Henry replied, his voice taking on a crisp, refined tone that was far from his usual manner. Abigail peered through the crack in the door, watching as Henry transformed before her eyes. His shoulders straightened, his chin lifted, and he suddenly looked every inch the proper footman. It was a startling change from the wiry, mischievous man she knew. "Gentlemen, if you would follow me," Henry intoned, gesturing towards the door with a flourish. As the group of solicitors filed out of the dining room, Abigail hastily stepped back, pressing herself against the wall of the vestibule. Her heart raced as they passed by, mere inches from where she stood. Henry brought up the rear, his nose so high in the air it was a wonder he could see where he was going. As he passed the spot where Abigail hid, his eyes slid sideways, catching her gaze. The corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly, and he somehow managed to lift his nose even higher. Abigail had to clamp a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh. It was all she could do to keep from bursting into giggles at Henry's ridiculous performance. She watched as he led the solicitors down the hall, his exaggerated posture never wavering. Once they were out of sight, Abigail let out a quiet chuckle, shaking her head at Henry's antics. Despite the tension of the evening, she couldn't help but feel a warm fondness for her makeshift staff and their peculiar ways. Abigail hesitated for a moment, then pushed open the dining room door. She expected to find an empty room, but instead the Duke still sat at the head of the table, lost in thought. His eyes were fixed on some distant point, unfocused and clouded. She cleared her throat softly. "Your Grace? I've come to clear the table." Mathew startled, blinking rapidly as if waking from a dream. "Ah, Miss Brown, yes, of course." He made no move to leave, instead running a finger along the rim of his empty wine glass. Abigail began gathering plates, the clink of china filling the silence. She couldn't help but steal glances at the Duke. His brow was furrowed, jaw clenched tight. Something was clearly troubling him. "Are you all right, Your Grace?" she ventured, unable to bear the attention any longer. For a moment she feared she'd overstepped, that he was angry with her impertinence. Her heart raced as she braced herself for his rebuke. But then Mathew stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "No," he said, his voice low and intense. "No, I'm not all right at all." Abigail tensed, unsure of what to expect. But as she looked into his eyes, she saw something she'd never seen there before. A spark of life, of determination. "I'm realizing for the first time that I can do whatever I want," Mathew said, his words gaining momentum. "I don't have to be like my father. I don't have to follow in his footsteps if I choose not to." He began to pace, his movements energetic, almost frantic. Abigail stood frozen, clutching a stack of plates to her chest, mesmerized by the transformation unfolding before her. "All my life, I've been trying to escape his shadow by destroying myself," Mathew said, more to himself than to her. "But I'm only now understanding that I can be my own person. I don't have to ruin myself to set out on my own path." He turned to Abigail, his eyes blazing with newfound purpose. "Do you understand what this means, Miss Brown? I'm free, truly free, for the first time in my life." Abigail felt a surge of emotion she couldn't quite name. Pride? Joy? Whatever it was, it threatened to overwhelm her. She nodded, unable to find words adequate to respond to this revelation. She felt her heart racing as she watched the Duke's transformation. His eyes, once clouded with despair, now shone with a fierce intensity that both thrilled and frightened her. "This is all your fault, Miss Brown," Mathew declared, his voice thick with emotion. "I was perfectly content in my dissolution. I had no cares, no worries, no—" He trailed off, searching for the right word. Abigail held her breath, waiting. "No hopes," he finished, his tone softening. "And now, because of you, I have plans. I have hopes, even." Before Abigail could process his words, Mathew stepped forward and grasped her arms. The stack of plates she'd been holding clattered to the floor, but neither of them paid any attention to the noise. Abigail's eyes widened as she took in the sight before her. The Duke stood tall, his shoulders squared and his head held high. Gone was the slouching, dejected figure she'd grown accustomed to. In his place stood a man transformed, radiating confidence and purpose. If that cutthroat can be a butler, and that bounder you claim is a footman can be a servant in a grand household, then surely I can manage to be my own man, the Duke said, staring into Abigail's face, as if daring her to disagree with him. It was as if she was seeing him for the first time. His jawline seemed sharper, his eyes clearer. Even his posture had changed, making him appear taller and more commanding. Abigail felt her breath catch in her throat as she realised just how striking he truly was. "Your Grace," she whispered, unable to look away from his intense gaze. I don't know what to say." Mathew's grip on her arms tightened slightly, not painfully, but enough to keep her rooted to the spot. "You've awakened something in me, Miss Brown. Something I thought long dead." Abigail's heart fluttered as Mathew grinned at her, his entire face lighting up with a boyish charm she'd never seen before. She couldn't help but return his smile, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. The air between them seemed to crackle with energy, and she became acutely aware of how close they were standing. Feeling suddenly shy, Abigail lowered her gaze. "I hope you don't change entirely, Your Grace," she said softly, surprising herself with her boldness. I rather liked the old Duke, too." Mathew's grin widened, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Fear not, Miss Brown, I haven't completely transformed. In fact," he leaned in conspiratorially, "this business of becoming a better man is quite taxing. I dare say one of your Sally Lunn buns would set me right." Abigail couldn't help but laugh, the tension easing as she shook her head at his playful tone. "Is that so? Well, we can't have you faltering in your noble quest, can we?" With a mock curtsy, she turned and hurried to the sideboard where a covered dish sat. She lifted the lid, revealing a few leftover buns from dinner. Selecting the plumpest one, she presented it to Mathew with a flourish. "Your salvation, Your Grace," she said, her eyes dancing with amusement. Mathew accepted the bun with exaggerated reverence, taking a large bite and closing his eyes in exaggerated bliss. "Perfection," he declared, his voice muffled by the mouthful of bread. Abigail laughed again, marvelling at how natural it felt to share this moment of levity with him. The Duke she'd first met seemed a distant memory now, replaced by this vibrant, charming man before her. As Abigail watched Mathew pat his belly with satisfaction, a contented smile playing on his lips. A warm glow of pride spread through her chest at the sight. She'd always taken pleasure in her cooking, but seeing the Duke's genuine enjoyment of her food stirred something deeper within her. As Mathew turned to leave, he paused, pivoting back to face her. To Abigail's surprise, he gave her a slight bow, his eyes twinkling with appreciation. It was a gesture one might offer to a fellow artist or craftsman, an acknowledgement of her skill and mastery. Abigail felt her cheeks flush at the unexpected recognition. She couldn't help but breathe out a soft laugh as the Duke exited the dining room, his steps lighter than she'd ever seen them. Shaking her head in amusement, Abigail began to gather the remaining dishes. As she worked, her mind wandered to the Viscount and his schemes. Why was he so intent on disgracing Mathew? The Duke she'd come to know over these past weeks was far from the debauched, scheming nobleman the Viscount had described. Instead, she'd found a man of simple tastes and genuine emotions, struggling to find his place in the world. Abigail frowned, her hands slowing as she stacked plates. The more she got to know Mathew, the less sense the Viscount's plot made. What could he possibly gain from ruining such a straightforward man? It wasn't as if the Duke was involved in complex political machinations or held some great secret. Chapter 11. Abigail rose before dawn, her mind already buzzing with plans for the day's meals. She moved quietly through the kitchen, not wanting to wake Rosemary. The poor girl had been up late helping with the clean-up, and Abigail couldn't bring herself to disturb her rest. Tying her bonnet securely under her chin, Abigail grabbed her market basket and headed for the servants' entrance. She pushed open the door, inhaling deeply as the crisp morning air filled her lungs. But as she stepped into the back garden, she froze in surprise. There, standing motionless among the dew-covered plants, was the Duke. His broad shoulders were silhouetted against the pale sky, hands clasped behind his back. He seemed lost in thought, staring at nothing in particular. Abigail hesitated, unsure whether to announce her presence or slip away unnoticed. She'd never seen him up this early, let alone in the garden. As she watched, he shifted slightly, and she caught a glimpse of his profile. His brow was furrowed, his jaw tense. As if sensing her presence, the Duke turned, his face relaxing into a smile when he spotted Abigail. She returned it automatically, warmth spreading through her chest. "Where are you off to so early, Miss Brown?" he asked, his voice still rough with sleep. Abigail adjusted her basket. "To see the cheesemonger, Your Grace. I need to get there before his best wares are picked over." The Duke perked up at the mention of food, his eyes brightening. "Ah, cheese. Excellent idea." Abigail hesitated, then spoke impulsively. "Would you like to come along, Your Grace?" She watched as the Duke's expression shifted, looking for a moment as if he might automatically decline. Abigail held her breath, suddenly aware of how improper her suggestion was. To her surprise, the Duke's face softened. "You know, I think I would. It's been far too long since I've seen London at this hour." Abigail blinked, momentarily stunned. "Are you certain, Your Grace? It's quite early, and the market can be rather boisterous." The Duke chuckled, a low rumble that sent an unexpected shiver down Abigail's spine. "I assure you, Miss Brown, I can handle a bit of noise. Besides, I'm curious to see where you find such delectable ingredients." "Very well," Abigail said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Shall we go, then?" The Duke nodded, falling into step beside her as they made their way out of the garden. Abigail's mind raced, wondering what on earth had possessed her to invite him along. And more puzzling still, why had he agreed? Abigail walked beside the Duke, acutely aware of every passing glance thrown their way. The cobblestones echoed with their mismatched footsteps, his confident strides and her hurried pace. She couldn't help but notice how his shoes gleamed in the early morning light, a stark contrast to her worn leather shoes. The silence between them grew heavy, and Abigail found herself fidgeting with the handle of her market basket. She stole a glance at the Duke, taking in his impeccable attire. His tailored jacket fit him perfectly, emphasizing his broad shoulders. The gold buckles on his shoes caught the light with each step, drawing attention to their odd pairing. Abigail tugged at her plain grey linen dress, suddenly feeling shabby and out of place. Her simple straw bonnet seemed childish compared to the Duke's air of sophistication. She swallowed hard, searching for something to say to ease the tension. "Your Grace," she said, her voice sounding small in the wide street, "I was wondering, where are the solicitors this morning?" The Duke's laugh rang out, startling her. It was a rich, warm sound that drew even more curious looks from passers-by. "Ah, Miss Brown," he said, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. I'm afraid they're still in their beds, sleeping off that decadent dinner you prepared for us last night. I dare say they won't surface until well past noon. Abigail felt a flush of pride at his words, mixed with a twinge of embarrassment. I'm glad it was to their liking, Your Grace. To their liking? The Duke shook his head, still chuckling. My dear Miss Brown, I believe you've ruined them for any other cook's fare. They'll be begging for invitations to dine at my table from now on. Abigail couldn't help but smile at the Duke's praise. His words warmed her more than she cared to admit, and she felt some of the tension ease from her shoulders. As they continued down the street, she found herself sneaking glances at her companion. The Duke's eyes were wide with wonder, taking in the sights and sounds of London as it stirred to life. He paused to watch a group of street sweepers clearing the gutters, his head tilted in fascination. Abigail bit back a chuckle at his childlike curiosity. Your Grace, she said softly, one might think you've never seen London at dawn before. He turned to her, a sheepish grin on his face. I haven't. That is, he amended, I have, but, perhaps not in the clearest state of mind. Abigail nodded, understanding dawning. It's a different world before the fashionable folk emerge, isn't it? The Duke's gaze swept over the bustling market square they'd entered. Vendors called out their wares, the smell of fresh bread and ripe fruit filling the air. A fishmonger tossed a gleaming salmon to his assistant, making the Duke jump slightly. It's so alive, he murmured almost to himself. Abigail felt a sudden surge of affection for this man, who seemed to be seeing his own city with new eyes. She gently touched his arm, steering him towards a stall piled high with wheels of cheese. Come, Your Grace, let me show you where I find those flavours you enjoy so much. Abigail held up a wedge of smoked cheddar, its rich aroma wafting through the air. She watched as the Duke's face lit up, his eyes widening with delight. Here, Your Grace, this one's particularly fine, she said, offering it to him. Notice how the smokiness complements the sharp tang of the cheddar. The Duke leaned in, inhaling deeply. His eyes closed for a moment, savouring the scent. When he opened them again, they sparkled with enthusiasm. It's magnificent, he breathed. I had no idea cheese could smell so complex. Abigail couldn't help but smile at his reaction. She'd never seen him so animated, so genuinely interested in something. It stirred a warmth in her chest that she quickly pushed aside. This is how I choose the cheeses for your table, she explained, gesturing to the various wheels and wedges before them. Each one has its own character, its own purpose in a meal. The Duke nodded, fascinated. And this one? What will you do with it? Abigail paused, considering. She pictured the cheese melting golden and bubbling, its aroma filling the kitchen. I think a white soup, Your Grace, served in small ceramic dishes, with this cheese grated over the top and baked until it forms a perfect crust. The Duke's eyes widened further, and Abigail could almost see him imagining the dish. That sounds absolutely divine, Miss Brown. It's a simple preparation, really, she said, feeling a blush creep up her neck at his praise. But sometimes the simplest dishes can be the most satisfying. I'm beginning to see that, the Duke murmured, his gaze fixed on Abigail, with an intensity that made her breath catch. Abigail hurriedly turned away from the Duke's intense gaze, her eyes landing on a nearby vendor's stall piled high with glistening cherries. Her face lit up, a genuine smile spreading across her features. Oh, cherries! They're my particular favourite, she exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her station. The Duke followed her gaze, his own expression brightening. Are they now? Well, we simply must have some then. Before Abigail could protest, he marched over to the market stall with an air of authority that parted the crowd around him. She couldn't help but laugh as she watched him approach the vendor, his fine clothes a stark contrast to the rough-hewn wooden stall. To her amazement, the Duke began to haggle with the cherry seller. Abigail bit her lip, trying to stifle her amusement. His attire was far too fine to convincingly plead poverty, yet she was surprised to see that this seemed to work in his favour. The vendor, clearly starstruck by the presence of such an esteemed customer, began to stammer and offer increasingly better prices. The Duke's confident demeanour and charming smile had the man practically giving away his wares. Abigail shook her head in disbelief, a warmth spreading through her chest as she watched the scene unfold. She'd never seen this side of the Duke before, playful, engaged, almost boyish in his enthusiasm. It was a far cry from the melancholy, self-destructive man she'd come to know in his home. As the Duke returned, triumphantly bearing a large paper bag filled with cherries, Abigail couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. His blue eyes sparkled with mischief, and a broad grin stretched across his face. "Well, Miss Brown," he said, offering her the bag, "I believe I've secured us quite the bargain." Abigail stared up at the Duke, her eyes wide with admiration. For a moment, she completely forgot her place, swept up in the excitement of their shared adventure. "Your Grace, you're really quite clever," she blurted out, her cheeks flushing as soon as the words left her mouth. "A good deal-maker, far more than anyone would ever guess." The Duke's eyebrows shot up, his mouth dropping open in mock offence. "I say, Miss Brown, are you implying that I typically come across as a dullard?" Abigail's hand flew to her mouth, mortified at her boldness. But as she caught the twinkle in the Duke's eye, she realised he was teasing her. "Not at all, Your Grace," she replied, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "I simply meant that your skills as a negotiator are unexpected." The Duke puffed out his chest, adopting an exaggerated air of wounded dignity. "I'll have you know, Miss Brown, that I am a man of many talents. Negotiating for cherries is but one of my numerous abilities." Abigail couldn't help but laugh at his playful demeanour. It was so different from the brooding, self-destructive man she'd come to know in his home. This version of the Duke was light-hearted, almost boyish in his enthusiasm. "Of course, Your Grace," she said, playing along. "I'm sure your prowess in cherry bartering is known far and wide across London." The Duke's facade cracked, and he let out a hearty laugh that sent warmth spreading through Abigail's chest. She found herself captivated by the way his eyes crinkled at the corners, the genuine mirth lighting up his entire face. Abigail felt her breath catch as the Duke leaned in closer, his head nearly touching hers. The scent of his cologne mingled with the sweet aroma of the cherries, making her feel slightly dizzy. She stood perfectly still, afraid to move lest she break this unexpected moment of intimacy. "You know, Miss Brown," the Duke said, his voice low and conspiratorial, "I've grown quite adept at playing the fool." Abigail blinked, surprised by this sudden confession. "Your Grace!" He nodded, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It's a carefully crafted persona, you see. When everyone expects you to be a bumbling idiot, they never demand anything of merit from you." Abigail felt a pang in her chest at the bitterness underlying his words. She wanted to protest, to tell him that he was capable of so much more, but she held her tongue. "It's quite liberating, really," he said, his blue eyes locked on hers. "I can't disappoint anyone if they never expect anything from me in the first place." As he spoke, Abigail noticed his hand sneaking into the bag of cherries. With a deftness that belied his words, he plucked out a few of the ripe fruits. "And, of course," he added with a mischievous glint in his eye, "it means I can get away with far more than people might expect." He popped a cherry into his mouth, grinning at her as he did so. Abigail found herself torn between amusement at his playfulness and a deep sadness for the man who felt he had to hide behind such a facade. "Here," Abigail said with a moderate sigh, "if you are going to pilfer all of my produce, at least enjoy it properly." She rooted around in her basket, producing a wedge of creamy French cheese. In the shade of one of the tall buildings, she stood near to the Duke and broke off a piece of the cheese. "Have this with one of the cherries. Go on," she encouraged him as he looked at her dubiously. Abigail watched as the Duke followed her instructions, popping a cherry into his mouth along with the small piece of cheese. His eyes widened, a look of pure delight spreading across his face. "Good heavens, Miss Brown," he exclaimed, his voice muffled as he chewed. "This is extraordinary." Abigail couldn't help but smile at his reaction. It warmed her heart to see him so genuinely excited about something as simple as food. "You simply must try this yourself," the Duke insisted, already reaching for another cherry and a bit of cheese. "It wouldn't be fair for me to enjoy such a delicacy alone." Abigail hesitated for a moment, acutely aware of the impropriety of sharing food with her employer in public. But the Duke's enthusiasm was infectious, and she found herself accepting the offered morsels. As she bit into the cherry and cheese, the flavours exploded on her tongue. The sweetness of the fruit melded perfectly with the creamy richness of the cheese, creating a harmony of taste that made her close her eyes in appreciation. When she opened them again, she saw the Duke beaming at her, clearly pleased by her reaction. For a moment, Abigail felt a surge of happiness, caught up in the simple joy of sharing good food with someone who appreciated it. But her contentment was short-lived. Over the Duke's shoulder, she spotted a tall, thin man weaving through the crowd. Her heart leapt into her throat as she mistook him for the Viscount. Panic seized her as she realised how exposed she was, standing here in the open market with the Duke. It took her a moment to realise it wasn't actually the Viscount, just a similar-looking gentleman. But the damage was done. The illusion of safety shattered, leaving Abigail acutely aware of how easily the real Viscount could spot her here, fraternising with the very man she was supposed to be spying on. Abigail's heart raced as she stared at the retreating figure of the man who had so resembled the Viscount. The warmth of the moment she'd been sharing with the Duke vanished, replaced by a cold dread that settled in her stomach. "Miss Brown, are you quite well?" The Duke's concerned voice snapped her back to the present. Abigail looked up at him, her mind whirling. How could she answer? The genuine worry in his eyes made her chest tighten with guilt. Just moments ago, they'd been laughing together, sharing cherries and cheese like old friends. It had been so good, so pure, a rare moment of simple joy in her complicated life. But the spectre of the Viscount and her true purpose here loomed large. Abigail opened her mouth, then closed it again, unable to find the right words. She wanted to reassure the Duke, to recapture that easy companionship they'd stumbled upon. Yet she knew she couldn't. She was here under false pretenses, tasked with gathering information to potentially ruin this man who now looked at her with such kindness. Abigail said, her voice faltering. She glanced around the market, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable. The bustling crowd seemed to press in on her, and she found herself longing for the safety of the kitchen back at the Duke's house. The Duke stepped closer, his brow furrowed with concern. "Miss Brown, you've gone quite pale. Are you feeling ill?" Abigail forced herself to meet his gaze, fighting against the urge to confess everything. The genuine care in his eyes made her resolve waver. For a brief, wild moment, she considered telling him the truth about the Viscount, about her past, about why she was really here. Chapter 12. Mathew watched Abigail out of the corner of his eye as they meandered through the market. Her earlier enthusiasm had vanished, replaced by a pinched expression that worried him. She stumbled slightly, catching herself on a nearby stool. "Abigail," he asked, brow furrowed, "are you unwell?" She shook her head, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm fine, Your Grace. Just a bit overwhelmed is all." Mathew frowned, unconvinced. Her face had gone pale, a sheen of sweat on her forehead despite the cool morning air. He'd seen that look before, usually on his own face after a night of heavy drinking. "Nonsense," he said, surprising himself with the firmness in his voice. "You look ready to faint." Abigail opened her mouth to protest, but Mathew had already taken her by the arm. He guided her gently but insistently toward a low stone wall at the edge of the market square. "Sit," he commanded, helping her ease down onto the rough surface. "Take a moment to catch your breath." She complied, though Mathew could see the reluctance in her eyes. It struck him as odd. He'd never known Abigail to be anything but forthright. What could be troubling her so? "Now then," he said, settling beside her on the wall, "what's really the matter?" Abigail bit her lip, gaze darting around the rapidly filling market. "It's nothing, truly. I'm just a little worn out, I suppose. The preparations for last night, you see. That's all." Mathew felt a pang of guilt twist in his gut as he looked at Abigail's weary face. He'd been so caught up in his own concerns, he'd failed to notice the toll his lifestyle was taking on her. She wasn't just cooking, she'd been running his entire household single-handedly. "I've been a right arse, haven't I?" he muttered more to himself than to her. Abigail's eyes widened. "Your Grace!" Mathew ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. "You've been doing far more than just cooking, Abigail. Managing the house, hiring staff, keeping everything from falling apart." He shook his head, ashamed. "I've taken you for granted." She opened her mouth to protest, but he held up a hand. "No, don't try to spare my feelings. I know I've been difficult." The word felt woefully inadequate. "You've gone above and beyond what any cook should be expected to do." Abigail's shoulders sagged, as if his acknowledgement had lifted a weight she'd been carrying. I didn't mind, truly. Someone had to." "But it shouldn't have been you," Mathew interrupted gently. "I've been selfish, wallowing in my own troubles while piling more work on you." He stood abruptly. "You've not even had time for breakfast, have you?" he demanded. "Well, no, but that's not unusual for," Abigail said with a casual shrug of one shoulder. Mathew scanned the market, taking in the bustling scene with newfound interest. Vendors called out their wares, setting up stalls laden with fresh produce, aromatic spices and tempting pastries. The morning air filled with a medley of scents and sounds that he'd never truly appreciated before. "What looks appetizing to you?" he asked Abigail, genuinely curious about her opinion. She shook her head, dismissing his question. "We're here for supplies, Your Grace, not to indulge." But Mathew caught the fleeting glance she cast toward a nearby stall. An iced cream vendor had just begun churning the chilled cream pail, packed in a large bucket of ice. The vendors always began at the market, buying ingredients for their wares before setting off for the rest of London. The iced cream vendor would do a cracking trade outside the fashionable parks where ladies like to walk in the warm spring sunshine. For a brief moment, Abigail's face softened, a flicker of longing in her eyes before she quickly looked away. Mathew felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. Without a word, he strode purposefully toward the ice cream cart, leaving a startled Abigail in his wake. "Your Grace!" she called after him, her voice a mix of confusion and alarm. "What are you doing?" He ignored her, focused solely on his mission. Reaching the vendor, Mathew pointed to the array of flavours. "2 of your finest, if you please," he said, fishing coins from his pocket. The vendor's eyes widened in surprise at being accosted for iced cream so soon, and at this hour, but he quickly recovered. "If you please, my lord." the vendor said, caught between bowing and simply pulling his forelock. "It needs a few more good turns afore it's ready." The Duke nodded, watching in fascination as the man churned with surprising vigour. After a few minutes, he began scooping the iced cream into delicate glass dishes with a fat dollop of barberry jam. Mathew turned back to Abigail, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. She sat rooted to the spot, her expression a blend of disbelief and something he couldn't quite name. Was it amusement? "Come now," he called, gesturing at her with one of the dishes. "Can't let it melt, can we?" Mathew couldn't help but grin at Abigail's reaction as she took a tentative bite of the iced cream. Her eyes widened, the tension melting from her features. A soft laugh escaped her lips, the sound like music to his ears. "Well?" he prompted, his heart fluttering at the delight playing across her face. "Is it good?" Abigail nodded, still savouring the sweet confection. "Oh, it's heavenly," she breathed, licking a stray drip from her lips. "Like eating frozen sunlight." Mathew felt his cheeks flush, warmed by her unrestrained enjoyment of such a simple pleasure. For too long, life had been a hedonistic blur of leaping from one excess to the next until he could scarcely breathe. But here, in this moment, surrounded by the vibrant energy of the market and the radiant smile on Abigail's face, he felt truly alive. While Abigail savoured her iced cream, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Her unrestrained delight was infectious, and he found himself chuckling softly. "I take it you've never had ice cream before?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Abigail shook her head, her eyes still wide with wonder. "No, Your Grace, it's not... Well, it's not for servants to eat something so decadent." Mathew's amusement faded, replaced by a twinge of guilt. He stared at her, really seeing her for the first time. Here was a woman who worked tirelessly, day in and day out, to keep his household running smoothly. She poured her heart and soul into every meal she prepared, yet she'd never tasted something as simple as iced cream. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. How many other small pleasures had been denied to her? How many other hard-working people went without these little joys that he took for granted? That's not right," he muttered, more to himself than to Abigail. She looked up at him, confusion clouding her features. "Your Grace?" Mathew shook his head, struggling to articulate the sudden surge of emotions coursing through him. "It's not right that you've never had this before. That something so simple, so inconsequential to me would be out of reach for you." Abigail's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. "It's just the way things are, Your Grace. I don't expect—" "But you should," Mathew interrupted, surprising himself with the vehemence in his voice. "You work harder than anyone I know. You deserve far more than just iced cream." Mathew watched Abigail, captivated by the play of emotions across her face. Her gentle smile broke through his reverie. "Your Grace, your iced cream is melting," she said softly. Mathew blinked, suddenly aware of the soup that his treat was quickly becoming. He quickly began to eat, savouring the interplay of flavours as the tart barberry jam mingled with the rich cream. As he ate, he couldn't help but steal glances at Abigail. She took another bite, her brow furrowing slightly as she gazed off into the distance. Something about her pensive expression tugged at Mathew's curiosity. "What are you thinking of?" he asked, surprising himself with his interest. Abigail's head snapped up, her eyes wide with shock. What?" Mathew tilted his head, confused by her reaction. "I asked what you were thinking about. You looked deep in thought." Abigail's cheeks flushed pink, and she lowered her gaze to the half-eaten iced cream in her hands. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. It's just... no one's ever asked me that before." Her words hit Mathew like a punch to the gut. He stared at her, truly seeing her for the first time. How was it possible that no one had ever cared enough to ask about her thoughts? This woman who worked tirelessly, who had breathed life back into his miserable existence. How could she have been so overlooked? "Well, I'm asking now," Mathew said gently, willing her to meet his eyes. "What's on your mind, Abigail?" A mischievous glint sparked in Abigail's eyes. Her lips curled into a playful smile, and he found himself leaning forward, eager to hear what she'd say next. "Well, Your Grace," she began, her voice low and conspiratorial, "I was just considering how I might improve upon this recipe." Mathew's eyebrows shot up, his interest piqued. "Improve it? How so?" he asked, unable to contain his enthusiasm. The thought of Abigail working her culinary magic on this already delightful treat sent a thrill through him. Abigail paused, her brow furrowing in concentration. Mathew held his breath, captivated by the intensity of her focus. After a moment, her face lit up with inspiration. "I top it with the violet honey I made," she declared, her eyes dancing with excitement, "and perhaps a sprinkling of crushed sea salt for contrast." Mathew stared at her, then back down at his own rapidly melting ice cream. The combination sounded utterly divine, a perfect balance of sweet and savoury that he could almost taste. A grin spread across his face as he looked back up at Abigail. "That sounds absolutely marvellous," he said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "Do you think... well, would it be possible for you to make some soon?" Abigail considered for a moment. "Well, it would require a delivery of ice, and quite a bit of manual labour." Mathew's heart sank as Abigail explained the complexities involved in making the ice cream. He'd been so caught up in the moment, imagining the delightful treat she could create, that he'd forgotten the realities of her already overwhelming workload. Of course," he said, trying to mask his disappointment. "I hadn't considered... well, perhaps another time when things are less hectic." He felt a gentle nudge against his arm and looked up to find Abigail smiling at him, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Don't lose heart, Your Grace," she said, her voice warm and reassuring. "I'll recruit Virgil to help me. Between the two of us, we should be able to manage it." Mathew's spirits lifted at her words. "Virgil? Well, I suppose he certainly has the muscles for it," he chuckled, picturing the imposing butler churning ice cream. Abigail's grin widened. "Oh, he'll be thrilled. Virgil may look intimidating, but he secretly has quite the sweet tooth." Mathew blinked in surprise, trying to reconcile the image of the stern-faced butler with a fondness for sweets. It was just another reminder of how little he truly knew about the people who kept his household running. "I had no idea," he admitted, shaking his head in wonder. "Is there anything else about my staff that might surprise me?" Abigail's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, Your Grace, you have no idea. But perhaps that's a conversation for another time. We should finish our shopping before the best produce is gone." As they stood to continue their market expedition, Mathew found himself looking at Abigail with newfound appreciation. Not only was she an exceptional cook, but she seemed to have a genuine understanding and affection for the rest of the staff. It made him wonder what other hidden depths she might possess. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mathew watched in fascination as Abigail navigated the bustling market with practiced ease. Her eyes darted from stall to stall, assessing produce with a critical eye he'd never possessed. She hefted melons, sniffed herbs, and haggled with vendors like a seasoned pro.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"This one," she declared, selecting a plump chicken. "The flesh is firm and it's got just the right amount of fat." Mathew nodded, pretending to understand. In truth, he was mesmerised by her expertise. He'd never given much thought to where his food came from or how it was chosen. Watching Abigail work was like observing a master artist select their paints. As they made their way through the crowded lanes, Mathew found himself peppering Abigail with questions. What made this cut of meat superior to that one? How could she tell when fruit was at its peak ripeness? She answered each query patiently, her face lighting up as she shared her knowledge. Before long, the basket was overflowing with an array of vibrant produce, aromatic spices and choice cuts of meat. Mathew insisted on carrying the heaviest items, ignoring Abigail's protests. "I'm not completely useless," he quipped, hefting a sack of potatoes over his shoulder. As they began their journey home, a comfortable silence fell between them. Mathew found his mind wandering, recalling the way Abigail's eyes had sparkled as she spoke about her craft. It struck him that he knew so little about her life outside the kitchen. "Abigail," he said, surprising himself with the question that tumbled from his lips, "would you tell me about your mother?" Mathew watched as Abigail's steps faltered, her eyes widening in surprise at his question. He felt a sudden pang of regret, worried he'd overstepped some invisible boundary. "I'm sorry," he hurried to explain, adjusting the sack of potatoes on his shoulder. Well, you mentioned she taught you to cook, but watching you today, it's clear she imparted far more than just culinary skills." Abigail's pace slowed, her gaze distant as she considered his words. Mathew held his breath, afraid he'd upset her. But then a soft smile spread across her face, warming her eyes. "My mother," she began, her voice tender, "is the kindest, most patient woman I've ever known. She could make a feast from scraps and always has a kind word for everyone, no matter how trying the circumstances." Abigail chuckled a little. "Of course, she also wouldn't hesitate to wield her wooden spoon with impunity on uppity serving boys either." Mathew listened, captivated, as Abigail spoke of her mother's resourcefulness, of their years working together when Abigail was just a girl. He found himself picturing an older version of Abigail, with the same warm eyes and gentle smile, presiding over a fine kitchen with little Abigail absorbing it all. "She taught me that food is more than just sustenance," Abigail continued, her voice taking on a wistful quality. "It's a way to show care, to bring people together. She always said that a well-prepared meal could mend hearts and bridge divides." As they walked, Mathew found himself hanging on Abigail's every word, eager to learn more about the woman who had shaped her into the remarkable person she was today. "You are very close to her," Mathew said, less of a question and more of a statement of fact. "I am," Abigail said, her eyes and expression still warm. "You don't get to see her much. Working, as you do, I mean," the Duke said, his brow creasing a little. It never occurred to him that his servants might have families, people they loved that they were kept from by their duties. "No," Abigail agreed, "but I know she's well, and my work keeps her in fine fiddle." Mathew's heart warmed as he listened to Abigail speak about her mother with such love and admiration. Her eyes shone with affection, and he found himself envying the bond they shared. But then Abigail turned to him, her expression still soft and open. "What about your mother, Your Grace? What was she like?" The question hit Mathew like a blow to the chest. The warmth he'd been feeling evaporated instantly, replaced by a familiar icy dread. His throat constricted and he felt his hands begin to tremble. "I have no intention of discussing that," he said, his voice coming out harsher than he'd meant it to. "Especially not with you." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mathew regretted them. He saw the hurt flash across Abigail's face, quickly replaced by a mask of professional detachment. He hadn't meant to be so rude, but the mere mention of his mother sent him spiralling back into memories he'd spent years trying to bury. He opened his mouth to explain, but found that he simply could not. No doubt Abigail assumed he meant someone of her station, but that wasn't it at all. He couldn't bring himself to sully such a beautiful day, spent in the company of someone with such a generous heart, by talking of something so heartbreaking. Mathew looked away, focusing on the cobblestones beneath his feet as they walked. From the corner of his eye, he could see that Abigail's expression was blank, but for the flinty look in her eyes. Still, there was something in the set of her jaw that told him that she was hard at work thinking on something. As Mathew trudged alongside Abigail, the weight of his harsh words hung heavy between them. The comfortable camaraderie they'd shared at the market had evaporated, replaced by a tense silence that gnawed at his insides. As they approached his townhouse, he instinctively veered towards the servants' entrance, desperate to cling to the easy familiarity they'd shared earlier. "Your Grace?" Abigail's voice cut through his thoughts, sharp and formal. He turned to find her regarding him with a carefully blank expression. "I believe you'll find the main entrance more suitable." Mathew felt his face flush with shame. "Abigail, She cut him off with a curt shake of her head. "You've lowered yourself on my account enough for one day. I have no interest in humiliating you further." Her words stung, all the more painful for the truth they held. Mathew opened his mouth to protest, to explain, but the words died on his tongue. How could he possibly make her understand when he barely understood himself? He watched helplessly as Abigail strode towards the servants' entrance, her back ramrod straight, her steps purposeful. The easy grace with which she'd moved through the market was gone, replaced by a rigid formality that made his chest ache. Mathew stood frozen, the sack of potatoes suddenly feeling like a crushing weight on his shoulder. He longed to call out to her, to bridge the chasm that had opened between them, but he didn't know how. The warmth and connection they'd shared seemed like a distant dream now, shattered by his own thoughtless words. With a sigh, he turned the corner and set the potatoes down gingerly, as if they were precious diamonds, just out of sight of the street. With a heavy heart, Mathew trudged up the steps to the main entrance. As he reached for the door, he caught a glimpse of Abigail disappearing into the kitchen. The sight of her retreating form filled him with an overwhelming sense of loss and regret. Chapter 13. Abigail's hands moved mechanically as she kneaded the dough, her mind far from the task at hand. The kitchen was quiet, save for the soft thud of her palms against the floury surface. She'd sent the scullery maid to bed hours ago, preferring the solitude. The Duke's harsh words echoed in her ears, stinging anew with each repetition. His face had clouded over so quickly, like a summer storm rolling in. One moment they'd been sharing ice cream and laughter. The next, a wall had slammed down between them. She punched the dough with more force than necessary, flour puffing up in a small cloud. His parents. That had to be the key. The Viscount's eagerness for information, the Duke's reticence, it all pointed to some dark secret involving his family. Abigail's fingers slowed, guilt gnawing at her insides. She'd grown fond of the Duke despite her best efforts. His childlike wonder at the market, his genuine appreciation for her cooking. It was becoming harder to see him as just another mark. She shaped the dough into rolls, her movements precise and practiced. As she worked, she found herself wondering about the Duke's childhood. What could have happened to make him clam up so completely? She thought of her own complicated relationship with her father, the pain of rejection. The oven door creaked as she slid the tray inside. Abigail straightened, wiping her hands on her apron. She was torn between her duty to the Viscount and her growing affection for the Duke. For the first time, she questioned whether she truly wanted to uncover whatever secret he was hiding. If it was dire enough to provoke such a reaction, it may well have been better off dead and buried. The quiet of the kitchen was suddenly broken by a sharp rap at the servants' entrance. She froze, her heart leaping into her throat. Who could be calling at this hour? The Duke was upstairs, likely sleeping off his sour mood. The rest of the household had long since retired. Another knock, more insistent this time. Abigail's eyes darted to the heavy rolling pin on the counter. She grabbed it, its weight reassuring in her hands as she crept towards the door. Visions of cutthroats and thieves flashed through her mind. This part of London might have been populated by the good and rich of society, but crime still happened, especially after dark. She pressed her ear to the door, straining to hear any telltale sounds. "Hello?" a young voice called out. "Anyone there?" Abigail hesitated, then cautiously cracked open the door, keeping the rolling pin at the ready. She peered out into the gloom. Relief washed over her as she saw a scrawny boy, no more than 12 or 13, standing on the step. He wore a leather satchel over his shoulder, looking up at her with wide eyes. Abigail's grip on the rolling pin loosened as she recognised the young messenger. She set the makeshift weapon aside, opening the door wider. "I've a letter for you, miss," the boy said, fishing inside his satchel. Abigail's brow furrowed. Who would be sending her correspondence at this hour? She reached out, taking the proffered envelope. "Thank you," she murmured, but the boy was already darting away, eager to complete his rounds. Abigail closed the door, turning the letter over in her hands. Her breath caught as she recognised the distinctive wax seal. The Viscount. Her stomach churned with a mixture of dread and resignation. She broke the seal with trembling fingers, unfolding the crisp paper. The Viscount's elegant script sprawled across the page, each word feeling like a noose tightening around her neck. Abigail's eyes darted over the contents, her heart sinking further with each line. The Viscount was growing impatient. He demanded results, threatening to end their productive arrangement if she failed to produce the information he sought. She leaned against the kitchen table, suddenly feeling weak. The letter crumpled in her fist as she fought back tears of frustration. How had she let herself get into this mess? The Viscount's hold over her felt suffocating, trapping her between her growing affection for the Duke and the threat of exposure. More than that, it wasn't simply herself she was putting at risk. Others depended on her. Nevertheless, the Viscount's words were clear. She had 1 week to uncover the Duke's secrets or face the consequences. Abigail straightened the letter, folded it with shaking hands and tucked it into her pocket. The weight of it pressed against her thigh, a constant reminder of the Viscount's demands. She needed to clear her head, to escape the suffocating walls of the kitchen and the Duke's house. The kitchen garden called to her. It was a mess, long neglected before her arrival, but she'd been slowly coaxing it back to life. There was something soothing about the simple act of pulling weeds and tending to the earth. Grabbing a lantern from its hook by the door, Abigail slipped outside. The cool night air caressed her flushed cheeks as she made her way to the garden plot. The flame inside the lantern flickered, casting dancing shadows across the overgrown beds. She stood at the edge of the garden, surveying the tangled mass of weeds and struggling vegetables. In the dim light, it was hard to distinguish friend from foe, but Abigail's practiced eye could make out the telltale signs of unwanted growth. The letter seemed to burn in her pocket as she knelt down, setting the lantern beside her. She ran her fingers through the soil, feeling the difference between the soft leaves of herbs and the prickly stems of thistles. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Abigail's fingers had just grazed a stubborn weed when a voice pierced the silence. "Hello!" She clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling a scream. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she whirled around, nearly knocking over the lantern. The Duke sat on an overturned barrel, barely visible in the shadows. His broad frame was hunched, hands clasped between his knees. In the flickering light, his expression was a mixture of contrition and uncertainty. "Your Grace," Abigail gasped, struggling to catch her breath. I didn't see you there." "I'm sorry," he said, his voice low and rough. "I didn't mean to startle you." Abigail's pulse gradually slowed, though her nerves still jangled. She hadn't expected anyone to be out here, least of all the Duke. The letter from the Viscount seemed to weigh even heavier in her pocket. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, then winced at her own boldness. "If you don't mind me asking, that is." The Duke shifted on his makeshift seat, looking almost sheepish. "Hiding, I suppose," he admitted. "I used to frequently hide in the kitchens or the gardens as a boy." Abigail's hand instinctively brushed against her pocket, feeling the weight of the Viscount's letter. Guilt gnawed at her insides as she forced a concerned expression onto her face. She hated herself for the deception, but the words slipped out anyway. "I understand," she said softly. "The kitchen always felt like a refuge to me as well." She hesitated, then pressed on, hating herself with each word. "But what could you possibly have to hide from, Your Grace? Who would dare to hurt a Duke's son?" The Duke's eyes met hers, and Abigail's breath caught in her throat. There was such raw pain in his gaze that she almost recoiled. For a moment, she thought he might not answer, but then he spoke. His voice strangled and tight. "My father," he said flatly. "I suppose I never really grew out of hiding from him. I tried everything to put distance between us, and even when he died, I was so afraid of becoming him that I was hell-bent on ruining myself." The Duke stood abruptly, catching Abigail by surprise. "It has recently occurred to me that I can be a different sort of Duke. He was one way, and I can make my own way. If I want to have a pirate for a butler, then I shall. If I wish to employ a cook with ideas above her station," he said with an amused glitter in his eyes, "then I shall. I was born in his shadow, but I don't have to live that way." Abigail stared at the Duke, her heart pounding. He'd stepped closer, his vulnerability and steely determination palpable in the dim light of the garden. The weight of the Viscount's letter still pressed against her thigh, a constant reminder of her mission. She knew this was her chance. The Duke was open, raw. A few well-placed questions could unravel the mystery the Viscount so desperately sought. But as she looked into Mathew's eyes, something inside her shifted. The words died on her tongue. She couldn't do it. Whatever secrets lay buried in the Duke's past, they weren't hers to unearth and sell to the highest bidder. "Your Grace," she said, her voice soft in the dark. But she had no idea how to actually finish that statement. The Duke's expression softened, and Abigail felt a flutter in her chest that had nothing to do with guilt or fear. He seemed to understand what she was attempting to say, what she was feeling. She realised with a start that she cared for this man, not as a mark, not as her employer, but as Mathew. The realisation terrified her. She'd spent years building walls around her heart, protecting herself from the pain of attachment, especially from men like the Duke. She'd learned long ago that they weren't to be trusted. But somehow, this infuriating, charming, broken man had slipped past her defences. Abigail took a step back, suddenly overwhelmed. "I should tend to the garden." Abigail turned back to the garden, her heart racing. She could feel the Duke's presence behind her, a palpable weight in the night air. She knelt down, focusing on the task at hand, trying to ignore the tumult of emotions swirling inside her. But as she reached for a stubborn weed, she found herself glancing over her shoulder. The Duke still stood there, tension radiating from his broad frame. His eyes met hers, and she saw a flicker of something, loneliness perhaps, that made her breath catch. Before she could think better of it, Abigail heard herself say, "Would you like to help, Your Grace?" The Duke blinked, surprise evident on his face. For a moment, Abigail feared she'd overstepped. But then his expression softened and he nodded. "I'd like that," he said quietly, moving to kneel beside her. Abigail's pulse quickened as the Duke settled next to her, his large frame dwarfing her own. She could feel the heat radiating from his body, his thigh pressing close to hers in the cramped space between garden rows. She swallowed hard, trying to focus on the task at hand. "Here," she said, her voice sounding strangely breathless to her own ears. "Watch how I do it. You want to grip the weed close to the base and pull straight up." She demonstrated, acutely aware of the Duke's eyes on her hands. When he reached out to try himself, his shoulder brushed against hers, sending a shiver down her spine. Abigail bit her lip, grateful for the darkness that hid her flushed cheeks. As they worked side by side, their hands occasionally met in the soil. Each accidental touch sent a jolt through Abigail, her skin tingling where his fingers had grazed hers. She found herself stealing glances at the Duke's profile, illuminated by the soft glow of the lantern. When their hands collided once more, neither pulled away immediately. Abigail's breath caught in her throat as she looked up, meeting the Duke's intense gaze. Her cheeks burned, and she silently thanked the cover of night that hid her reaction. The world beyond the little circle of light thrown out by the lantern ceased to exist. Abigail's heart raced as she stared into the Duke's eyes, their hands still touching in the cool soil. The air between them seemed to crackle with unspoken tension. She couldn't look away, mesmerized by the intensity of his gaze. "What would it take?" the Duke asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper, "for something beautiful to grow here?" Abigail's breath caught in her throat. She suspected he wasn't simply talking about the plants in the garden. The double meaning hung heavy in the air, charged with possibility. She swallowed hard, carefully considering her response. "It takes a great deal of care," she answered, her voice cracking slightly, "and it must be tended to carefully with patience and dedication." The Duke nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving hers. Abigail's pulse quickened as he leaned in slightly. Was he going to kiss her? The thought both thrilled and terrified her. She found herself frozen in place, unable to move or even breathe. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the moment. Abigail jumped up with a startled gasp, her heart pounding for an entirely different reason now. The sound had come from the alleyway behind the walled garden, likely a stray cat knocking something over. Abigail's heart raced as she studied her feet, brushing dirt from her hands. The spell of the moment was broken, leaving her flustered and off balance. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Grace," she said hurriedly, avoiding his gaze. "But I'm afraid I must return to the kitchen. I have bread in the oven that needs tending." Without waiting for a response, Abigail turned and fled towards the house. She could feel the Duke's eyes on her back as she retreated, but she didn't dare look back. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment and something else she didn't want to name. Once inside the kitchen, Abigail made straight for the wash basin. She plunged her hands into the cold water, splashing it on her face in an attempt to cool her flushed skin. The shock of it helped clear her head, but did little to calm the turmoil in her chest. "You foolish girl," she muttered to herself, gripping the edge of the basin. "What were you thinking?" Abigail closed her eyes, taking deep breaths to steady herself. She'd let her guard down, allowed herself to be swept up in a moment of weakness. It was dangerous, reckless even. She couldn't afford to forget her place or the precarious nature of her position. The Viscount's letter seemed to burn in her pocket, a stark reminder of the risks she faced. If he discovered her growing attachment to the Duke, Abigail shuddered at the thought. She was walking a knife's edge, and one misstep could spell disaster. Chapter 14. Mathew slouched in his leather armchair, eyeing the stack of letters Virgil had neatly arranged on his desk. He sighed, reaching for the first envelope. The paper felt crisp between his fingers as he tore it open. "Your Grace, we've missed your company at the club." He rolled his eyes. another one from Lord Ashbury, no doubt fishing for an invitation to his next soirée. He tossed it aside and grabbed the next. Lady Windermere's flowing script filled the page. "My dear Duke, I do hope you're in good health. Your absence from our little gatherings has been most noted." Mathew snorted. "Little gatherings," he muttered, more like vultures circling for the latest gossip. Letter after letter echoed the same sentiments. Where had he been? Was he unwell? When would he grace them with his presence again? He leaned back, rubbing his temples. The truth was, he hadn't given a damn about any of it lately. The endless cycle of parties, gambling, and drunken revelry had lost its luster. He frowned, realizing how much he'd withdrawn from society. Mathew paused as he opened the next letter, his eyes widening slightly. Lady Hartley's elegant script inquired about his annual All Hallows Eve ball. He'd completely forgotten about the tradition. For a moment, he considered dismissing the idea outright. The thought of hosting another raucous party filled with simpering socialites and scheming fortune hunters made his stomach churn. But then, unbidden, an image of Abigail's face flashed through his mind. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she described a new dish she wanted to try. Mathew leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers on the armrest. Perhaps a ball wouldn't be so terrible. It could be different this year. He imagined the delectable spread Abigail might create, the genuine warmth she'd bring to the occasion. "Virgil?" he called out. The butler appeared silently in the doorway. "Yes, Your Grace?" "I think we'll host the All Hallows Eve ball after all. Could you inform Miss Abigail? I'd like her input on the menu." Virgil's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded. "Of course, Your Grace. I am sure she'll be most pleased to assist." As Virgil departed, Mathew found himself smiling. The prospect of planning the event with Abigail suddenly made it seem far more appealing. He could already picture her bustling about the kitchen, concocting new recipes and fussing over every detail. It struck him how much he'd changed in such a short time. The old Mathew would have seen the ball as just another excuse for debauchery. Now, he found himself looking forward to it for entirely different reasons. Mathew looked up as Abigail entered the library, her apron still dusted with flour. He set aside the invitation he'd been drafting and gestured for her to take a seat. "Miss Brown, I've been considering something," he said, watching her face carefully. "I'd like to host my traditional All Hallows Eve masquerade ball this year." Abigail's eyes widened, her mouth falling open slightly. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace, but are you having a jape at my expense?" Mathew chuckled, shaking his head. "I assure you, I'm completely serious." Abigail's brow furrowed and she leaned forward in her chair. "But, Your Grace, it simply can't be done. We can't even run the house properly day to day with the limited staff we have on hand." Mathew felt a twinge of disappointment at her reaction, though he understood her concern. He'd grown accustomed to Abigail's practicality, but part of him had hoped she'd share his excitement. Mathew changed tactics, giving Abigail a sympathetic look. "I understand completely, Miss Brown. It was too much to ask of you. I can see how it might be overwhelming to handle such a grand event with our limited resources." He watched her carefully, noting the slight tightening of her jaw. "Perhaps I overestimated what could be accomplished. If it's too much for you to manage, we can simply forego the ball this year." Abigail's eyes narrowed just as he'd hoped. She straightened her spine, chin lifting defiantly. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace, but I never said it couldn't be done." Mathew fought to keep his expression neutral, suppressing a smile. "Oh? But you seemed quite certain it was impossible just a moment ago." Abigail tossed her head, a determined glint in her eye. "I merely pointed out the challenges, Your Grace. I assure you I'm more than capable of rising to the occasion." Are you certain? Mathew pressed, feigning doubt. It's quite all right if you'd rather not take on such a monumental task. Your Grace, Abigail said, her voice crisp with resolve, I can assure you that I will have it all in hand. The All Hallows Eve ball will be a resounding success, limited staff or no. Mathew allowed himself a small smile, pleased that his gambit had worked. Well then, Miss Brown, I look forward to seeing what you can accomplish. In the next few minutes, Mathew watched in awe as Abigail transformed into a whirlwind of efficiency. She'd taken to planning the All Hallows Eve ball with a fervour he'd never seen before, and he found himself utterly delighted by her passion. Your Grace, I have drafted a menu for your approval, Abigail said, handing him a sheet of paper covered in her neat script. Mathew's eyes widened as he scanned the list. Miss Brown, I trust your judgment in this. You may cook whatever you deem best. A faint blush coloured Abigail's cheeks and her eyes widened. Are you sure, Your Grace? Of course, Mathew said, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. I can't wait to see our guests' reactions. A pause. I should warn you that there is a rumour that the Regent himself may make an appearance. The Prince? Abigail blurted, her blue eyes rounding with surprise. The same, the Duke confirmed. He's rather fond of all culinary delights, so do whatever it takes to impress him. Something the two of you have in common, I think, Abigail said, gently teasing the Duke as she eyed his soft middle. The Duke laughed. Perhaps, he allowed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As the days passed, Mathew found himself increasingly involved in the preparations. He hired a string quintet for the dancing, and some other entertainment sure to delight the ton. He also brought on extra staff to help with the event. To his amazement, Abigail took charge of the new hires with the authority of a seasoned general. You there! Abigail's voice rang out across the kitchen. Those silver platters need polishing until I can see my reflection in them. And you, mind those pies don't burn. Mathew leaned against the doorframe, watching as Abigail directed the kitchen staff with precision and grace. She moved from station to station, tasting sauces, adjusting seasonings, and offering words of encouragement or correction as needed. Miss Brown, he called out, unable to hide his admiration. You're quite the taskmaster. I dare say you've missed your calling as a gunnery captain. Abigail turned, wiping her hands on her apron. Someone has to keep this lot in line, Your Grace. We can't have your ball being anything less than perfect. Mathew felt a warmth spread through his chest at her words. The way she said your ball made it feel like a shared endeavour, something they were creating together. Mathew watched as Abigail wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed from the heat of the kitchen and the exertion of her work. A wayward lock of dark auburn hair threatened to escape from beneath her cap, and Mathew found his eyes drawn to it. Without thinking, he leaned in closer. Miss Brown, he said, his voice low and intimate, would you do me the honour of attending the ball with me tomorrow night? As soon as the words left his mouth, Mathew felt a jolt of surprise at his own boldness. He hadn't planned to ask her, hadn't even considered it until that very moment. But now that he had, he realised how much he wanted her there, by his side. Abigail stared at him, her blue eyes wide with shock. For a moment, Mathew dared to hope, but then she shook her head, a small, rueful smile on her lips. No, Your Grace, she said softly. Of course not. I have to supervise the kitchen. Mathew felt a pang of disappointment, sharper than he'd expected. He opened his mouth to argue, to insist that surely someone else could manage for one evening. But as he looked around at the bustling kitchen, at the countless tasks that required Abigail's expert touch, he knew she was right. Still, he couldn't quite let it go. Perhaps, just for a dance or two, he suggested, hating how plaintive his voice sounded. Abigail's expression softened, and for a moment Mathew thought she might relent, but then she shook her head again, more firmly this time. "I'm sorry, Your Grace," she said, "but my place is here in the kitchen. The ball's success depends on it." Mathew's heart raced as he stepped in front of Abigail, blocking her path. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Her eyes widened in surprise, and he found himself momentarily lost in their blue depths. "Miss Brown," he said, his voice low and earnest, "I understand your dedication to the kitchen, truly I do. But I've arranged some special entertainment for the evening, and I'd very much like for you to see it." Abigail's brow furrowed, a mix of curiosity and hesitation playing across her features. Mathew pressed on, seizing the moment. "It's to be a surprise, you see. Something quite spectacular, I assure you. Couldn't you spare just a few moments, towards the end of the evening, just to have a look?" He watched as Abigail bit her lower lip, clearly torn. The sight sent an unexpected jolt through him, and he found himself holding his breath. "I don't even have anything to wear, Your Grace," she said slowly, exhaling through her nose. "As much as it might surprise you to learn, most cooks don't keep a wardrobe of silk dresses at their disposal." Mathew refused to be deterred. A sudden spark of inspiration hit him, and he grinned. "Come as you are, Miss Brown," he said, gesturing to her cook's attire. "It's a masquerade, after all. Everyone will be in costume." Abigail gave him a dour look, her eyebrows raised skeptically. But Mathew noticed she didn't outright refuse. His heart quickened at the possibility. "Your Grace, I really must get back to work," Abigail said, ducking around him with practiced ease. "These sugar sculptures won't make themselves—" Mathew watched her retreat, feeling a mix of disappointment and hope. She hadn't said no, not explicitly, at least. He clung to that sliver of possibility, imagining Abigail appearing at the ball in her cook's uniform, a simple mask obscuring her features. As he left the kitchen, Mathew found himself on pins and needles. Would she be bold enough to accept his invitation? The uncertainty was maddening, yet thrilling. He'd never felt this way about a ball before, never cared so much about one person's attendance. He wandered back to his study, unable to focus on anything else. The image of Abigail at the ball, her eyes sparkling above her mask, kept intruding on his thoughts. Mathew realised, with a start, how much he wanted her there, not just as his cook, but as something more. Chapter 15. Abigail wiped the sweat from her brow, leaving a streak of flour across her forehead. The kitchen bustled with frantic energy as she orchestrated the final preparations for the Duke's masquerade ball. Never in her life had she worked so hard, and the results were nothing short of spectacular. Roasted meats piled high on silver platters, their succulent aromas filling the air. Wheels of cheese, carefully selected from the finest dairies, stood proudly alongside hothouse fruits that glistened like jewels. Abigail's eyes darted from one creation to the next, ensuring every detail was perfect. Her fingers ached from hours of delicate work on the pastries and petit fours. Each one was a miniature work of art decorated with painstaking precision. Fruits nestled in candied sauces, their vibrant colours a feast for the eyes as much as the palate. The centrepiece of the feast, a roasted peacock, drew gasps from even the most seasoned kitchen staff. Abigail had artfully arranged its magnificent feathers around the bird, creating a breathtaking display of culinary showmanship. Sugar sculptures of famous Greek landmarks stood proudly amidst the feast, their delicate structures a testament to Abigail's skill and patience. She held her breath as she passed them, fearing a stray elbow might topple hours of work. But it was the moulded jellies that truly set her heart racing. They jiggled and glistened in the kitchen's warm light, their intricate shapes and vivid colours captivating all who saw them. Abigail couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as she gazed upon her creations. As the last dishes were arranged, Abigail exhaled slowly, realizing she'd been holding her breath. The kitchen had fallen silent, everyone pausing to admire the fruits of their labour. For a moment, she allowed herself to bask in the accomplishment before the reality of the long night ahead came crashing back. There were still endless quantities of punch to make, to say nothing of the lemonade for the ladies and trays full of glasses of champagne. Abigail sighed, resigned to the work. Her hands now moved mechanically, ladling punch into crystal bowls, her mind elsewhere. The Duke's invitation echoed in her ears, tempting and dangerous all at once. She glanced at the temporary kitchen staff, bustling about with practiced efficiency. They hardly needed her oversight anymore. Her gaze drifted to the small window high on the kitchen wall. Beyond it, she knew, lay a world of glittering masks and swirling gowns, a world she'd only ever glimpsed from the shadows. Abigail's heart quickened. She remembered. She had a dress, didn't she? Hidden away in the depths of her trunk, wrapped carefully in brown paper. The Viscount had given it to her for one of her many disguises, a lifetime ago. She'd never worn it, not really. It was too fine, too delicate for her rough hands and practical life. But tonight... She shook her head, trying to dispel the foolish notion. She was a cook, nothing more. What business did she have mingling with the ton? And yet the Duke had asked her, invited her even. Abigail's fingers twitched, longing to feel the silk of that gown. She imagined how it might look in the candlelight, how it might feel to twirl across a polished floor. The thought both thrilled and terrified her. She glanced at the clock. There were still hours before the ball would wind down. Plenty of time to change her mind 12 times over. Plenty of time to remember her place, to recall the Viscount's stern warnings and expectations. But as she turned back to her work, Abigail couldn't quite shake the image of herself, masked and mysterious, stepping into a world she'd only ever watched from afar. Abigail felt a prickle on the back of her neck and looked up from the punch bowl. Her eyes met Rosemary's across the kitchen. The young maid didn't speak, but her gaze was intense, almost urging. With a quick jerk of her head, Rosemary motioned toward the stairs. Abigail's heart leapt. It was all the encouragement she needed. Without a word, she set down the ladle and untied her apron. She cast a quick glance around the kitchen, but the staff were all occupied with their tasks. No one seemed to notice as she slipped away. Her feet barely touched the worn steps of the servants' staircase as she raced up to her small room. The excitement bubbling in her chest made her feel light, almost giddy. It had been so long since she'd felt this way, like a girl sneaking off to her first country dance. Abigail's hands trembled as she opened her trunk, pushing aside her few belongings until her fingers brushed against the brown paper package. She pulled it out, carefully unwrapping the delicate fabric within. The dress unfurled like a flower, its deep blue silk shimmering in the dim light of her room. Abigail ran her fingers over the intricate beadwork at the neckline, marvelling at its beauty. For a moment, she hesitated. Was she really going to do this? But the memory of the Duke's invitation, the warmth in his eyes when he'd asked her to come, spurred her on. Quickly, she shed her work clothes and slipped into the gown. The cool silk slid against her skin like a sigh. Abigail's fingers hesitated over her own hair, still mussed and damp from the kitchen's heat. She longed to style it properly, but she had neither the time nor skill. With a resigned sigh, she reached for one of her wigs, a brassy blonde confection piled high with curls. It wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. She settled the wig carefully on her head, adjusting it until it felt secure. Her heart pounded as she crept down the servants' stairs, wincing at every creak of the old wood. The kitchen sounds grew louder as she descended, and she paused at the bottom, listening intently. When she was certain no one was near, she slipped out into the hallway. Abigail had barely taken 2 steps when a tall figure loomed before her, She stifled a gasp, recognizing Virgil's imposing form. The butler stood silently, his face impassive as he regarded her. In his hands, he held a tray laden with an assortment of masks. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Abigail's heart raced, silently praying that he wouldn't give her away. But Virgil's expression never changed as he wordlessly extended the tray toward her. Abigail's fingers trembled as she selected a delicate silver mask from Virgil's tray. She secured it quickly, grateful for the anonymity it provided. With a nod of thanks to the butler, she took a deep breath and stepped into the grand hallway. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The sounds of the party washed over her, laughter, music, and the clinking of glasses. Abigail's heart raced as she approached the ballroom entrance. She hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself and slipped inside. The sight took her breath away. Candlelight glittered off jewels and polished floors. Masked figures twirled and swayed to the music, their elaborate costumes a riot of colour and texture. Abigail felt small and out of place, despite her fine gown. She moved cautiously through the crowd, her eyes darting around in search of the Duke. As she wove between clusters of guests, snippets of conversation caught her ear. "Have you tried the roast peacock? Absolutely divine. I've never tasted jellies like these before. How do they get them so clear? The pastries are exquisite. Look at this crust, so light a breeze might blow it away. I must find out who the Duke's new cook is." A warm glow of pride spread through Abigail's chest. Her creations were the talk of the party. She couldn't help but smile behind her mask, savouring the praise she rarely got to hear directly. As she passed a group of ladies fanning themselves, one exclaimed, "I swear, this punch must be magical. I've never tasted its equal." Another replied, "Everything is superb. The Duke has outdone himself this time." Abigail's smile widened. She'd poured her heart and soul into this feast, and hearing the guests' delight made every moment of hard work worthwhile. Then she found a quiet corner near a large potted plant, grateful for its partial concealment. Her heart raced as she observed the swirling crowd, still amazed at her own daring. The music and laughter washed over her, a stark contrast to the familiar clamour of the kitchen below. As she stood there, trying to calm her nerves, a tall figure approached. Abigail's breath caught in her throat as she recognised Benedict, the Duke's rakish friend. His blonde hair gleamed in the candlelight, and his mask did little to hide his handsome features. His eyes locked onto hers, glittering like a wolf's. "Good evening, fair lady," Benedict purred, bowing slightly. "Might I have the pleasure of your name?" Abigail's mind raced. She couldn't risk speaking and giving herself away. Instead, she lifted her chin haughtily and gave him a cold stare through her mask. Undeterred, Benedict pressed on. "Come now, surely a beauty such as yourself has a melodious voice to match? Or perhaps you're playing coy?" Abigail turned her head away, pointedly ignoring him. She could see Benedict's charming smile falter from the corner of her eye. "Not even a dance?" he asked, a hint of desperation creeping into his tone. "I assure you, I'm quite light on my feet." Still, Abigail remained silent, her posture rigid and uninviting. She waved a dismissive hand, as if shooing away an annoying insect. Benedict's face quirked a little behind his mask, as if confused by the very notion that someone would want to refuse him. Abigail had to bite her lip to keep from laughing, as he looked nothing so much like a dog attempting to understand when a human is speaking to it. He retreated into the crowd, looking rather deflated. As soon as he was out of sight, Abigail had to bite her lip to keep from laughing out loud. The idea of her, a mere cook, dismissing the advances of an Earl was absurd. She felt a mixture of guilt and amusement at Benedict's crestfallen expression. If only he knew who he'd been trying to charm. And then... Abigail's heart skipped a beat as she spotted the Duke standing not far from her. Even in this sea of masked revellers, he was unmistakable. His massive frame towered over the other guests, reminding her of a bear surrounded by yapping lapdogs. The comparison made her lips twitch with amusement. Taking a deep breath, Abigail gathered her courage. She smoothed her hands over her gown and adjusted her mask, then began to make her way towards him. The crowd seemed to part before her, or perhaps it was just her imagination. Either way, she found herself standing beside the Duke before she quite knew what to do next. He hadn't noticed her yet, his attention caught by something across the room. Abigail took a moment to study him, admiring the way his broad shoulders filled out his costume. She cleared her throat softly, and when he turned, she offered him a coy smile. "Good evening, Your Grace," she murmured, pitching her voice lower than usual. "I couldn't help but notice you standing here all alone." The Duke's eyes widened behind his mask, and Abigail felt a thrill of satisfaction. He didn't recognise her. "Good evening," he replied, his voice a deep rumble that sent a shiver down her spine. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, my lady. Might I know your name?" Abigail's smile widened. "Now, where would be the fun in that?" she teased. "Isn't the mystery half the charm of a masquerade?" The Duke chuckled, a warm sound that made Abigail's stomach flutter. "Indeed, it is. Though I must say, your charm needs no mystery to enhance it." Abigail felt her cheeks warm at the compliment. This was a side of the Duke she'd never seen before. Charming, flirtatious. It was intriguing. "You flatter me, Your Grace," she said, fanning herself lightly. "Tell me, are you enjoying the festivities?" The Duke's smile didn't quite reach his eyes as he replied, "Yes, of course. It's a splendid affair." Abigail noticed his gaze darting around the room, as if searching for someone. She felt a pang of curiosity, wondering who he might be looking for. Perhaps another lady had caught his eye. Determined to recapture his attention, Abigail said, "The food is particularly exquisite this evening. Your cook must be quite talented." At this, the Duke's expression brightened considerably. "Indeed she is," he said, his voice warm with pride. "I've never tasted her equal." Abigail's heart swelled at the compliment. Even if he didn't know it was her he was praising. She felt a sudden urge to reveal herself, but resisted. Instead, she turned towards one of the laden tables nearby. "Speaking of which," she said, sauntering over to the display of desserts, "these look absolutely divine." She selected a vanilla petit four, adorned with a perfectly sliced strawberry and a sprinkling of almond flakes. It was one of her own creations, and she knew exactly how delectable it would be. Turning back to face the Duke, Abigail brought the small cake to her lips. She took a bite, savouring the flavours she had so carefully crafted. The sweetness of the vanilla, the tartness of the strawberry, and the crunch of the almonds melded perfectly on her tongue. Abigail allowed herself a small, satisfied moan, closing her eyes briefly as she enjoyed the taste. When she opened them again, she found the Duke watching her intently, his earlier distraction forgotten. She finished the petit four slowly, licking a stray crumb from her lip. The Duke's gaze followed the movement, and Abigail felt a thrill of excitement course through her. This was a dangerous game she was playing, but in that moment, she couldn't bring herself to care. But now Abigail's heart raced as she watched the Duke's expression change. His eyes widened behind his mask, and a slow smile spread across his face. He recognised her. "Abigail," he murmured, his voice low and filled with wonder. "Is that really you?" She nodded, suddenly feeling shy under his intense gaze. The Duke's eyes roamed over her, taking in the elegant gown and lingering on the blonde wig perched atop her head. His brow furrowed slightly, and Abigail could see the question forming on his lips. But before he could speak, a harried-looking footman appeared at his elbow. "Your Grace," the man said, bowing slightly. "I hate to interrupt, but there's a matter concerning the special entertainment that requires your immediate attention." The Duke's face fell, his eyes darting between Abigail and the waiting footman. She could see the reluctance in his expression, the way his body seemed to lean towards her even as duty called him away. He said, then sighed. "I'll be right there." He turned back to Abigail, his eyes pleading, "Don't go anywhere. Please, I'll be back as soon as I can." Abigail nodded, not trusting herself to speak, lest the servant recognise her. She watched as the Duke allowed himself to be led away, his broad shoulders tense beneath his fine coat. He glanced back at her once, twice, before disappearing into the crowd. A fond smile played at Abigail's lips as she watched him go. She'd never seen him look so conflicted before. It was endearing, really, how eager he seemed to return to her side. For a moment, she allowed herself to bask in the warmth of his attention. As she was lost in her reverie about the Duke, a strong hand suddenly clamped around her wrist. She gasped, startled out of her pleasant thoughts, and instinctively tried to pull her arm free. Her eyes darted up to see a tall, thin man in a skull mask looming over her. "Enjoying your foolish assignation?" The man's voice was low and menacing, barely audible over the music and chatter of the party. Abigail stared at him, her heart pounding. Through the eye holes of the mask, she caught a glimpse of cold grey eyes. With a jolt of recognition and fear, she realised it was the Viscount. "My lord," she whispered, her voice trembling. I don't know what you mean." The Viscount's grip tightened and Abigail winced. She glanced around frantically, hoping to catch someone's eye, but the other guests seemed oblivious to her distress. "Don't play coy with me," he hissed. "I saw you with the Duke. Have you forgotten our arrangement?" Abigail's mind raced. How much had he seen? How long had he been watching her? She tried to keep her voice steady as she replied, "Of course not, my lord. I was merely gathering information, as you asked." The Viscount's laugh was cold and humourless. "Is that what you call it? You looked rather cosy for a simple information gathering." Abigail felt a chill run down her spine. She knew she was treading on dangerous ground. The Viscount's grip on her wrist was like iron, and she could feel the threat behind his words. And then the Viscount pulled her forcefully onto the dance floor, making her heart race. She stumbled slightly, her legs shaky beneath her as they joined the other couples forming lines for the next set. The music swelled, and Abigail felt panic rising in her chest. She had never learned these dances properly, having usually only observed them from the kitchens or servants' quarters. As the dance began, Abigail struggled to follow the steps. She watched the other ladies intently, trying to mimic their movements, but her nerves made her clumsy. She bumped into another dancer, mumbling an apology as she tried to regain her footing. The Viscount's grip on her hand was still painfully tight as they circled each other. When they came face to face again, he leaned in close, his breath hot against her ear. "I've had enough of your stalling," he hissed. "This little charade of yours has gone on long enough." Abigail's stomach churned with fear. She opened her mouth to respond, but the dance pulled them apart before she could form the words. As they wove between the other couples, Abigail's mind raced. If the Viscount followed through on his threats, it would be the end of her. She could never hope to work in a house of any quality ever again. She stumbled again, earning a glare from her partner. When they came together once more, the Viscount's eyes glittered dangerously behind his mask. "I could expose you right now, you know," he threatened, his voice low and menacing. "Imagine what all of London would say if they knew the truth about you." Abigail felt the blood drain from her face. She glanced around frantically, suddenly aware of how many eyes were upon them. The crowded ballroom, which had seemed so magical just moments ago, now felt suffocating. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the music. "Not here, not now." But the Viscount's cruel smile told her he had no intention of showing mercy. Abigail's heart pounded as she met the Viscount's cold gaze. His words cut through her like a knife, each syllable dripping with malice. "Tell me, my dear," he sneered, "do you think the Duke will be quite so enchanted with you once he knows the truth?" A chill ran down Abigail's spine. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes searching the crowded ballroom. There, at the edge of the dance floor, stood the Duke. His massive frame was unmistakable, even among the sea of costumed revellers. He was watching her, his gaze intense and unwavering. Abigail's stomach twisted into knots. In that moment, she realised how much she had come to care for the Duke. The thought of losing him forever made her chest ache with a pain she hadn't expected. She turned back to the Viscount, her eyes pleading. "Please," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the music, "don't do this." "Oh, but I think I must. You've forgotten your place, Abigail. It's time you were reminded of it." Abigail's mind raced, searching desperately for a way out of this nightmare. She knew that if the Viscount denounced her here and now, everything would be lost. The Duke would never look at her the same way again. The life she had built, the respect she had earned, all of it would crumble to dust. As they twirled across the dance floor, Abigail caught another glimpse of the Duke. He was still watching her, his brow furrowed slightly as if sensing something amiss. She longed to break away, to run to him and explain everything before it was too late. But the Viscount's iron grip held her firmly in place, a cruel reminder of the precarious position she was in. Abigail's heart raced as she watched the Viscount inhale deeply, his chest expanding as if he were about to make a loud proclamation. Panic seized her, and she blurted out, "Wait!" The Viscount paused, his eyes narrowing behind his mask. "What is it?" he hissed. I have something for you, after all," Abigail said, her voice trembling. She swallowed hard, her mind racing to come up with something, anything, to placate him. "The Duke, he refuses to speak about his mother. I suspect there was some sort of tragedy there." The Viscount's grip on her hand loosened slightly. His interest piqued. "Go on," he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Abigail took a shaky breath. "He becomes very upset whenever she's mentioned. It's clear there's something he's hiding." The Viscount was silent for a moment, considering her words. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. "Interesting," he mused. "There were some rather scandalous rumours at the time of her death. Perhaps there's more to it than we thought." Relief flooded through Abigail, but it was short-lived. The Viscount's eyes hardened as he looked at her again. "You've bought yourself some time, my dear," he said, his voice cold. "But not much. I expect something more concrete. And soon. If you don't deliver, you're through. Do you understand?" Abigail nodded, her throat too tight to speak. When she thought that she could bear it no longer, the Duke appeared at her elbow. She could feel him before she saw him, his presence like a shield. Abigail's heart leapt with relief as she heard the Duke's deep voice behind her. "May I cut in?" he asked, though his tone made it clear it wasn't really a question. Before the Viscount could respond, the Duke had smoothly inserted himself between them, taking Abigail's hand in his own. She felt herself relax instantly, the warmth of his touch chasing away the chill left by the Viscount's threats. As they began to move together, Abigail felt the full weight of what had just happened crash over her. She blinked rapidly, fighting back tears of relief and fear. She was grateful for the mask that hid most of her face, allowing her a moment to compose herself. "Are you all right?" the Duke asked softly, his blue eyes searching hers with concern. "Did that man Upset you? Abigail shook her head, not trusting her voice just yet. She forced a smile, hoping it looked more convincing than it felt. The Duke's brow furrowed for a moment before his expression lightened. "Ah, I see," he said, a mischievous glint in his eye. "It must be my abysmal dancing skills that have you so distressed. I do apologise." A surprised laugh bubbled up from Abigail's chest. Genuine this time. "Oh no, Your Grace," she said, her voice steadier than she'd expected. "I assure you you're no worse than I am. We must make quite the spectacle together." The Duke grinned, pulling her a little closer as they continued to move across the dance floor. "Well then," he said, "perhaps we should give them something to really talk about." Abigail's heart raced as the Duke twirled her one last time, bringing their dance to an end. She found herself breathless, not from the exertion, but from the intensity of his gaze. As they parted, a hush fell over the ballroom. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice announced, "prepare yourselves for a spectacle unlike any other." The room dimmed as servants snuffed out many of the candles, leaving only a soft, mysterious glow. Abigail's eyes widened as a group of Chinese acrobats emerged, their colourful costumes shimmering in the low light. They began their performance, twirling plates atop long sticks with the impossible grace. Suddenly, brilliant sparklers ignited, casting dazzling light across the room. Abigail gasped in wonder, her eyes fixed on the mesmerising display. She'd never seen anything so magical in all her life. The acrobats moved with fluid precision, their bodies bending and twisting in ways she couldn't fathom. As the crowd oohed and ahed appreciatively, Abigail turned, expecting to see the Duke equally enthralled by the performance. Instead, she found him looking directly at her, his eyes alight with reflected sparkles. Abigail's breath caught in her throat. The Duke's handsome face, partially obscured by his mask, was open and filled with an open delight. His gaze held such warmth, such genuine affection, that it made her heart ache. In that moment, as the sparklers cast their ethereal glow, Abigail saw not just the Duke, but Mathew, a kind, passionate man who had shown her more consideration than she'd ever known. A pang of guilt twisted in her stomach. How could she even consider betraying him? The thought of causing him pain, of seeing that warmth in his eyes turn to hurt and betrayal, was almost unbearable. Abigail swallowed hard, torn between her growing feelings for the Duke and the dark secret she carried. And then she felt a warm flutter in her chest as the Duke's gloved hand enveloped hers. Even through the fabric, she could sense the strength in his grip, gentle yet reassuring. She allowed herself a small smile, hidden behind her mask, as they stood together in the dimly lit ballroom. The acrobats finished their mesmerising performance with a flourish, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Abigail longed to join in, but was reluctant to let go of the Duke's comforting touch. As the applause died down, Abigail's keen ears picked up on a shift in the atmosphere. Years of working for the Viscount had honed her ability to sense when gossip was afoot. She watched as heads bent together, whispers passing from one guest to another like a ripple across a pond. Instinctively, Abigail's hand tightened around the Duke's. Something was wrong. She could feel it in the air, see it in the furtive glances being cast their way. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and Abigail strained to catch snippets of conversation. Her blood ran cold as she pieced together the rumour spreading through the crowd. The Prince Regent refused to come, said he'd rather stay in than be seen at this party. Abigail's heart sank. She knew how much this masquerade meant to the Duke, how he'd thrown himself into planning every detail, and now, to have the Prince Regent so publicly snub the event, it was a devastating blow. She glanced up at the Duke, wondering if he'd heard the whispers yet. His face remained impassive behind his mask, but Abigail could sense the tension building in his broad shoulders. And she was right. The sparkle that had been in his eyes moments ago vanished, replaced by a look of confusion and hurt. She could see the exact moment when he realised something was terribly wrong. The ballroom, which had been filled with laughter and music just moments before, now hummed with hushed whispers and furtive glances. Guests began to edge towards the exits, their excitement replaced by an almost palpable desire to be anywhere else. To be seen at a party deemed a resounding failure by such a high status and public snubbing was unacceptable. The Duke's eyes met Abigail's, and she felt a pang in her chest at the silent plea she saw there. He needed to go, to find out what had happened, to try and salvage what he could of this disastrous evening. Abigail gave him a small nod, understanding without words. As he strode away, his broad shoulders tense under his elaborate costume, Abigail felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had a sinking suspicion that she knew exactly what had transpired. The Viscount's threats echoed in her mind, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow engineered this humiliation. Abigail watched as the last of the guests hurried out, leaving behind a wake of discarded masks and half-empty glasses. The once magical ballroom now seemed hollow and sad, like a dream that had shattered upon waking. She longed to go after the Duke, to offer some words of comfort or support. But she knew her place, and, more importantly, she knew that her presence might only complicate matters further. So she stood there, alone in the emptying room, her heart heavy with secrets and regret. Chapter 16. Abigail stood in the kitchen, her hands mechanically kneading dough, but her mind was far away. The Duke's footsteps echoed through the house, pacing back and forth in his study. She winced at each heavy tread, imagining his furrowed brow and clenched jaw. The disastrous end to the masquerade hung over the house like a dark cloud. Abigail's stomach churned with guilt and worry. She'd never seen the Duke so withdrawn, so defeated. It pained her to think she might have played a part in his misery. She shaped the dough into rolls, her movements automatic after years of practice. But for once, her heart wasn't in her work. Her thoughts kept drifting to the Viscount's threats, to her mother's comfortable life that depended on Abigail's cooperation. What should she do? The question plagued her, unfamiliar and unsettling. Abigail was used to having a plan, to knowing her next move. But now she felt adrift, torn between her growing affection for the Duke and her fear of the Viscount's retribution. She placed the rolls in the oven, then leaned against the counter, closing her eyes. The warmth of the kitchen usually comforted her, but today it felt stifling. She longed to go to the Duke, to offer some word of comfort or reassurance. But what could she say? How could she ease his worries when she was the very cause of them? Abigail sighed, wiping her hands on her apron as she glanced around the now empty kitchen. The temporary staff had been dismissed, leaving an eerie quiet in their wake. She startled at the sound of Henry's voice, not realising he was there. "Someone needs to figure out what's going on," Henry said, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. "There's obviously something afoot." Abigail's stomach twisted. She knew all too well what was afoot, but admitting it would mean revealing her own deception. "What do you mean?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Henry's gaze shifted to her, his expression unreadable. The Regent's snub, the Duke's mood. It's not right. Someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. Abigail busied herself with cleaning the countertop, avoiding Henry's eyes. "And what does that have to do with me?" "You should look into it," Henry said simply. She spun to face him, exasperated. "Why me? I'm just the cook, Henry." A knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Because the Duke likes you, Abigail. He trusts you." Heat crept up her neck at his words. She thought of the Duke's smile when he tasted her food, the way his eyes had lit up at the market. "Leave off," she muttered, but her protest lacked conviction. Henry shrugged, pushing away from the table. "Just think about it. You're in a unique position to help him." Abigail watched him go, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She couldn't deny the truth in Henry's words, but the thought of digging deeper into the Duke's troubles filled her with dread. How could she help him when she was part of the problem? She leaned against the counter, closing her eyes. The weight of her secrets pressed down on her, heavier than ever before. Methodically, she took some leftover partridge and began slicing the breast thinly. She placed this on some thin slices of bread with a soft cheese and cucumbers, topping it with some homemade mustard. Abigail stared at the tray of sandwiches she'd prepared, her fingers tracing the edge of the silver platter. The Duke hadn't rung for food all day, and worry gnawed at her. She couldn't bear the thought of him brooding alone, his stomach as empty as his spirits. With a determined nod, she lifted the tray and made her way upstairs. The house felt cavernous and eerily quiet, her footsteps echoing in the halls. She checked the study first, then the drawing room, frowning when she found them both empty. A flicker of movement caught her eye as she passed the library. Abigail paused, peering through the partially open door. The room was dim, heavy curtains drawn against the afternoon light. She blinked, trying to make sense of the strange, looming shapes within. As her eyes adjusted, she realized the furniture was draped in white sheets. The covered forms stood like silent sentinels in the gloom, reminding her of the ghosts from childhood stories. A shiver ran down her spine. "Your Grace!" she called softly, stepping into the room. A rustling sound came from the far corner, and Abigail's heart leapt. She made her way carefully between the shrouded furniture, balancing the tray carefully. She found the Duke huddled in an armchair, their only piece not covered. He didn't bother to look up as she approached, his jaw resting on one propped-up fist. "I've brought you something to eat, Your Grace," Abigail said, setting the tray on a nearby table. "You need to keep your strength up." The Duke's gaze drifted to the sandwiches, but he made no move to take one. "Thank you, Miss Brown," he said softly. Gradually, he unfolded from his tense posture, his eyes glancing appreciatively up at Abigail as he spotted the food. Abigail's chest tightened at the defeat in his tone. She wanted to reach out to offer some comfort, but she held back. Instead, she gestured to the room around them. "Why is everything covered, Your Grace?" He shrugged listlessly. "It was like this when I inherited the place. Never saw the need to change it." Abigail smirked, trying to lighten the mood. "I suppose this room doesn't see many guests, then?" She waited for the Duke to rise to her bait, to spar with her as he often did, but he only shrugged, his gaze distant. Abigail's smile faded, worry gnawing at her insides. Changing tack, she stepped closer to the armchair. "What's really bothering you, Your Grace? Surely you can't be upset that the Regent snubbed you?" She paused, studying his face. "I never took you for someone who cared what others thought." The Duke's eyes flickered to her face, a hint of surprise in his expression. Abigail held her breath, hoping she hadn't overstepped. But she couldn't bear to see him like this, so withdrawn and unlike himself. "It's not about the Regent," he said finally, his voice low. He trailed off, shaking his head. Abigail waited, her heart pounding. She wanted to reach out to offer some comfort, but she held back. The Duke had never been so open with her before, and she feared any movement might break the spell. He looked up at her, his eyes haunted. "It seems I can't escape my father's shadow no matter what I do." Abigail's chest tightened at the pain in his voice. She understood all too well the weight of a parent's legacy, the struggle to forge one's own path. Without thinking, she reached out, her hand hovering near his shoulder before she caught herself and pulled back, caught between her instinct to comfort and her awareness of their positions. The Duke's eyes flickered to her outstretched arm, and he sighed heavily. "Sit with me, Miss Brown," he said, gesturing to a nearby chair. Abigail's eyes widened. "Your Grace, I couldn't possibly. It wouldn't be proper." The Duke rolled his eyes, a hint of his usual spirit returning. "Do you really think that matters now?" Hesitantly, Abigail perched on the edge of the chair, her back ramrod straight. She watched as the Duke took a bite of one of the sandwiches, humming appreciatively at the taste. Then he fixed her with a stare so intense it made her breath catch in her throat. "I retain my position only because the Regent allows it," he said, his voice low and weighted with meaning. Abigail's heart skipped a beat. This was it, the moment she'd both longed for and dreaded. The truth was about to be revealed, and she wasn't sure she was ready for it. Abigail's heart raced as she perched on the edge of the chair, her eyes fixed on the Duke. His intense gaze made her feel exposed, as if he could see right through her carefully constructed facade. "I'm tired of half-truths and hiding the truth from someone so honest," the Duke said, his words sending a jolt of guilt through Abigail's body. Her stomach clenched, and she fought to keep her expression neutral. A bitter laugh escaped the Duke's lips. "Perhaps confession would be good for me. If my family had been a little more honest and forthright, I wouldn't be in this position in the first place." Abigail's fingers twisted in her lap as she waited, torn between her desire to hear the truth and her fear of what it might mean for her own secrets. The Duke took a deep breath, his shoulders squaring as if preparing for battle. "My father," he began, his voice low and strained, "was disgraced terribly. The only thing that saved him from being disgraced or even executed was the fact that he died." Abigail's eyes widened at this revelation. She'd known there was some dark secret in the Duke's past, but this was beyond anything she'd imagined. The weight of her own deception pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. The Duke's gaze dropped to his hands, which were clenched tightly in his lap. "It's a miracle I retained my title at all. The only reason I did was because..." Abigail held her breath as the Duke hesitated, his brow creasing and his mouth twisting bitterly. She could see the internal struggle playing out across his face, and her heart ached for him. "The only reason I was able to keep my title," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper, "was because I did everything in my power to appear to be nothing more than a foolish rake." Abigail's eyes widened at this confession. She'd always assumed the Duke's reputation was genuine, but now she saw it in a new light. The pieces began to fall into place, and she felt a surge of admiration for the man before her. "The Queen and the Regent never viewed me as a threat," he continued, his gaze fixed on some distant point. "I made sure of it. I did all I could to be everything my father wasn't." Abigail's mind raced, recalling all the times she'd seen the Duke act carelessly or dismissively about his responsibilities. She'd thought him irresponsible, but now she realised it had all been a carefully crafted act. "I never even touched most of my inheritance," the Duke said, his voice heavy with regret. "I didn't take an interest in my holdings because I didn't want it to seem like I was trying to gather power." Abigail's heart clenched at the pain in his voice. She understood now the weight he'd been carrying all these years, the constant performance he'd had to maintain. It was a lonely existence, she realised, and her respect for the Duke grew immensely. Abigail's heart raced as she processed the Duke's words. Her fingers dug into the arms of her chair, knuckles turning white as she fought to maintain her composure. The Duke laughed, a hollow sound that sent a chill down her spine. The Regent let my family's sordid deeds pass, but now it seems that someone at court has been gathering a rival faction. They're starting to kick that hornet's nest again. His eyes met hers, filled with a resignation she'd never seen in him before. I fear my family's secret will be exposed, and I'll end up paying the price for it. Abigail's stomach churned with guilt. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Her throat felt tight, constricted by the weight of her own secrets. She had never imagined her actions could have such detrimental consequences. When she'd agreed to spy for the Viscount, it had seemed like a simple exchange of information. But now, faced with the reality of what her actions might lead to, she felt sick. Her mind raced, trying to find a way out of this mess. She wanted to confess, to warn the Duke of the danger he was in. But fear held her back. Fear for her mother. Fear of the Viscount's retribution. Abigail's hands trembled as she smoothed her apron, desperately trying to maintain some semblance of control. She could feel panic rising in her chest, threatening to overwhelm her. Her mind whirled, struggling to process everything the Duke had revealed. Her heart ached for him, even guilt gnawed at her insides. She took a deep breath, steeling herself to ask the question that had been nagging at her. "Your Grace," she said hesitantly, "if you care so little about being a duke, why does it matter if you lose the position?" The Duke stared at her, his expression a mix of disbelief and something else she couldn't quite place. For a moment, Abigail feared she'd overstepped, but she held his gaze, waiting. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and raw. "It matters, because being a duke is all that I have." He paused, a bitter smile twisting his lips. That and a massive appetite. Abigail's brow furrowed, not quite understanding. The Duke must have seen her confusion, for he continued, his words coming faster now. "I've never been allowed to excel at anything, Miss Brown. Not too good, not too smart, not too powerful. My title is all of that remains." His eyes, usually so full of mirth or indifference, now held a pain that made Abigail's chest tighten. "I've never even been allowed to have love from anyone in my whole life." The raw honesty in his voice struck Abigail like a physical blow. She saw the Duke in a new light, understanding for the first time the depths of his loneliness and the weight of his false family's guilt he'd been carrying all these years. She couldn't speak. She just watched as the Duke sighed heavily, reaching for another sandwich. His fingers trembled slightly as he lifted it to his mouth, and her heart ached at the sight. "What sort of woman would even want to marry a man like me?" he asked, his voice laden with a raw honesty. "A wastrel who's only allowed to love food?" The words tumbled from Abigail's lips before she could stop them. "I'd marry a man like you in a trice." As soon as the words left her mouth, Abigail felt her face flush hot with embarrassment. She wished desperately that she could snatch them back, stuff them down her throat where they'd never see the light of day again. The Duke froze, sandwich halfway to his mouth. He turned to look at her, his eyes wide with surprise. It was as if he was seeing her for the first time all over again, his gaze sweeping over her face with an intensity that made her skin prickle. Abigail's heart pounded in her chest, so loud she was sure the Duke must be able to hear it. She couldn't bear to meet his eyes, afraid of what she might see there. Shock, disgust, or worse, pity. I should go," she muttered, stumbling to her feet. Her legs felt weak beneath her, and she gripped the back of the chair to steady herself. "The kitchen. I need to—" Without finishing her sentence, Abigail turned and fled from the room. She didn't dare look back, afraid of what she might see on the Duke's face. Her cheeks burned with shame as she hurried down the hallway, her footsteps echoing in the empty house. She burst Chapter 17. Mathew paced the dimly lit corridors of his London home, his footsteps echoing through the empty halls. Sleep eluded him, his mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts and emotions. The regent's snub, the looming threat of scandal or worse, and Abigail's unexpected confession swirled in his head like a maelstrom. He paused by a window, gazing out at the moonlit garden. His eyes fell on the patch of earth where he and Abigail had worked side by side. The memory of her hands in the soil, her face flushed with exertion, stirred something within him. "What woman would marry someone like me?" he'd asked. "I would," she'd blurted. The words replayed in his mind over and over. He'd stared at her, stunned. It was as if all his life everyone had explained to him what a sunset was, but now he was able to see it for himself, for the first time. Before he could react, she'd fled. Mathew ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. What would it be like, he wondered, to shed the weight of his title? To live as a simple working man with Abigail by his side? He closed his eyes, picturing a modest cottage, a small garden bursting with vegetables. In this fantasy, he rose early, heading to an honest day's work. No scandals to fear, no rivals plotting his downfall, just the satisfaction of a job well done, and returning home to Abigail. He imagined her in the kitchen, flour on her cheek, that mischievous glint in her eye as she taught him to appreciate the finer points of cooking. No servants, no pretences, just the two of them, building a life together, savouring each moment like one of her exquisite dishes. The simplicity of it all was intoxicating. No more sleepless nights worrying about court intrigues or his family's dark past. No more drowning his fears in excess and debauchery. Just a predictable, honest life filled with small joys and shared laughter. Mathew's chest tightened. Was such a life even possible for someone like him? Could he truly walk away from everything he'd ever known? He sighed, pushing the daydream away. He knew he had other things to worry about. The weight of his title, the looming scandal, the regent's snub, all of it pressed down on him like a physical force. He resumed his restless pacing, trying to shake off the lingering thoughts of that simple life with Abigail. As he wandered the halls, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, catching his attention. Without conscious thought, he found himself following his nose. The scent led him, as he knew it would, to the kitchen. He paused in the doorway, taking in the scene before him. Abigail stood just outside the kitchen, her face flushed and hair escaping from her white cap. She was struggling with a heavy oak barrel, attempting to lift it onto a few neatly stacked bricks. The barrel was clearly too cumbersome for her, and she muttered under her breath as she fought with it. "Come on, you blasted thing," she growled, her voice strained with effort. Mathew felt a smile tugging at his lips as he watched her. There was something endearing about her determination, the way she refused to give up, even when faced with a task beyond her strength. Abigail gave the barrel another heave, her face screwed up in concentration. "Bloody hell!" she hissed as it slipped from her grasp, nearly crushing her toes. Mathew's smile widened. He'd never heard a lady swear like that before, and coming from Abigail, it was oddly charming. He stepped forward, his presence startling Abigail. Without a word, he grasped the barrel and lifted it effortlessly, placing it atop the bricks. The ease with which he handled the weight surprised even himself. Abigail gaped at him, her mouth hanging open in astonishment. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of the ton out for a night of revelry. "Thank you," Abigail finally managed, her voice a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. Mathew nodded, suddenly aware of how close they were standing. He could smell the faint scent of herbs and spices that clung to her clothes. "What are you doing out here at this hour?" he asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Abigail's eyes lit up. her earlier discomfort forgotten. "I'm setting up a smoker," she explained, her enthusiasm evident, "for making smoked fish and bacon. We won't have to order it in." Mathew raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. He'd never given much thought to how his food was prepared, but Abigail's passion was infectious. "Would you like to see?" she asked, gesturing to the barrel. Mathew nodded, leaning forward to peer inside. The interior was fitted with wooden rods, clearly designed to hang food from. He sniffed, the barrel smelling oddly familiar. "Is that whiskey?" he asked. Abigail beamed at him proudly. "It is," she said. "That will add more flavour." Mathew tilted his head at Abigail. He found himself oddly fascinated by the ingenuity of it all. "This is impressive," he admitted, surprised by his own interest. He glanced at Abigail, seeing her in a new light. Her knowledge and skill went far beyond what he'd imagined, and he felt a twinge of shame for his previous dismissive attitude towards the servant's work. But now he watched, fascinated, as Abigail suddenly seemed to remember their earlier encounter. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned back to her work, avoiding his gaze. He found himself oddly disappointed by her retreat. The barrel now rested securely atop the stack of bricks, and Mathew noticed a pile of wood shavings underneath it. Abigail knelt down, carefully arranging the shavings with a precision that spoke of years of practice. Her movements were swift and sure, her focus intense. Mathew couldn't help but admire her dedication. He'd never paid much attention to how things were done in his household, but watching Abigail work was oddly captivating. There was an art to it, he realised, a skill he'd never appreciated before. Abigail rose and disappeared into the kitchen. Mathew heard the clang of metal and the crackle of flames. Curiosity piqued, he peered through the doorway, catching sight of Abigail reaching into the blazing oven. His heart leapt into his throat. "Abigail! What are you—" But she was already turning, a pair of tongs gripped firmly in her hands. In their grasp, a horseshoe glowed an angry red, radiating heat. "Make way, Your Grace!" Abigail called out, her voice urgent. Mathew stumbled back, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste to clear her path. He watched, wide-eyed, as Abigail strode purposefully towards the barrel. With careful precision, she lowered the red-hot horseshoe onto the wood shavings beneath. He watched transfixed as Abigail worked with swift, practiced movements. She buried the glowing horseshoe in the wood shavings, her eyes never leaving the smouldering pile. Her focus was intense, her brow furrowed in concentration. As wisps of smoke began to rise, Abigail reached for a small bucket of water. With expert precision, she sprinkled drops onto the pile whenever it threatened to burst into flames. Mathew found himself holding his breath, caught up in the delicate balance she maintained. When she seemed satisfied with the smoke, Abigail carefully shoved the smouldering pile directly under the barrel with the edge of a shovel. The scent of burning wood mixed with the lingering aroma of whiskey, creating an oddly appealing fragrance that made Mathew's mouth water. Abigail then turned her attention to the barrel itself. She reached inside, her movements sure and deliberate as she removed the wooden rods one by one. The dexterity of her hands and the confidence in her actions fascinated Mathew. From a nearby table, she retrieved a chunk of fatty salted pork. The meat glistened in the dim light, and Mathew felt his stomach rumble despite the late hour. Abigail deftly attached a metal hook to the pork and hung it from one of the wooden rods. As she worked, Mathew found himself captivated, not just by the process, but by Abigail herself. The way she moved, the quiet determination in her eyes, the small smile of satisfaction that played at the corners of her mouth. All of it spoke of a passion and skill he'd never truly appreciated before. He continued to watch Abigail as she carefully manoeuvred the rod back into the barrel, her hands steady and sure. The pork swung gently from its hook, and the smoky aroma filled the air. Without thinking, he blurted out, I envy you, Abigail." The words surprised even him as they left his mouth. He hadn't meant to speak them aloud, but there they were, hanging in the air between them. Abigail's head snapped up, her eyes wide with shock. In her surprise, she momentarily forgot about the task at hand, and the rod with the pork swung precariously in her grasp. "Whatever for?" she asked, her voice a mix of confusion and disbelief. Mathew felt his face grow warm. He hadn't intended to start this conversation, but now that he had, he found himself unable to stop. He looked at Abigail, really looked at her, taking in the flower on her cheek, the wisps of hair escaping her cap, and the genuine curiosity in her eyes. Mathew watched as Abigail turned her attention back to the barrel, her hands moving with practiced ease. He felt a pang of envy once more, and before he could stop himself, he began to explain. "You can just go about your work and your life without any moral quandaries," he said, his voice soft but tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Your work is honest, and I doubt you have any trouble sleeping at night because of anything you might have said or done." Abigail's hands stilled, but she didn't look up. Mathew continued, the words spilling out of him now. "I sincerely doubt that you have ever ruined any lives or been in danger of being accused of treason." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mathew regretted them. He hadn't meant to sound so self-pitying, but the weight of his family's past and his own uncertain future pressed down on him. Abigail slowly turned to face him, and Mathew's heart sank. Her expression was stricken, her eyes wide with what looked like a mix of shock and guilt. For a moment, Mathew was afraid she might start crying. He opened his mouth to apologise, to take back his words, but found himself at a loss. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the soft crackle of the smouldering wood beneath the barrel. Abigail turned away quickly, her hands moving with renewed vigour as she began wedging the lid of the barrel back into place. Her sudden shift in demeanour caught him off guard, and he found himself at a loss for words. "You only say that because you don't know what it's like," Abigail said, her voice tight with an emotion Mathew couldn't quite place. "To be hungry or bone-tired after a day of working." Mathew opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He watched as Abigail reached for a hammer wrapped in cloth and began pounding the lid onto the barrel with sharp, decisive blows. "Your dream of a simple life is a folly, Your Grace," she said, not looking at him. The rhythmic thud of the hammer punctuated her words. "Just a silly fantasy to escape from your current situation." Her words stung more than Mathew expected. He felt a surge of defensiveness rise within him, but it was quickly quelled by a nagging doubt. Was she right? Was his daydream of a simpler life nothing more than a childish fantasy? As he watched Abigail work, her movements efficient and purposeful, he saw a strength in her that he'd never truly appreciated before, born of necessity and hardship. Mathew felt a twinge of shame at his own naivety. As the final echoes of the hammer faded, an uncomfortable silence settled between them. Mathew found himself at a loss, unsure how to bridge the sudden chasm that had opened up between them. A wave of shame washed over him. Abigail's words had cut deep, exposing the naivety of his daydreams. He watched her work, her movements purposeful, and realised how little he truly understood about her world. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Mathew cleared his throat. "Perhaps you're right," he admitted, his voice low. "Maybe it is a silly fantasy." Abigail's hands stilled, but she didn't turn to face him. "But," Mathew continued, surprising himself with the conviction in his voice, "the feelings that inspired it are true enough. I've had enough of making myself miserable. Maybe a simpler life is what I've really been craving all along." He paused, picturing it in his mind. "A quiet home, children," Abigail scoffed lightly, finally turning to look at him. Disbelief was written across her face. "Is that really what you want, Your Grace?" Mathew considered her question carefully. He thought about the endless parties, the constant fear of scandal, the emptiness that plagued him despite his title and wealth. Then he thought about the peace he had felt working in the garden with Abigail, the satisfaction of a simple meal well prepared. "Maybe," he said slowly, his eyes meeting hers, "if I had a wife by my side like you, Abigail." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Mathew held his breath, suddenly aware of how vulnerable he'd made himself. Mathew held his breath, his heart pounding as he watched Abigail's face. Her eyes widened, and something in her expression shifted. He couldn't decipher the meaning behind the change, and anxiety gnawed at his insides as he waited for her response. Abigail broke eye contact, turning away to gather the tools and supplies scattered around the smoker. Mathew's stomach twisted with uncertainty as she silently collected everything, her movements quick and efficient. He wanted to speak, to fill the heavy silence between them, but words failed him. As Abigail disappeared into the kitchen with her arms full, Mathew exhaled shakily. Had he made a terrible mistake? He ran a hand through his hair, cursing his impulsiveness. When Abigail emerged from the kitchen, her face was composed, giving nothing away. Mathew braced himself for rejection or rebuke. Instead, Abigail's voice was steady as she said, "I'll try to help you figure out who is trying to harm you, Your Grace." Mathew blinked, taken aback by the unexpected offer. "What? How could you possibly do that?" Abigail shrugged, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Servants talk, Your Grace. We hear things, see things. You'd be surprised what information passes through the kitchens and servants' halls." Mathew stared at her, a mix of disbelief and hope swirling in his chest. Could it really be that simple? And why was it that, despite her tolerantly amused expression, her words sounded like some sort of warning? Chapter 18. Abigail wiped her hands on her apron, stealing glances at the Duke as he sat at the kitchen table. He'd taken to perching on a humble stool, his large frame looking almost comical on the small seat. Yet, there was something endearing about it. "More coffee, Your Grace?" she asked, already reaching for the pot. Mathew nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "Please." As she poured, Abigail marvelled at how different he seemed lately. The wild, reckless Duke had been replaced by this calmer version. He spent hours in the kitchen now, content to watch her work or chat about inconsequential things. "What's on the menu today?" he inquired, sipping his coffee. "Braised lamb shanks," Abigail replied, "with rosemary and garlic." Mathew's eyes lit up. "Sounds delicious." Abigail felt a warmth spread through her chest at his enthusiasm. It was becoming harder to remember why she was here in the first place. The Viscount's threats seemed distant when Mathew looked at her like that. Abigail couldn't help but smile at Mathew's enthusiasm for her cooking. It was becoming a daily ritual, these moments in the kitchen, and she found herself looking forward to them more than she cared to admit. "And for dessert?" Mathew asked, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. Abigail gave him a playful smile. "That depends on my new recipe. Care to help me taste test a rum butter sauce I'm working on?" "Absolutely," Mathew agreed eagerly, making Abigail chuckle. She gathered her ingredients, aware of Mathew's eyes following her every move. As she began preparing the sauce, she carefully split open a vanilla bean, scraping its contents into the mixture. Mathew leaned in, curiosity piqued. "What's that?" "It's a new type of vanilla from the New World," Abigail explained, enjoying his interest. "It adds a wonderful depth of flavour." Mathew inhaled deeply, his eyes closing as he savoured the rich aroma. "It smells divine." Abigail felt a flutter in her chest at his reaction. She stirred the sauce gently, adding a splash of rum and a pat of butter. When it was warm enough, she carefully grated some sugar in from a large cone. The kitchen filled with the warm, intoxicating scent of vanilla and caramel. "Almost ready," she murmured more to herself than to Mathew. As she worked, Abigail found herself hyper-aware of Mathew's presence, the way he watched her with rapt attention, the sound of his breath, even the slight shift of his weight on the stool. It all seemed amplified in the quiet kitchen. She turned to see Mathew's eager expression, his eyes alight with anticipation. Abigail couldn't help but laugh, a warm, genuine sound that filled the kitchen. "Patience, Your Grace," she teased, stirring the sauce one last time. As she watched him, something shifted within her. The weight she'd been carrying since accepting this assignment from the Viscount suddenly felt unbearable. In that moment, looking at Mathew's open, trusting face, Abigail reached a decision. She could not, would not harm the Duke, no matter what the Viscount threatened. She knew it would be so easy now to extract information from Mathew. He trusted her implicitly, spending hours in her company, sharing bits of himself he'd likely never revealed to anyone else. But the thought of betraying that trust made her stomach churn. Abigail took a deep breath, feeling lighter than she had in years. The realization settled over her like a warm blanket. She wouldn't do it. She couldn't bring herself to hurt this man who had shown her kindness and respect, who looked at her with such warmth in his eyes. As she dipped a spoon into the sauce to offer Mathew a taste, Abigail felt a sense of peace wash over her. Whatever consequences came from defying the Viscount, she would face them. For now, she would savour this moment, this simple act of sharing something she'd created with someone who truly appreciated it. "Here," she said softly, holding out the spoon. "Tell me what you think." Abigail watched as Mathew tasted the sauce, his eyes widening in surprise. His expression transformed, as if he'd been transported to another world entirely by the flavours dancing on his tongue. She couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. "I take it you approve, Your Grace?" Mathew nodded enthusiastically, words failing him for a moment. "It's extraordinary," he finally managed. Pleased with his response, Abigail turned back to her work, focusing on finishing the pudding for dessert. She hummed softly to herself as she mixed the ingredients, feeling more at ease than she had in weeks. "Did you learn to make this from your mother?" Mathew asked suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. Abigail smiled, a warm feeling spreading through her chest at the mention of her mother. "Yes, the basics," she said. "My mother always had a knack for that special finishing touch in meals. She had an inspired touch and never hesitated to learn new recipes." "She sounds remarkable," Mathew said softly. Abigail nodded, her hands moving deftly as she worked. "She is," she corrected herself. "She taught me everything I know about cooking, but more importantly, she taught me to love it, to see it as an art, not just a chore." "I can see that in your work," Mathew observed. "The care you put into every dish, it's evident." Abigail felt a blush creeping up her neck at his words. "Thank you, Your Grace. That means a great deal to me." As she continued preparing the pudding, Abigail found herself sharing more about her mother and her childhood in the kitchen. She told Mathew about the first time she'd successfully made a soufflé and how her mother had beamed with pride. A brief silence fell over the kitchen, broken only by the gentle bubbling of the sauce on the stove. "You must miss your mother," Mathew said softly, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Abigail hesitated, her heart constricting at the thought of her mother. "I do," she admitted, her voice little more than a murmur. "I wish I could see her more often." Mathew nodded, his eyes distant. He seemed to be wrestling with something internally, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a moment, he spoke, his voice so quiet Abigail had to strain to hear him. I've never really been allowed to miss my mother." Abigail's brow furrowed in confusion. She turned to face him fully, wiping her hands on her apron. "What do you mean, Your Grace?" Mathew's gaze remained fixed on the table, his fingers tracing abstract patterns on its worn surface. When he finally spoke, his voice was halting, as if each word was being dragged from the depths of his memory. "My mother died when I was very young." Abigail's heart ached for him, but before she could offer any words of comfort, Mathew looked up. His eyes locked onto hers, their blue depths filled with a pain so raw it took her breath away. "No," he corrected himself, grating the words out. "My mother didn't die. She was murdered." Chapter 19. Abigail stared at the Duke, her heart pounding in her chest. The wooden spoon she'd been holding clattered to the floor, forgotten. She blinked rapidly, certain she must have misheard him. "I'm sorry, Your Grace," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What did you say? Your mother was murdered?" Mathew's eyes, usually so full of mirth or mischief, now held a haunted look that made Abigail's breath catch in her throat. He nodded slowly, his jaw clenched tight. "Yes," he confirmed, his voice hoarse. "It's not something I've ever spoken about, not to anyone." Abigail's mind reeled. She'd known there was something in the Duke's past that troubled him, but this was beyond anything she could have imagined. Her heart ached for the young boy he must have been, facing such a terrible loss. I don't know what to say," Abigail admitted, moving closer to him. She longed to reach out to offer some comfort, but held herself back. "Can you tell me what happened?" Mathew's gaze dropped to his hands, which were clenched tightly on the table. He seemed to be wrestling with himself, unsure whether to continue. Abigail waited patiently, giving him the time he needed. Finally, he looked up at her again. "It was kept very quiet," he began, his voice low and strained. "My father, he made sure of that. But I remember that night, the shouting, the crash of something breaking. And then, silence." Abigail felt a chill run down her spine. "Your father?" she asked, dreading the answer. Mathew nodded grimly. "I've always suspected, but I could never prove it. He was a cruel man, Abigail, violent. And my mother, she was kind, gentle. She didn't stand a chance against him. He couldn't tolerate it when anyone was kind or attentive to her." He lowered his eyes again, and Abigail had a hard time reconciling how such a large man could look so small. "He pushed her down the stairs one night. It was a jealous fit. It always was with him. No one spoke about it. No one dared to..." Abigail stared at the Duke, her mind reeling from his revelation. She wanted to reach out to offer some comfort, but found herself frozen in place. What could she possibly say in the face of such a tragedy? Mathew's eyes were distant, lost in painful memories. Now that he'd begun speaking, the words seemed to pour out of him in a torrent. "There's more," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "My father, he wasn't content with just destroying our family. He had grander ambitions." Abigail listened, her heart pounding as Mathew continued. "At the same time all this was happening, it came out that my father was leading a movement to remove King George from the throne." The Duke's hands clenched into fists on the table. He believed the Hanoverians were German usurpers, that they had no right to rule England. When the king fell ill, my father saw his opportunity. Abigail's eyes widened in shock. This was far beyond anything she'd imagined, far beyond the gossip and rumours the Viscount had been seeking. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her, knowing she'd been tasked with uncovering the Duke's secrets. But this was too much, too personal. "Your Grace," she said, but Mathew shook his head. My father was convinced he could gather enough support to overthrow the king, he continued, his voice bitter. He thought he could change the course of history, remake England in his image. But he was wrong. So terribly wrong. Abigail watched as the Duke's shoulders slumped, the weight of his family's dark history pressing down on him. She longed to comfort him, to tell him that he wasn't defined by his father's actions. But the words stuck in her throat, inadequate in the face of such pain. Her mind raced, trying to process the enormity of what Mathew had revealed. She took a deep breath, steadying herself before asking the question that hung heavy in the air. What ended up happening to your father? Mathew's eyes met hers, a mix of pain and resignation in their depths. He let out a long, weary sigh. He escaped the headsman's axe, Mathew said, his voice low and bitter, only by dint of his status and title and the chaos of the time. The crown couldn't risk a public trial, not with the king's illness already causing instability. Abigail listened intently, her heart aching for the young boy Mathew must have been, caught in the middle of such treachery and tragedy. They exiled him to Jamaica, Mathew said, but he never made it there. He was found dead one night on the ship, his throat slit. He paused, his jaw clenching. Convenient, wouldn't you say? Abigail's eyes widened. You mean? Mathew nodded grimly. The whole thing was hushed up. The crown didn't want to appear weak and vulnerable, especially not after the mess my father had caused. And He trailed off, looking away. I abided by that truce. What else could I do? Abigail watched as Mathew's shoulders slumped, the weight of his family's dark history pressing down on him. She understood now, with painful clarity, why he behaved the way he did. That's why you're so determined to appear different from him, she said softly. Why you avoid any hint of ambition or desire for power. Mathew nodded, meeting her gaze once more. I couldn't bear to be anything like him, Abigail. I'd rather be seen as a useless fop than risk anyone thinking I shared my father's ruthless ambition. Abigail blindly reached for a stool next to Mathew and sat heavily down on it. Her mind was reeling from the Duke's revelations, each new piece of information more shocking than the last. She could hear Mathew take a ragged breath next to her, the pain in his voice still echoing in her ears. Without thinking, Abigail impulsively reached over and took his hand that rested on top of the table. The moment her fingers touched his skin, she felt a jolt of awareness course through her. Realizing what she'd done, she quickly tried to pull her hand back, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. But Mathew stopped her, his other hand coming to rest on top of hers. The warmth of his touch sent a shiver down her spine, and Abigail found herself unable to look away from their joined hands. She could feel the calluses on his palm, surprising for a man of his station. His grip was gentle but firm, as if he were afraid she might slip away at any moment. Abigail's heart raced, torn between the desire to comfort him and the knowledge that this was entirely improper. Mathew leaned closer, his intense gaze searching her face. Abigail felt pinned in place, unable to look away from those piercing blue eyes. Why is it, he asked softly, that everything makes sense when I'm around you? The question hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken meaning. Abigail's mind whirled, struggling to find a response that wouldn't betray the depth of her own feelings. Desperate to lighten the mood, she gently slid her hand from his grasp. With a bravery she didn't know she possessed, Abigail reached out and patted Mathew's soft belly. That's because you're not hungry when you're around me, Your Grace, she said, forcing a chuckle. The moment the words left her mouth, Abigail realized just how many boundaries she'd crossed. Propriety came crashing back, and she yanked her hand away as if burned. She stood abruptly, nearly knocking over her stool in her haste. "I should go," she said, but her words were cut short as Mathew rose to his feet in one fluid motion. Before Abigail could react, he pulled her into his arms. She gasped, her body going rigid with surprise. This was beyond improper, beyond anything she'd ever experienced. Yet as Mathew's strong arms encircled her, Abigail felt herself melting into his embrace. Confusion warred with a startling sense of rightness. She shouldn't enjoy this, shouldn't want to press herself closer to his broad chest. But oh, how she did. The warmth of his body, the faint scent of brandy, and something uniquely Mathew, it all conspired to make her head spin. As she found herself enveloped in Mathew's strong arms, and though she knew she should pull away, that this was entirely improper, she couldn't bring herself to move. In his embrace, she felt a sense of safety and comfort she'd never experienced before. It was as if all her worries and fears melted away, leaving only the warmth of his body against hers. She closed her eyes, allowing herself a moment to savour the feeling. His steady heartbeat thrummed against her cheek, and she could feel the rise and fall of his chest with each breath. Abigail knew she should end this, step back and re-establish the proper distance between them. But her body refused to obey, clinging to Mathew as if he were an anchor in a storm. When she finally gathered the courage to look up, she found Mathew's intense gaze fixed upon her. His blue eyes seemed to burn with an emotion she couldn't quite name, but it made her breath catch in her throat. "Maybe I am hungry," Mathew said, his voice low and husky, "but not for food. I've always been trying to fill a hole in my life, Abigail." And now, Abigail stared up at him transfixed. She felt her resolve crumbling, her carefully constructed walls tumbling down in the face of his raw honesty. The air between them seemed to crackle with tension, drawing them closer together. Almost unconsciously, Abigail found herself pressing closer to Mathew. Her hands, which had been resting lightly on his chest, now gripped the fabric of his shirt. She could feel the heat of his body through the thin material, and it sent a shiver down her spine. Mathew's arms tightened around her, one hand sliding up to cup the back of her neck. Abigail's eyes fluttered closed as he leaned down, bringing his face closer to hers. She could feel his warm breath on her lips, the slight scratch of his stubble against her cheek. They were so close now, barely a hair's breadth between them. Abigail's heart pounded in her ears, her entire world narrowing down to this moment, this man. She knew she should stop this, but found herself utterly unable to pull away. Her heart raced as she stood on the precipice of something profound, her body yearning to close the final distance between them. But fate had other plans. The sharp sound of a door closing somewhere in the house shattered the moment like delicate glass. Reality came crashing back, and Abigail pulled away with difficulty, her body protesting the loss of Mathew's warmth. She forced herself to step back, creating a proper distance between them. When she dared to glance up, she saw a flicker of sadness cross the Duke's face as he let her go. Abigail's cheeks burned with embarrassment and something else she dared not name. She cleared her throat, desperate to regain some semblance of propriety. "Your Grace," she said, her voice unsteady, "the hour has quite escaped us." She gestured vaguely towards the door, unable to meet his intense gaze. "You should go before the other servants spot you down here." As if summoned by her words, the door to the downstairs kitchens creaked open. Henry's cheerful whistle drifted down the stairs, growing louder with each passing second. Panic seized Abigail's chest. She glanced frantically between Mathew and the servant's entrance, silently willing him to understand. The Duke, thankfully, needed no further prompting. With one last, lingering look that made Abigail's heart skip a beat, he slipped out the door and into the cooling evening air. Abigail released a shaky breath, her mind reeling from what had almost transpired. She smoothed her apron with trembling hands, trying to compose herself before Henry entered the kitchen. Abigail whirled around, her heart still pounding from Mathew's near kiss. She grabbed a dishcloth and began wiping down the already spotless counter, desperate to appear busy and composed. Her mind raced, trying to process what had just happened, or almost happened, between her and the Duke. She heard Henry's footsteps grow closer, and she forced herself to take another deep breath. Just act natural, she told herself, though she wasn't entirely sure what natural meant anymore. Henry sauntered into the kitchen, his usual carefree demeanour intact. He leaned against the counter next to Abigail, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Abigail studiously avoided his gaze, focusing intently on a non-existent spot on the countertop. My, Abigail," Henry drawled, his voice laced with amusement. "Your cheeks are rather flushed. Are you feeling well?" Abigail's hand stilled for a moment before she resumed her vigorous cleaning. "I'm perfectly fine, Henry," she replied, striving for a casual tone. "It's merely grown rather warm in the kitchen, that's all." She risked a glance at Henry and immediately regretted it. His eyebrow was arched high, his expression one of pure skepticism. "Oh, I'm sure it has," he said, his voice dripping with innuendo. "Quite warm indeed." Abigail shot him a withering look, silently willing him to drop the subject. But Henry seemed impervious to her glare, his grin only widening in response. With a dramatic sigh, Henry pushed himself away from the counter and grabbed a nearby tray. "Well, I'd best be off to set the table for dinner," he announced cheerfully. "Wouldn't want to keep you from your important work down here." Abigail turned away from Henry, her cheeks burning with embarrassment and frustration. She busied herself with organising the spice jars, trying to ignore the knowing smirk she could feel boring into her back. As Henry's footsteps faded away, she let out a shaky breath, her mind racing with the implications of his teasing. She'd been careless, far too caught up in her growing feelings for Mathew, to maintain the careful distance she'd always kept between herself and her employers. If Henry had noticed, who else might have seen something? The thought of word getting back to the Viscount sent a chill down her spine. With trembling hands, she reached for another jar. She'd allowed herself to become distracted, to forget the real reason she was here. The Viscount's threats echoed in her mind, reminding her of the precarious position she was in. But as she thought of Mathew's pain, the weight of the secrets he carried, something shifted. Within her, she couldn't do it. She couldn't betray him, not now that she understood the depth of his suffering. The resolve gave her a sense of clarity she hadn't felt in years. Abigail set the jar down with a decisive thunk. Now it was all clear. She would help Mathew, whatever the cost. She'd find a way to protect him from the Viscount's schemes, to shield him from the vultures circling his family's legacy. And after that, well, she'd cross that bridge when she came to it. The future beyond her decision was murky, uncertain. But for the first time in a long while, Abigail felt a glimmer of hope. She might not know what lay ahead, but she knew with absolute certainty that she was done being the Viscount's pawn. Chapter 20. The morning sun filtered through the kitchen windows, casting a warm glow on Abigail's workspace. She sliced the tops from some strawberries deftly, not even thinking of her actions. Mathew's confession from the night before weighed heavily on her conscience. The pain in his eyes when he'd spoken of his mother's death haunted her. Abigail's jaw clenched as she thought of the Viscount's demands. No, she wouldn't betray Mathew's trust. That much she knew with certainty. But what of Mathew's clear interest in her? Abigail's cheeks warmed at the memory of his strong arms around her, the intensity in his gaze as he'd pulled her close. She shook her head, trying to dispel the image. It was folly to even consider such things. Abigail's hand stilled as her mother's face flashed in her mind. If anyone could understand the precarious position she found herself in, it would be her. The parallels between their situations were impossible to ignore. Her mother, too, had found herself caught between duty and desire, between the harsh realities of their world and the tender feelings of her heart. With a sigh, Abigail resumed her kneading. She'd seen firsthand the consequences of giving in to those feelings. Her mother's life had been forever altered by her affair with Abigail's father. The pain and struggle that followed were not something Abigail wished to experience for herself. And yet, the warmth in Mathew's eyes, the gentleness in his touch, it stirred something in Abigail she'd long thought dormant. For the first time in years, she found herself longing for more than just survival. With these thoughts, Abigail set the bowl of strawberries aside, adding a dash of vinegar and a heap of sugar over the top before covering them with a cloth. She knew she needed to maintain her distance from Mathew for both their sakes, but the resolve that had felt so strong the night before now seemed fragile in the light of day. Abigail placed the bowl of strawberries in the cold larder, her mind still swirling with thoughts of Mathew and her predicament. She glanced at the clock on the wall, realising she had some unexpected free time. A visit to her mother suddenly seemed like the perfect escape from the tension in the Duke's household. She scribbled a quick note explaining her absence and left it on the kitchen counter. As she slipped out the servants' entrance, Abigail felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The bustling London streets were a welcome distraction from her troubled thoughts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The walk to her mother's flat wasn't long, but it gave Abigail time to collect herself. She'd always found comfort in her mother's presence, even if she couldn't share all the details of her complicated life. As she approached the modest building, Abigail's steps quickened. The flat her mother occupied was small but comfortable, a far cry from the hardships they'd endured in the past. It was one of the few benefits of Abigail's arrangement with the Viscount, though the thought now left a bitter taste in her mouth. Abigail knocked on the door, smoothing her skirts as she waited. When Matilda opened it, her face lit up with surprise and joy. "Abigail, what a lovely surprise!" her mother exclaimed, pulling her into a warm embrace. Abigail melted into the hug, feeling like a child again for just a moment. As they parted, she managed a smile. "I had some unexpected free time and thought I'd pay you a visit." Matilda ushered her inside, already fussing about making tea. Abigail settled into a worn but comfortable chair, watching her mother bustle about the small kitchen. The familiar routine soothed her frayed nerves. "So, tell me," Matilda said as she set down the tea tray, "how are things at your new post? Is the Duke treating you well?" Abigail hesitated, unsure how to answer. She couldn't reveal the truth of her situation, but she longed for her mother's advice. "It's complicated," she finally admitted, studying her hands in her lap. Abigail shifted in her seat, avoiding her mother's gaze. Matilda's intuition had always been sharp, and Abigail could feel her mother's concern radiating across the small room. "Abigail, dear," Matilda said softly, "you know you can talk to me about anything. Is something troubling you?" Abigail's heart clenched. She longed to unburden herself, to share the weight of her secrets with her mother, but she couldn't risk exposing the truth about her arrangement with the Viscount. Instead, she chose her words carefully. "It's just my new employer, the Duke. He's been getting a little too familiar lately. More than what most would consider proper." Matilda's brow furrowed, her blue eyes filled with concern. "Oh, my dear, has he done anything to make you uncomfortable? You can just walk right out if—" Abigail shook her head quickly. "No, nothing like that. He's been kind, actually. It's just—" She trailed off, unsure how to explain the complex emotions swirling within her. Abigail felt a pang of guilt. Her mother had no idea of the true nature of her work, believing the Viscount to be a benevolent benefactor. The lie sat heavily on her tongue. Matilda watched Abigail from the corner of her eye, clearly considering her next words carefully. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle clink of teacups against saucers. "Abigail," Matilda said, her voice soft but probing, "do you return the Duke's feelings?" Abigail stared at her mother for a moment, caught off guard by the directness of the question. Her heart raced as she struggled to find the right words. She thought of Mathew's kind eyes, his gentle touch, the way he seemed to truly see her. But she also remembered the precariousness of her position, the weight of her responsibilities. "It doesn't matter if I feel the same," Abigail finally said, her voice firm, despite the slight tremor in her hands. "I'm not going to let myself be taken advantage of." Abigail stared at her mother, taken aback by her unexpected reaction. Matilda's warm, gentle laugh filled the small room, catching Abigail completely off guard. "Is that what you think happened to me?" Matilda asked, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Abigail blinked, confusion etched across her face. "Well, yes, isn't it what happened?" To her surprise, Matilda laughed again, the sound full of fondness and love. She reached out and patted Abigail's hand gently. "Oh, my dear girl, your father, that squire, couldn't take advantage of a kitten if he tried," Matilda said, her voice warm with affection. "And I'll have you know, I'd have whacked him with a spoon if he'd done anything improper." Abigail's mouth fell open slightly, her mind reeling from this revelation. All these years she'd assumed. She stared at her mother, seeing the mischievous glint in her eye, the softness in her expression when she spoke of Abigail's father. "But I don't understand," Abigail stammered, struggling to reconcile this new information with the story she'd constructed in her head. "If he didn't take advantage, then why—" Matilda's smile turned wistful as she gazed out the window, lost in memory for a moment. "Love, my dear. It was love, plain and simple. Your father was a kind, gentle soul. Bit of a bumbler, really, but with a heart of gold." Abigail stared at her mother, her mind reeling from this unexpected revelation. All these years, she'd believed her mother had been taken advantage of, used and discarded. But the truth, it seemed, was far more complex. "Love?" Abigail repeated, the word feeling strange on her tongue in this context. Matilda nodded, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips. "Yes, love. It wasn't always easy, mind you, but it was real." "Then why?" Abigail began, trailing off as she struggled to understand. "Why couldn't we stay together?" Matilda finished for her. She sighed, her eyes growing distant. "I only regret that society wouldn't allow us to be together, and that circumstances conspired to part us." Abigail nodded slowly, understanding dawning. She knew what her mother was talking about. The squire had been forced into a proper marriage, and his new wife hadn't wanted Matilda or Abigail around anymore. They'd had no choice but to leave. "It was hard, wasn't it?" Abigail asked softly, remembering the struggles of her childhood. "Finding work with a child and no husband." Matilda reached out and squeezed Abigail's hand. "It was, my dear, but I never regretted having you, not for a moment." Abigail felt tears prick at her eyes. She'd always known her mother loved her, but hearing it stated so plainly, in the context of all they'd endured, touched her deeply. "I just wanted to protect you," Matilda said, her voice gentle. "I didn't want you to face the same hardships I did. But perhaps I've been too cautious." Abigail looked at her mother questioningly, unsure of what she meant. Her mother's words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. "If you love him, Abigail, that's all that matters," Matilda said softly, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. "Everything else you're worried about, it doesn't mean anything in the face of true love." Abigail opened her mouth to protest, but her mother held up a hand, silencing her. "I know you're scared, my dear. I know you're worried about what might happen. But listen to me." Matilda leaned forward, her voice earnest. "If you and the Duke truly love each other, you can find a way to be together. Don't give up a chance at real happiness because you're afraid of what might be." Abigail felt tears prick at her eyes. Her mother's words struck a chord deep within her, resonating with feelings she'd been trying to ignore. "But what about," Abigail said, thinking of the Viscount, of her duties, of the vast difference in their social standings. Matilda shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. "No buts, my dear. I don't want you to look back years from now and wonder, what if? If there's a chance for love, for happiness, you must take it." Abigail sat back, her mind whirling. She thought of Mathew, his kind eyes, his gentle touch, the way he looked at her like she was the only person in the world. She thought of the warmth that filled her chest when he was near, the way her heart raced when he smiled at her. For the first time, Abigail allowed herself to truly consider her feelings for the Duke. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. She loved him. Despite all the reasons she shouldn't, despite all the obstacles in their way, she loved Mathew Beaumont. Abigail's heart raced as the full force of her feelings for Mathew washed over her. It was as if Matilda's words had unlocked something deep within her, and now her emotions were pouring out uncontrollably. She felt dizzy with the realization, tears pricking at her eyes even as a bubble of laughter threatened to escape her lips. "Oh, Mama," Abigail whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I didn't realize how much I loved him." Matilda's knowing smile was warm and encouraging. She reached out and patted Abigail's hand gently. "That's how it is sometimes, my dear. Love has a way of sneaking up on you when you least expect it." Abigail nodded, feeling simultaneously overwhelmed and elated. Her mind was still spinning with thoughts of Mathew. "But what do I do now?" Abigail asked, her voice trembling slightly. Matilda raised an eyebrow, her expression turning playfully stern. "What are you doing, sitting here, idling your time away in an old woman's tiny parlour?" She made a shooing motion with her hands. "Go to him, Abigail. Run to your Duke and tell him how you feel." Abigail's eyes widened. "Right now? But "No buts," Matilda interrupted firmly. "Love waits for no one, my dear. If you feel this strongly, you must tell him immediately. Don't let fear or doubt hold you back." Abigail stood, her heart racing with newfound purpose. She embraced her mother tightly, feeling a surge of gratitude for Matilda's wisdom and support. "Thank you, Mama," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Matilda cupped Abigail's face in her hands, eyes shining with pride and love. "Go, my dear. Be happy." With one last kiss on her mother's cheek, Abigail hurried out of the flat. As she stepped onto the bustling London street, the world seemed transformed. The sky above her was a brilliant, cloudless blue, more vibrant than she'd ever noticed before. The sun's warmth caressed her skin, as if nature itself was encouraging her forward. Her heart felt light, almost buoyant, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The realization of her love for Mathew filled her with a joy she'd never experienced before. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. Taking a deep breath, Abigail made her decision. She would tell Mathew everything, her feelings, her past, her arrangement with the Viscount. He deserved the whole truth, no matter the consequences. Without a second thought, Abigail gathered her skirts and began to run. Her bonnet, loosened by her haste, flew off her head, but she paid it no mind. The streets of London blurred past her as she raced towards the Duke's house, her feet barely seeming to touch the ground. Passers-by turned to stare at the sight of a young woman running full tilt through the streets, her hair coming loose from its pins, a look of fierce determination on her face. But Abigail didn't care. Let them stare, let them whisper and gossip. None of it mattered now. All that mattered was getting to Mathew, telling him the truth and hoping against hope that he would understand, that he would forgive her, that he would love her in return. The world around her faded into a blur as she imagined their future together. She could almost see it, a small cottage with a garden, children laughing and playing, Mathew's warm smile as he greeted her each evening. In her mind's eye, she saw herself cooking elaborate meals for him, watching with delight as he savoured every bite. She imagined quiet evenings, spent reading together by the fire, or taking long walks in the countryside, hand in hand. The thought of waking up next to him each morning made her heart soar. Abigail's feet barely seemed to touch the ground as she ran, propelled forward by the strength of her newfound love. All she could think about was reaching Mathew, telling him everything, and hoping he would understand. She rehearsed her confession in her head, trying to find the right words to explain her past and her feelings. So absorbed was she in her thoughts that Abigail didn't notice the dark figure lurking in the shadows of an alleyway. As she rushed past, strong hands suddenly grabbed her, yanking her off her feet. Before she could even draw breath to scream, she found herself bodily thrown into a waiting carriage. Chapter 21. Abigail's heart raced as she struggled against the rough hands that had thrown her into the carriage. Her eyes darted around, adjusting to the dim interior. The acrid smell of cigar smoke filled her nostrils, and she found herself once again face to face with the Viscount's cold grey eyes. "Well, well, Miss Brown, I must say I am disappointed in you," the Viscount drawled, his voice dripping with disdain. Abigail's gaze flicked to the two burly men flanking her, their meaty fists clenched threateningly. She swallowed hard, trying to keep her voice steady. "What do you want?" The Viscount leaned forward, his face twisted in frustration. "What I want, my dear, is for you to do your job. Months in that house, and you've given me nothing of value. I refuse to believe you haven't learned anything useful about the Duke." Abigail's mind raced. She thought of Mathew, of his kindness, his vulnerability. She thought of the secret he'd entrusted to her. Her jaw clenched. "I've told you everything I know," she lied, her voice stronger than she felt. The Viscount's eyes narrowed dangerously. He nodded to one of his thugs, who cracked his knuckles menacingly. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," she said, her voice low and steady. "Your threats mean nothing to me." The Viscount's eyebrows shot up in surprise, then lowered in anger. "You ungrateful little—" "No," Abigail interrupted, her voice growing stronger. "I'm done being your pawn. I won't betray the Duke's trust." Now, Miss Brown, let's not play games. You know the consequences of crossing me. Think of your dear mother. It would be a shame if something were to happen to her comfortable living arrangements," the Viscount said, inspecting his cigar as if Abigail were barely worthy of his notice. His eyes locked onto Abigail's as the silence stretched, broken only by the sounds of London that filtered into the carriage. "Of course," he said with all the nonchalance in the world, "the manner of your mother's eviction could be as rough or as gentle as I feel inclined to make it." Abigail's heart pounded in her chest as she stared defiantly at the Viscount. Despite her bravado, fear gnawed at her insides. "I don't believe you," she said, her voice wavering slightly. "You wouldn't dare harm my mother." The Viscount's laughter filled the carriage, cold and mirthless. It sent a chill down Abigail's spine. "My dear Miss Brown," he said, leaning forward, his eyes glinting dangerously. "Why on earth would you think I'd be above such a thing? Have you forgotten who I am? What I'm capable of? Abigail felt the weight of his words settle on her shoulders. She thought of her mother, living comfortably in her small flat, blissfully unaware of the danger looming over her. Then she thought of Mathew, his trust in her, the vulnerability he'd shown. The choice before her felt impossible. Her hands trembled in her lap as she wrestled with her conscience. The silence in the carriage grew oppressive, broken only by the muffled sounds of the city beyond. Finally, Abigail's shoulders sagged in defeat. She closed her eyes, unable to look at the Viscount's triumphant expression. "The Duke's father," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "He murdered the Duke's mother." The words tasted like ash in her mouth as she continued. He pushed her down a flight of stairs in a jealous rage. And there's more. The late Duke was planning to overthrow the king. He was exiled, and the whole affair was covered up. As she spoke, Abigail felt something inside her break. She'd betrayed Mathew's trust, and the weight of that betrayal threatened to crush her. The Viscount's face lit up with malicious glee. His eyes gleamed with triumph, and a cruel smile spread across his thin lips. "Oh, this is perfect," he crowed, rubbing his hands together. "Murder and treason? The ton will eat this up like starving dogs. The Duke's reputation will be in tatters. And what will they say at court?" he said, his cold eyes glittering like a snake's. "Well, I need to know more about this. Go to his study and do what you know best. As for myself, I am not sure how to start. Maybe," as the Viscount launched into a monologue about his plans, Abigail's mind raced. She had to find a way to warn Mathew, to make this right somehow. Her eyes darted around the carriage, searching for any opportunity to escape. The Viscount was lost in his own world now, gesticulating wildly as he spoke. "I'll start with whispers at White's, then perhaps an anonymous letter to the Gazette. Oh, and the Regent will be furious when he hears." Abigail's gaze landed on the carriage door. The latch looked simple enough, and the Viscount's thugs seemed more interested in their master's ravings than in her. She inched her hand towards the handle, her heart pounding so loudly she was sure they'd hear it. With a deep breath, Abigail grabbed the latch and yanked it hard. The door flew open with a bang, startling the Viscount mid-sentence. Without hesitation, Abigail threw herself out of the moving carriage. As she hit the cobblestones hard, she heard the Viscount shouting that this was not over. But the pain shooting through her side as she rolled was too strong to pay any attention to his threats. Little did she know. Now the world spun around her, a cacophony of shouts and the clatter of hooves filling her ears. Abigail scrambled to her feet, her vision swimming as she found herself on a bustling London street. Abigail's lungs burned and her side ached from her fall, but she pushed through the pain, driven by desperation. The faces of passers-by blurred as she wove between them, her mind focused solely on reaching the Duke's house. She had to warn Mathew. The thought of the Viscount using the information she'd given him made her stomach churn with guilt and fear. How could she have been so weak? She'd betrayed the trust of the one person who had shown her genuine kindness and understanding. As she ran, Abigail's mind raced with possible solutions. Maybe if she told Mathew the truth, they could get ahead of the Viscount's plans. Perhaps there was a way to discredit the information before it spread. But first, she had to reach him. The familiar streets of Mayfair came into view, and Abigail felt a surge of hope. She was close now. Her legs felt like lead, but she pushed herself harder, ignoring the curious and disapproving glances from the well-dressed people she rushed past. Finally, the Duke's house loomed before her. Abigail didn't bother with propriety or the servants' entrance. Virgil, who had been carrying a tray with a number of letters on it, was startled by her sudden and indecorous entrance. "Where is the Duke?" Abigail gasped as she gulped for air. Virgil scanned Abigail quickly, his eyes lingering on her loose hair and a bruise that was blooming on her cheek from her near escape with a small frown. "Library?" Virgil answered with his usual economy of words. Abigail didn't bother trying to sort out her appearance. She galloped down the hall like a wild boy, her heart pounding in her ears. She had to reach Mathew before it was too late, before the Viscount's poison could spread through London society. As she approached the library door, Abigail hesitated for a moment. How would she explain everything? Would Mathew even believe her? But there was no time for doubt. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door. She burst into the library, her chest heaving as she tried to catch her breath. "Ah, Miss Brown," the Duke said without looking up. "I thought I'd take your observation to heart and give this room a little more use. See there, we've been uncovering some of the furniture." The Duke glanced up from his desk, his brow creasing a little when Abigail didn't answer. His eyes widened as he took in her dishevelled state. "Good God, Abigail, what's happened to you?" Mathew asked, rising from his chair with concern etched across his face. Abigail waved her hand dismissively, still panting. "Never mind that. I have more important things to discuss with you." The Duke's brow furrowed, his worried expression deepening. "What do you mean? What could be more important than your well-being?" Abigail opened her mouth to speak, but found herself hesitating. She took a couple of deep breaths, trying to organise her thoughts. The weight of what she had to confess pressed down on her, making it hard to find the right words. Mathew moved closer, his voice softening. "Please, sit down. You look like you're about to collapse." Grateful for the momentary reprieve, Abigail sank into a nearby armchair. The Duke knelt beside her, his hand hovering near hers as if he wanted to offer comfort, but wasn't sure if he should. "Now," he said gently, "tell me what's troubling you." Abigail looked into his eyes, seeing the genuine concern there. It made what she had to say even harder. She took another deep breath, steeling herself for the conversation ahead. The weight of her secret pressed down on her, threatening to spill out. She opened her mouth, ready to confess everything. Her role as the Viscount's spy, the information she'd gathered, the betrayal she'd committed. But as she gazed at the Duke's face, seeing the trust and worry there, she couldn't bring herself to shatter that bond. She swallowed hard, changing course at the last moment. I know who's working against you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Mathew's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You do? Who is it?" Abigail took a deep breath. "It's the Viscount Stratfordshire." Mathew stood up, pacing the room as he processed this information. "I don't understand. How could you possibly know this? And why would Stratfordshire be working against me?" Abigail fidgeted in her seat, torn between revealing more and protecting herself. "Your Grace, please. I know it's hard to believe, but you must trust me on this. The Viscount is planning to use certain information against you. We need to focus on how to stop him." The Duke's face darkened, his jaw clenching. "Stratfordshire," he said, his gaze distant for a moment. He refocused on Abigail, his face limned with confusion and worry. "But how did you find out?" Abigail shook her head, avoiding his gaze. "That's not important right now. The real question is, what are you going to do about it?" Chapter 22. Mathew stared at the ornate parchment in his hands, his stomach churning. The royal summons felt heavy, its gilt edges mocking him. He glanced up at the palace footman standing stiffly in his crimson livery, waiting for acknowledgement. "Very well," Mathew muttered, dismissing the man with a wave. As the footman departed, Mathew couldn't help but groan. His bright red livery and white wig ensured that he was as visible as possible. By nightfall, all of Mayfair would be abuzz with speculation. This official summons. To appear at court before the Queen and the Regent, combined with the sudden burst in gossip about Mathew, would ensure that there would be no shortage of curious onlookers when he appeared. Mathew slumped into his study chair, the summons still clutched in his hand. His heart raced and sweat beaded on his brow. He felt like a condemned man awaiting the gallows, his fate sealed by unseen forces. 2 days. Just 2 days before he'd stand before the Queen and Regent, likely to face disgrace and ruin. The weight of his family's legacy, the sins of his father and his own missteps crashed down upon him. For a moment, Mathew felt himself slipping back into old habits. He glanced at the liquor cabinet, considering drowning his sorrows. It would be so easy to give in, to numb himself to the impending doom. But then, a scent wafted up from the kitchen below. Rich, savoury, with a hint of sweetness. His stomach growled, reminding him of simpler pleasures. Mathew straightened his shoulders. If he truly was a condemned man, why shouldn't he enjoy his last days of freedom? He refused to let this summons crush his spirit entirely. Rising from his chair, Mathew made his way downstairs. The aroma grew stronger with each step, drawing him toward the kitchen like a siren's song. As he pushed open the kitchen door, the full force of the delicious smell hit him. His mouth watered, and for a moment his troubles faded to the background. Mathew lingered in the doorway, transfixed by the sight before him. Abigail stood at the stove, her brow furrowed in concentration as she expertly manoeuvred a pan of sizzling pears. The golden fruit glistened as she tossed them, coaxing out their natural sweetness. He found himself captivated by her intense focus, the way her tongue peeked out slightly between her lips as she worked. It was endearing, he realised with a start. The thought warmed him more than any brandy ever had. Abigail's movements were graceful, almost hypnotic. Mathew leaned against the doorframe, content to simply watch her in her element. For a moment, he forgot about the summons upstairs, lost in the simple pleasure of observing her craft. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of caramelizing sugar and fruit, mingling with whatever else she had roasting in the stove. Mathew's stomach growled, reminding him why he'd come down in the first place. As if sensing his presence, Abigail glanced up. Her eyes met his, and a small smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Dinner's not ready yet, Your Grace," she said, a teasing lilt in her voice, "though I suppose I can't blame you for being eager, given the smells down here." Mathew stepped into the kitchen, drawn by the tantalising aromas. He watched Abigail work her culinary magic, momentarily forgetting his troubles. "Abigail," he said, an idea suddenly striking him, "if you could prepare any menu for a picnic without worrying about cost or anything else, what would it be?" Abigail's eyes widened, her hand freezing mid-stir. "Your Grace?" "Come now," Mathew urged, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "Indulge me. What would your dream picnic menu look like?" Abigail hesitated, then a spark of enthusiasm lit her eyes. "Well, I suppose I'd start with some delicate finger sandwiches. Cucumber and dill on white bread, smoked salmon with cream cheese on pumpernickel." Mathew's mouth watered at the thought. "Go on," he encouraged. "A selection of pâtés," Abigail said, warming to the subject. "Duck liver, perhaps, and a smooth chicken liver mousse. Oh, and tiny quiches with asparagus and gruyere." Mathew's stomach growled audibly, and he found himself leaning forward, hanging on her every word. "For the main course," Abigail mused, "cold, poached salmon with a dill sauce, roast chicken with tarragon and lemon, and a beef tenderloin with horseradish cream." Mathew could almost taste each dish as she described it. His hunger grew with every passing moment. "And the sides?" he prompted eagerly. Abigail's eyes sparkled. a cold potato salad with fresh herbs, marinated artichoke hearts, and a vibrant cucumber and cheese salad with basil. Mathew's excitement mounted with each new dish. He found himself imagining the spread laid out on a thick blanket, the sun warming his face as he sampled each delicacy. For dessert, Abigail continued, her voice taking on a dreamy quality, individual strawberry trifles, lemon tarts with fresh berries, and dark chocolate truffles. Mathew's mouth watered as he imagined the feast Abigail described. Each dish sounded more delectable than the last, and he found himself longing to taste them all. The summons upstairs faded from his mind, replaced by visions of a perfect picnic spread. "Could you have it all done by tomorrow?" he asked suddenly, his eyes bright with excitement. Abigail blinked, startled by the abrupt question. "Well, yes, in theory, but—" "Excellent," Mathew interrupted, his enthusiasm bubbling over. "Begin at once. Get all of it ready." Abigail's brow furrowed, a hint of suspicion creeping into her expression. "Your Grace, what is all of this for?" Mathew grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. I likely have limited time left in London, and I want to enjoy it while I can." "What does that mean?" Abigail asked, her voice tinged with concern. Mathew's grin widened, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "It means exactly what I said, my dear Abigail. Now, shall we begin planning this extraordinary picnic?" Mathew watched as Abigail sighed and reached for a scrap of paper. Her fingers danced across the page, jotting down ingredients with practiced ease. He marvelled at how quickly she could translate his whimsical request into a tangible plan. "Your Grace," Abigail said, glancing up from her list, "how many people should I prepare for?" The question gave Mathew pause. He considered inviting some of his old acquaintances, the men he'd once called friends, but the thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. Where were they now, when gossip swirled and his future hung in the balance? No, he decided, they didn't deserve to share in this last moment of joy. Only Benedict hadn't completely abandoned him, and he was, well, busy being Benedict. A mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Just two, Abigail," he said, his voice light despite the weight in his chest. "I'd like to spend my time with the only true friend I have left in town." Abigail's eyebrows rose, a curious look crossing her face. Mathew felt a flutter in his stomach, an unfamiliar nervousness taking hold. "I must confess," he continued, his voice softening, "it's for a very special lady." As the words left his lips, Mathew realised the truth of them. Abigail was special, more so than he'd ever allowed himself to admit. In the face of his impending disgrace, she alone had stood by him, offering not just sustenance, but genuine care and concern. Mathew watched with amusement as Abigail's expression darkened momentarily before she quickly tried to mask it. A flicker of hope ignited in his chest. Could she be jealous? The thought thrilled him more than he cared to admit. Abigail opened her mouth as if to ask who this special lady might be, but then seemed to think better of it. She pressed her lips together, her eyes darting away from his. Unable to caution his mischief any longer, Mathew grinned broadly. "It's you, of course," he said, his voice warm with affection. "I couldn't give a fig about anyone else right now." Relief washed over Abigail's face, quickly followed by a look of playful annoyance. She swatted at him with a nearby drying cloth, her cheeks flushing a delightful shade of pink. "You're impossible," she muttered, but Mathew could hear the smile in her voice. As the moment of levity passed, Abigail's expression grew more serious. She set down the cloth and looked up at him, her blue eyes searching his face. "Are you sure about this?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with concern. Mathew felt a warmth spread through his chest at her question. It wasn't just about the picnic, he knew. It was about everything. The growing closeness between them, the uncertain future that loomed ahead. He reached out, gently taking her hand in his. The simple touch sent a thrill through him, and he marvelled at how something so small could feel so significant. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life," he said, his voice low and earnest. Mathew watched as Abigail's brow furrowed, her eyes clouding with concern. She bit her lower lip, a habit he'd come to recognise as a sign of her inner turmoil. "Your Grace," she said hesitantly, "if you're seen out with a servant, the ton will gossip. It could make your situation even worse." Mathew couldn't help but scoff at her words. The thought of society's gossip seemed so trivial now, in the face of his impending disgrace. What did it matter, what they thought of him? "My dear Abigail," he said, his voice tinged with a mixture of amusement and resignation, "I couldn't give a fig about them or their opinions at this point." He paused, his eyes softening as he looked at her. "Besides, you won't be serving at this picnic. You'll be my guest." He watched as Abigail's eyes widened, a flicker of something, surprise, hope, passing across her face. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then seemed to think better of it, pressing her lips together once more. Mathew felt a twinge of disappointment at her hesitation. He'd hoped she would be as eager for this as he was. But then, he reminded himself, she had more to lose than he did. Her reputation, her livelihood, these were not things to be risked lightly. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I understand your concerns, Abigail," he said softly. "You don't have to answer right now. I'll know if you show up or not at the appointed time." As he spoke, Mathew realised how much he wanted her to say yes, how much he longed for her company. But he wouldn't force her. He'd given her an out, a chance to protect herself from the scandal that seemed determined to engulf him. Though he knew it was purely selfish, Mathew couldn't help but hope that Abigail would stand by him. With her by his side, he felt as if he could endure anything. The question that haunted him as he went back upstairs was if she felt the same. Chapter 23. Mathew stood beneath the sprawling oak tree in Regent's Park, his eyes scanning the path for any sign of Abigail. The irony of choosing this particular location wasn't lost on him, a park built by the very man who now held his fate in his hands. He chuckled mirthlessly at the thought. Henry bustled about, laying out the picnic blanket and arranging the various dishes Abigail had prepared. The tantalising aromas wafting from the baskets made Mathew's mouth water, but he found his appetite dampened by nervous anticipation. "Everything's ready, Your Grace," Henry announced, stepping back to survey his handiwork. Mathew nodded absently, his attention still fixed on the path. "Thank you, Henry. You may go now." As the footman retreated, Mathew tugged at his cravat, suddenly feeling constricted despite the casual attire he'd chosen for the occasion. He paced back and forth, unable to shake the gnawing worry that Abigail might not come. In the distance, he could see members of the ton strolling along the manicured paths, their colourful attire a stark contrast to the lush greenery surrounding them. Mathew was grateful for the secluded spot he'd chosen, away from prying eyes and wagging tongues. He settled onto the blanket, his eyes roving over the spread before him. Abigail had outdone herself as usual. Delicate pastries, savoury tarts, and an array of cold meats and cheeses filled the wicker baskets. A bottle of champagne nestled in a cloth, beads of condensation glistening on its surface. He glanced up at Henry, who stood nearby with perfect posture. "What do you think, Henry? Will she come?" The footman's face flickered with an emotion Mathew couldn't quite place, before smoothing back into its customary mask of polite indifference. "If I may speak freely, Your Grace?" Mathew nodded, curious. Henry cleared his throat. "Miss Brown is a most sensible woman, sir, but she's also not the sort to trifle with a man's feelings?" Mathew furrowed his brow, unsure how to interpret that cryptic response. He waved Henry away and turned his attention to the feast before him. Picking up a delicate quiche, he took a bite. The flavours burst across his tongue, rich, creamy egg custard studded with smoky bacon and sharp cheese. It was exquisite, as always. And yet, Mathew frowned, setting the quiche aside. He sampled a slice of beef tenderloin, then a bite of pungent cheese. Each morsel was perfectly prepared, a testament to Abigail's skill. But something was missing. As he chewed thoughtfully, realization dawned. The food, while undeniably delicious, lacked the warmth and vibrancy it possessed when shared with Abigail. Her presence, her smile, the way her eyes lit up when he savoured a particularly choice bite. These were the secret ingredients that elevated mere sustenance to a joyful experience. Mathew sighed, pushing away the plate. Without Abigail to share it with, even the finest cuisine felt hollow and unsatisfying. His shoulders slumped as he glanced at his pocket watch. An hour had passed and still no sign of Abigail. The once tantalizing spread before him now seemed a mockery of his hopes. He sighed, resigned to return home alone. As he began to rise, a flash of blue caught his eye. His heart skipped a beat as he spotted Abigail approaching, her cornflower blue dress swaying gently in the breeze. A straw bonnet adorned her head, tied with a simple green ribbon beneath her chin. Mathew's face broke into an involuntary smile, warmth spreading through his chest. She was a vision of understated beauty, a stark contrast to the ostentatious fashions of the ton. While part of him longed to drape her in silks and jewels, he found her simple attire utterly charming. Her open, genuine expression was more precious than any diamond. As Abigail drew near, the world around Mathew seemed to brighten. The grass appeared greener, the sky bluer, the gentle rustling of leaves more melodious. She returned his smile warmly, a faint blush colouring her cheeks. "You came," Mathew breathed, unable to keep the relief and joy from his voice. Abigail nodded, settling onto the blanket beside him. "I couldn't resist the promise of good food and better company." Mathew's gaze swept over the picnic spread, which suddenly looked far more appetizing than it had moments ago. He picked up a delicate pastry and offered it to Abigail. As she took a bite, her eyes closed in appreciation. Even better than I remembered," she murmured. Mathew chuckled, selecting a morsel for himself. The flavours exploded on his tongue, richer and more vibrant than before. With Abigail by his side, every bite was infused with newfound delight. He watched as Abigail reached for a slice of cold chicken. Without thinking, he gently caught her wrist. "Allow me," he said, picking up the plate and offering it to her. Abigail's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Your Grace, I can serve myself?" Mathew shook his head, a warm smile playing on his lips. "Not today. Today you're my guest, and I intend to spoil you thoroughly." As he carefully arranged a selection of delicacies on her plate, a realization struck him. How many times had Abigail served others without ever being served herself? The thought made his chest tighten with an unfamiliar emotion. "There," he said, presenting her with a loaded plate. "Now, what would you like to drink? Champagne? Lemonade?" Abigail's cheeks flushed a delightful pink. "Lemonade, please. It's far too early for champagne." As Mathew poured her drink, he noticed the soft smile playing on Abigail's lips. It warmed him more than any summer sun could. They ate in companionable silence for a few moments, before Abigail's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Shall we play a game?" Mathew raised an eyebrow. "What did you have in mind?" Abigail nodded towards a couple strolling along the path. "Let's make up stories about the people passing by. The more outlandish, the better." Mathew grinned, immediately taken with the idea. "Very well. You start." Abigail studied the couple for a moment. "That gentleman? He's actually a retired pirate king, masquerading as a respectable member of society. And the lady on his arm? She's his partner in crime, an expert forger. Mathew burst out laughing, nearly choking on his champagne. Brilliant! All right, my turn. From somewhere behind them, Henry coughed as if stifling a laugh. He scanned the path, his eyes landing on a portly gentleman in an ill-fitting waistcoat. That fellow there, he's not actually a man at all, but 3 clever monkeys in a coat. They've escaped from a travelling circus and are determined to experience high society. Abigail's laughter rang out clear and melodious. It was the most beautiful sound Mathew had ever heard. As they continued their game, inventing increasingly ridiculous backstories for unsuspecting passers-by, Mathew felt lighter than he had in years. The looming spectre of his summons to court seemed distant and unimportant in the face of Abigail's bright smile and clever wit. But soon Abigail's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. He'd been dreading this moment, wishing he could freeze time and remain in this blissful afternoon forever. "Your Grace," Abigail began, her voice soft but insistent. "What is today really about?" Mathew sighed, running a hand through his hair. He'd hoped to avoid this conversation, to keep the harsh reality of his situation at bay for just a little longer. But Abigail's earnest gaze compelled him to answer. "I've received a summons," he admitted reluctantly. "I am to appear at court tomorrow." Abigail's eyes widened, her face paling slightly. "And it doesn't bode well, does it?" Mathew shook his head, touched by the genuine concern in her voice. It was a stark contrast to the false sympathies he'd grown accustomed to in society. "Are you certain you should go?" Abigail asked, her brow furrowed with worry. Mathew let out a humourless chuckle. "I'm afraid I don't have much choice in the matter, unless—" He paused, surprised by the words forming on his lips. "Unless you'd care to run away with me to some distant land." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mathew found himself unsure if he was truly joking. The idea of escaping it all, of starting anew with Abigail by his side, held an unexpected appeal. He searched her face, wondering if she could sense the kernel of truth behind his seemingly flippant suggestion. Mathew watched as a sad smile played across Abigail's lips. His heart sank as she spoke. "Part of me wishes I could," she said softly, "but I have things tying me to London." He felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly pushed it aside. He wouldn't burden her with his troubles. Instead, he reached for another strawberry tart, determined to maintain an air of nonchalance. "Well, we can't all be footloose and fancy-free, can we?" he said lightly, giving her hand a reassuring pat. The warmth of her skin against his sent a pleasant tingle up his arm. "Don't fret, my dear. I can weather any storm, as long as I know you'll be waiting for me on the other side." To his dismay, his words seemed to have the opposite effect of what he'd intended. Abigail's eyes grew even sadder, her gaze dropping to their still joined hands. "About that," she said hesitantly, I might need to spend some time away to sort out some family troubles." Mathew felt his chest tighten, but before he could respond, Abigail quickly added, "But I'd never abandon you completely, Your Grace. Never." Mathew felt a sudden pang of guilt as he realised how little he truly knew about Abigail. Here she was, privy to his deepest secrets and darkest moments. Yet he had scarcely scratched the surface of her own life. "Abigail," he began, his voice soft but earnest, "I've been terribly selfish, haven't I? Here I am, pouring out my troubles to you, and I've never even asked about your own past." Abigail's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing her face. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, seemingly at a loss for words. Mathew leaned forward, his gaze intent upon her face. "Won't you tell me about yourself? Your family, your childhood, anything at all?" Abigail hesitated, her fingers twisting nervously in her lap. Mathew could see the internal struggle playing out in her eyes. "Surely," he said gently, "you can't be worried about what I'll think. After all, you know every sordid detail of my life. I dare say there's little that could shock me at this point." A wry smile tugged at the corner of Abigail's mouth. She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself for what was to come. "Very well, Your Grace," she said at last. "But I must warn you, my past is a bit of a sordid tale as well." Mathew felt a mixture of curiosity and concern at her words. What could this gentle, hard-working woman have experienced that she would describe as sordid? He leaned back, giving her space to speak, and waited with bated breath for her to continue. Her voice was soft, almost hesitant, as she recounted the familiar parts of her story. "As you know, Your Grace, my mother was a cook too. That's where I learned my skills." He nodded encouragingly, sensing there was more to come. Abigail's gaze drifted away from him, focusing on the fashionable crowd strolling through the park. The contrast between their carefree demeanour and Abigail's sombre expression wasn't lost on Mathew. "My mother," Abigail said, her voice quiet but steady. "She came from a small country village. She was fortunate enough to secure a position in the kitchen of the local squire." Mathew watched as Abigail's fingers twisted nervously in her lap. He longed to reach out and take her hand, to offer some comfort, but he held back, not wanting to interrupt her tale. "The squire and my mother." Abigail paused, taking a deep breath. They developed certain feelings for one another. Mathew's eyebrows rose slightly, but he remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Abigail's eyes met his briefly before darting away again. "I was the result of their relationship." The weight of her words hung in the air between them. Mathew felt a surge of empathy for Abigail, understanding now why she had been so reluctant to share her past. He searched for the right words to say, something to convey that her revelation changed nothing about how he saw her. Mathew's heart clenched as he watched Abigail's face, a mixture of emotions playing across her features. He opened his mouth to offer some words of comfort, but Abigail caught his eye, her gaze suddenly fierce. "Don't pity me, Your Grace," she said emphatically. "It wasn't a bad childhood, not for a while at least." Mathew closed his mouth, surprised by her vehemence. He nodded, encouraging her to continue. "The squire, my father," Abigail said, her voice softening. "He always treated me kindly. He made sure I had an education beyond the kitchen too." Suddenly, several things clicked into place in Mathew's mind. Abigail's eloquent speech, her extensive knowledge of household management. It all made sense now. He'd often wondered how a simple cook had acquired such refined skills. "That's why you," he said, but Abigail nodded, understanding his unfinished thought. "Yes," she said with a small smile. "He insisted I learn to read and write, taught me about art and literature. He insisted I learn mathematics, more than what I would need to read a receipt book." Mathew found himself impressed by the squire's actions. It was rare for a man in his position to take such an interest in a natural child, especially a daughter. As he processed this new information, a question nagged at him. If Abigail had enjoyed such a privileged upbringing, why was she now working as a cook in his household? What had changed? Mathew hesitated for a moment, unsure if he should pry further, but his curiosity got the better of him. "Abigail," he said gently, "if you don't mind me asking, what happened? Why aren't you still in the squire's household?" He watched as Abigail's face fell, her earlier animation fading. She took a deep breath, steeling herself to continue her tale. Mathew listened intently as Abigail's story unfolded, his heart growing heavier with each word. He watched her face, noting the subtle changes in her expression as she recounted the painful memories. The squire, he needed to marry, Abigail said, her voice barely above a whisper. He had no proper heir, and even if I had been a boy, I couldn't have inherited. Mathew nodded, understanding all too well the pressures of aristocratic lineage. He felt a twinge of guilt, realising how fortunate he had been in his own position, despite his complicated relationship with his title. Abigail continued, her eyes distant as if seeing the past unfold before her. He promised us we wouldn't have to leave. He truly believed it, I think, but his new wife. She trailed off, shaking her head. She wouldn't tolerate you, Mathew finished for her, his voice soft with sympathy.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Abigail nodded, a sad smile playing on her lips. And it was too difficult for my mother. She still loved him, you see. Mathew's chest tightened at the thought of Abigail and her mother being forced out of the only home they'd known. He wanted to reach out, to offer some comfort, but he held back, sensing she needed to finish her story. In the end, we decided it was best to make a fresh start, Abigail said, her voice growing stronger. We came to London to find work. It wasn't easy, but we managed. Mathew marvelled at her resilience, at the strength it must have taken to rebuild their lives in the unforgiving streets of London. He found himself seeing Abigail in a new light, his admiration for her growing with each passing moment. Now he found himself wanting to know more about the woman who had raised such a remarkable daughter. "Is your mother still in London?" he asked, his voice soft with genuine interest. Abigail's face lit up with a warm smile and she nodded. "Yes, she is." Mathew felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of meeting the woman who had shaped Abigail's life. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Could I meet her sometime?" Abigail's eyes widened in surprise, and Mathew worried for a moment that he had overstepped. But her expression quickly softened, though a hint of confusion remained. "Are you sure?" she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Mathew nodded enthusiastically, his eagerness evident in every movement. "Absolutely. I'd be honoured to meet her." Abigail's smile returned, though it was now touched with a hint of amusement. "Well, if you're sure, then I'm certain my mother would be pleased to have a duke call on her." Mathew felt a twinge of disappointment at her words. Was that all it was? The novelty of a duke's visit? He couldn't help but press further. "Is that the only reason your mother would be pleased to meet me?" he asked, trying to keep his tone light despite the weight of his emotions. Abigail's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she shook her head. "No, Your Grace. I'm quite sure my mother will definitely like you." Her words sent a warm flutter through Mathew's chest. He found himself leaning closer to Abigail, drawn by an invisible force he couldn't quite name. The warm afternoon sun filtered through the leaves above them, making light dance across Abigail like fairies. Taking a deep breath, Mathew gathered his courage. "Abigail," he said, his voice low and earnest, "do you think, could we ever be more than what we are now?" Chapter 24. Abigail's heart raced as she gazed out at the park, acutely aware of Mathew's expectant stare. The warmth of the sun on her face contrasted sharply with the chill that ran down her spine. She wanted nothing more than to say yes, to throw caution to the wind, and embrace the possibility of a future with him. But the weight of her secrets pressed heavily upon her. She turned back to Mathew, her eyes meeting his. The openness and vulnerability she saw there nearly took her breath away. This wasn't the same man she'd met weeks ago, the Duke who cared for nothing and no one. This was Mathew, a man who'd shared his deepest pain with her, who looked at her now with hope and something that might even be love. Abigail's heart had fluttered at Mathew's words, but she forced herself to remain composed. She couldn't let herself be swept away by romantic notions, not when there was still so much at stake. "Are you really sure about this, Your Grace?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Wouldn't you rather marry a lady of noble birth?" "You are, in fact, of noble birth," Mathew interjected. Abigail sighed, shaking her head. "I meant a proper lady, one whose parentage isn't shrouded in shame." The Duke's expression grew serious, his blue eyes intense as he gazed at her. "No," he said firmly, "I wouldn't rather marry anyone else. And I'll tell you this, anyone who dares to suggest that you are less than the finest of ladies will be called out to a green at dawn with pistols." The absurdity of the statement, coupled with the fierce determination in Mathew's voice, startled a laugh out of Abigail. It bubbled up from deep within her, genuine and unrestrained. For a moment, she forgot about her worries, lost in the warmth of his regard and the ridiculousness of his declaration. As her laughter subsided, Abigail found herself smiling at Mathew, touched by his unwavering support. Despite her reservations, she couldn't deny the connection between them, the way he made her feel seen and valued in a way no one else ever had. But her smile faded as reality set in once more. She couldn't let herself be swept away by the romance of the moment, not when there were still so many obstacles between them. "Mathew," she said softly, using his given name for the first time, "I understand the pressures you face as a nobleman, but you must see that I can't bring anything to a marriage with you. I won't be able to help you build a dynasty or secure your position, and if we had children—" She trailed off, her heart aching at the thought. "They'd likely be snubbed by the ton, always seen as less than their peers." She expected Mathew to see reason, to realise the folly of entertaining such a notion. Instead, he scoffed, his eyes flashing with a mixture of amusement and determination. "Dynasty-making and concerns about power and standing are what got my family in trouble in the first place," he said firmly. "I've no interest in continuing that legacy." Abigail opened her mouth to protest, but Mathew held up a hand, silencing her. "And you're wrong about not bringing anything to the marriage," he continued, his voice growing softer, more earnest. "You would bring yourself, Abigail, and that is a treasure beyond compare." His words struck her like a physical blow, leaving her breathless. Abigail stared at him, searching his face for any sign of insincerity or mockery, but all she found was genuine affection and admiration. "How can you say that?" she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "You barely know me." Mathew reached out, gently taking her hand in his. "I know enough," he said. "I know that you're kind, intelligent, and fiercely determined. I know that you've faced hardships I can scarcely imagine, yet you've emerged stronger for it. I know that when you're in the kitchen creating something extraordinary, you shine brighter than any jewel I've ever seen." Abigail's heart swelled with emotion at Mathew's words, threatening to overflow. She'd never felt so cherished, so seen. But even as warmth spread through her chest, a nagging voice of caution persisted in her mind. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Your Grace?" "Mathew," she began, her voice soft but firm. "I'm deeply touched by what you've said, but I fear you might be acting rashly." Mathew's brow furrowed, but Abigail pressed on before he could interrupt. "You're facing an uncertain future, and I've been a steady presence in your life lately. It's natural to want to cling to something familiar when everything else feels precarious." She gently extracted her hand from his, though it pained her to do so. "A life away from the ton might seem like the answer to all your problems right now. But have you truly considered what that would mean? The sacrifices you'd have to make?" Abigail met his gaze, her blue eyes searching his. "I need you to think seriously about this. If your situation were to improve, if, say, the regent is summoning you to offer you a position in his household, would you still want a mere cook for a wife? Would you be content with a simpler life away from the glittering world you've always known? She paused, her heart racing. I'm not saying no, Mathew. I'm just asking you to be sure, to consider all the implications before making such a life-altering decision. Abigail watched Mathew's face intently as he considered her words. She appreciated that he didn't immediately respond. It showed he was taking her concerns seriously. Her heart pounded in her chest as she waited, unsure of what his answer might be. After what felt like an eternity, Mathew reached out and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. His touch sent a shiver through her, and she found herself unable to look away from his intense gaze. Abigail, he said, his voice low and earnest, I would be honoured to have you by my side under any circumstances. Whether I'm a duke or a pauper, in the regent's favour or in exile, none of that matters as long as you're with me. His words warmed her heart, but it was the regret in his eyes that truly caught her off guard. If anything, Mathew continued, I only regret that things are the way they are because I don't have more to offer you. You deserve so much more than a man with a tarnished family name and an uncertain future. Abigail's breath caught in her throat. She'd never imagined he might see their situation that way. I wouldn't blame you for deciding I'm more trouble than I'm worth, he added, his voice barely above a whisper. Don't say that, Abigail replied quickly, her hand instinctively reaching up to cover his on her shoulder. Please, don't ever say that. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. I need some time to think, Mathew. There's so much to consider, for both of us. She watched as disappointment flickered across his face, though he tried to hide it. Her heart ached, but she knew this was the right decision. She couldn't rush into something so life-changing without careful consideration. I'll be gone for a couple of days, she said softly. When I return, I promise I'll have an answer for you. Mathew nodded, his expression a mixture of understanding and poorly concealed dejection. Then, a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. Well, he said, his tone lighter than before, I suppose I should confess the real reason I'm so eager to secure your hand. Abigail raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Oh, and what might that be? Mathew leaned in conspiratorially. It's your plum puff pastries, of course. I'd do anything not to lose those. Marry a cook, small price to pay for a lifetime supply of such delectable treats. For a moment, Abigail stared at him in disbelief. Then, unable to help herself, she burst into laughter. The tension that had been building between them dissipated as her giggles filled the air. You're ridiculous, she managed between chuckles, shaking her head fondly. Mathew grinned, clearly pleased with himself for lightening the mood. Perhaps, he agreed, but at least I'm honest about my motivations. Abigail's laughter subsided, but a warm smile remained on her face. She was grateful for Mathew's ability to bring levity to even the most serious situations. It reassured her that no matter what decision she made, their connection, this easy, playful rapport, would remain intact. She could only hope that it would weather her pending confession as easily. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mathew Beaumont, Duke of Newcastle, rose with the sun, his stomach churning with a mix of anxiety and determination. He had hours before his summons to the palace, but sleep eluded him. Better to face the day head-on, he thought. He rang for Virgil, his unorthodox butler. The man's hulking frame filled the doorway moments later. Your Grace, Virgil rumbled, his voice low and gravelly. Mathew nodded. Time to make myself presentable, old boy. Virgil set about his tasks with surprising grace for such a large man. As he helped Mathew into his formal attire, Piece by meticulous piece, the weight of what was to come settled on the Duke's shoulders. Virgil's hands were steady as he wielded the straight razor, carefully removing the last traces of stubble from Mathew's jaw. The Duke held still, lost in thought. What would the day bring? Disgrace? Ruin? Or perhaps, by some miracle, redemption? The court dress felt stiff and confining. Mathew adjusted his cravat, frowning at his reflection. The sash lay heavy across his chest, and the family crest glinted on his lapel. It was like donning armour for battle, he mused grimly. As Mathew fastened the last button on his coat, he caught Virgil's eye in the mirror. The butler's face remained impassive, but there was a glimmer of something in his gaze. Understanding, perhaps, or solidarity. Virgil gave a sharp, decisive nod. It wasn't much, but it bolstered Mathew's resolve. He squared his shoulders, ready to face whatever lay ahead. A few minutes later, Mathew was descending the stairs, his heart racing with anticipation. He scanned the foyer, hoping to catch a glimpse of Abigail before his departure. "Henry," he called out, spotting the footman. "Is Miss Brown downstairs?" Henry's eyebrow arched, a knowing look crossing his face. Mathew felt heat rise to his cheeks. "I mean," he hastily added, "I wish to address the entire household before I leave." Henry's expression remained sceptical. "I am afraid Miss Brown has already left for the day, Your Grace. However, she did prepare a substantial breakfast for you before her departure." Disappointment settled in Mathew's chest, but he nodded, maintaining his composure. "Very well. Thank you, Henry." In the dining room, Mathew found a spread that made his mouth water despite his nerves. Abigail's culinary magic never failed to impress him. As he savoured each bite, he couldn't help but feel touched by her thoughtfulness. Once he'd finished, Mathew dabbed his mouth with a napkin and called for Henry again. "Please assemble the household staff," he requested. "I'd like to speak with everyone before I go." Henry bowed slightly. "Of course, Your Grace. Though I'm afraid it's just myself, Virgil, and young Rosemary at present." Mathew nodded, a pang of sadness hitting him as he realised how small his household had become. Still, these loyal few deserved his words of gratitude before he faced whatever awaited him at court. Mathew cleared his throat, facing the small assembly of servants. His heart felt heavy, but he squared his shoulders, determined to do right by these loyal few. "I've called you here because I owe you the truth," he began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I cannot know for certain what awaits me at court today, but I firmly suspect there are tough days ahead for this household." He paused, studying their faces. Virgil's expression remained stoic, while Henry's brow furrowed slightly. Young Rosemary's eyes were wide, her hands clasped tightly before her. Mathew continued, "I want you all to know that I will understand completely if you do not wish to remain in a house tainted by such scandal. You've been loyal beyond measure, and I promise to write you glowing references." He stopped abruptly, frowning as a thought struck him. "Or, I won't write you references at all, if that would better help you secure new positions. Whichever you prefer." The silence that followed was deafening. Mathew watched as the servants exchanged meaningful glances, a silent conversation passing between them. He held his breath, waiting for their response, acutely aware that these people had become more than just his staff. They were, in many ways, the closest thing he had to a family now. Mathew stared at his small assembly of servants, bracing himself for their inevitable departure. To his astonishment, it was Rosemary, the quiet kitchen maid, who broke the tense silence. "We're not as callow as that, Your Grace," she blurted out, her voice trembling but clear. "To just leave now." Mathew blinked, taken aback by the young girl's sudden outburst. He'd never heard her speak more than a word or two at a time. Rosemary glanced at Virgil and Henry, her cheeks flushing. We're all Each other has now. The Duke felt a lump form in his throat. He looked at the faces of his loyal staff, seeing determination etched in their features. Virgil gave a solemn nod, while Henry's lips quirked into a small smile. Despite the weight of his impending court appearance, Mathew couldn't help but smile. These misfits, this odd little family they cobbled together, were standing by him. It was more than he dared hope for. "Thank you," he managed, his voice thick with emotion. "All of you. I don't know what to say." Mathew cleared his throat, composing himself. "You're dismissed. I must be on my way." As he strode towards the front door, Mathew's mind whirled. He'd expected to face this day alone, but now he knew he had people to come back to, regardless of the outcome. People who believed in him. Stepping out into the crisp morning air, Mathew took a deep breath. The thought of Rosemary, usually so shy and reserved, speaking up so boldly, filled him with a peculiar warmth. If she could find such courage, perhaps he could too. With renewed determination, Mathew set off towards the palace, hoping he could face whatever lay ahead with even a fraction of Rosemary's unexpected bravery. Chapter 25. Abigail hurried through the early morning streets of London, her heart pounding with each step. The poke bonnet she wore cast a shadow over her face, concealing her features from prying eyes. She'd chosen one of her nicer dresses, hoping to blend in with the respectable folk out and about at this hour. Her mind, however, refused to cooperate with her attempts at stealth. It kept drifting back to the Duke as he readied himself to go to the palace, where he would be standing before the Queen and Regent. Guilt gnawed at her insides. She should be there, supporting him through what was sure to be a harrowing ordeal. "Focus," she muttered to herself, adjusting her bonnet. She had to concentrate on the task at hand, convincing her mother to leave her flat. But how? What could she possibly say that wouldn't raise suspicion or cause undue worry? As she turned onto her mother's street, Abigail's steps slowed. She scanned the area, searching for any sign of the Viscount's men. The street appeared normal, with only a few early risers going about their business. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Abigail paused at the corner, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. She'd faced difficult situations before, but this felt different. The stakes were higher, the consequences more dire, not just for her, but for her mother and the Duke as well. As she approached her mother's building, Abigail's resolve wavered. How could she uproot her mother's life so abruptly? But the alternative, leaving her vulnerable to the Viscount's threats, was unthinkable. Abigail's hand trembled as she reached for the doorknob. Something felt off. The door swung open with the slightest touch, creaking ominously. "Mother?" she called, her voice echoing in the eerily quiet flat. Stepping inside, Abigail's breath caught in her throat. The familiar furnishings were gone, leaving behind bare walls and empty spaces. It was as if her mother had never lived here at all. "Mother!" Abigail's voice grew more urgent as she moved from room to room, each as barren as the last. Her heart raced, panic rising with each passing moment. In the kitchen, a lone side table stood against the wall. Abigail's eyes locked onto a folded piece of paper resting atop it. With shaking hands, she unfolded the note and read, "You are clever, but not clever or quick enough. Play nicely, or your dear mother will pay the price." The blood drained from Abigail's face. Though unsigned, she knew exactly who had penned those chilling words. The Viscount had outmaneuvered her, striking where she was most vulnerable. Abigail sank to the floor, the note clutched in her fist. How could she have been so foolish? How could she have waited so long? She'd underestimated the Viscount's ruthlessness and been caught up in her own silly fantasies, and now her mother was paying the price for her mistakes. Abigail slumped against the bare wall, her mind reeling. The emptiness of her mother's flat seemed to mirror the hollowness in her chest. For a moment, she felt utterly lost, adrift in a sea of uncertainty and fear. The temptation to give in to despair was overwhelming. She'd been outplayed, outsmarted by the Viscount. Her mother was gone, taken to who knows where, and it was all her fault. Abigail closed her eyes, memories of her time working for the Viscount flooding back. The lies, the secrets, the constant fear of discovery. It all seemed to crash down on her at once. But as she thought about the Viscount's schemes, his plot to ruin the Duke, something shifted inside her. The fear and despair began to give way to a simmering anger. How dare he? How dare he threaten her mother, try to destroy a good man like the Duke, all for his own selfish gain? Abigail's hands clenched into fists. No, she wouldn't let him win. She couldn't. The Viscount had always relied on her isolation, on her fear of reaching out to others. But things were different now. She thought of the Duke, of the odd family of misfits she'd assembled in his household. They weren't just servants or employers anymore. They were people who cared about her, who would stand by her side. Determination replaced despair as Abigail pushed herself to her feet. She wasn't alone anymore. She had built a family of her own, people she could trust and rely on. It was time to stop trying to handle everything on her own. It was time to ask for help. With renewed purpose, Abigail strode out of the empty flat. She knew what she had to do now. The Viscount had made a grave mistake in underestimating her. He thought he'd broken her spirit, but he'd only succeeded in hardening her resolve. With a face like thunder, she made her way back to the Duke's house. Abigail's heart raced as she gathered the servants in the kitchen. Her hands trembled slightly as she looked at their concerned faces. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and began to explain the situation. "I need your help," she said, her voice strained but surprisingly strong. "The Viscount has taken my mother." No one said anything, but there was a collective inhale. Abigail watched as shock and anger flashed across their faces. Virgil's jaw clenched, his massive frame seeming to grow even larger with his barely contained anger. He didn't say a word, but his eyes burned with a fierce protectiveness that made Abigail's throat tighten with emotion. Henry's usual carefree demeanour vanished, replaced by a look of disgust. "That's beyond the pale," he spat. "It's one thing to make an arrangement, but to abduct someone's mother? Utterly distasteful." Even little Rosemary, usually so quiet and reserved, looked ready for battle. Her small fists were clenched at her sides, her green eyes flashing with determination. Their immediate and unwavering support overwhelmed Abigail. She'd been so alone for so long, carrying the weight of her secrets and fears. Now, looking at the faces of these people who'd become more than just fellow servants, she felt a glimmer of hope. I don't know what to do," Abigail admitted, her voice cracking. "But I can't abandon her. Will you help me find her?" Without hesitation, they all nodded. Virgil stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Henry's face set in grim determination. Rosemary moved closer, her small hand slipping into Abigail's. For the first time since discovering her mother's empty flat, Abigail felt the crushing weight of despair begin to lift. She wasn't alone anymore. She had people who cared, who were willing to stand by her side. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Abigail's heart leapt into her throat as she heard the Duke's familiar footsteps on the stairs. She hadn't expected him back so soon. The kitchen fell silent as everyone turned toward the sound. "Hello? Is anyone here?" The Duke's voice carried a note of confusion and irritation. "I've just returned, and there wasn't a soul to greet me." Abigail froze, her mind racing. How could she explain this situation to him? She'd barely had time to process it herself. The Duke appeared in the doorway, his brow furrowed. His eyes swept over the gathered servants, taking in their grim expressions. "What's going on? What's wrong?" Henry stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Your Grace, I'm afraid there's been a situation. Someone—" He paused, glancing sidelong at Abigail, as if assessing what she was ready to reveal. "Has taken Abigail's mother," Henry said, his voice steady but laced with concern. The Duke's eyes widened, and he turned to Abigail. For a moment he just stared at her, his expression unreadable. Abigail felt exposed under his gaze, as if he could see right through her, past all her secrets and lies. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken questions and barely concealed emotions. Abigail's heart pounded in her chest as she waited for the Duke's reaction, unsure of what to expect. The Duke's eyes bore into her, searching for answers. She swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. "Who was it?" the Duke asked, his voice low and urgent. Abigail took a deep breath, steeling herself. "I'm certain it was the Viscount, Your Grace. I recognised his seal on the note left at my mother's home." The Duke's face fell, his shoulders sagging as if under an invisible weight. He hung his head, the very picture of a man crushed by guilt. "This is my fault," he said, his voice strained. "The Viscount is doing this as part of his plans against me. I should have seen it coming, should have protected you and your mother." Abigail's chest tightened at the sight of his distress. She wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but she held back, unsure of where they stood. The Duke looked up at her, his blue eyes filled with remorse. "Abigail, can you ever forgive me? You were right to be cautious about getting close to me. I dismissed your concerns, and now—" He trailed off, shaking his head. Abigail felt torn. Part of her wanted to reassure him, to tell him it wasn't his fault. But another part of her, the part that had been carrying this burden for so long, couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only he'd listened to her earlier, if only she'd been brave enough to tell him the whole truth sooner. Abigail's heart raced as she looked into the Duke's remorseful eyes. She knew she had to tell him the truth, all of it, before things spiraled even further out of control. "Your Grace," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "there's more to this situation than you know. The Viscount does want to use my mother and me against you, but that's not the whole story." Abigail took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to reveal. "I have something of the utmost importance to tell you before things go any further. It's about the Viscount, and—" "Go on," the Duke urged gently, his eyes never leaving hers. "You can tell me anything, Abigail. I promise I'll listen." She nodded, her heart pounding in her ears. This was it, the moment of truth. Abigail opened her mouth, ready to confess everything. Her role as the Viscount's spy, the information she'd gathered, the guilt that had been eating away at her. But just as she was about to speak, the sharp ring of the front doorbell cut through the air, startling everyone in the kitchen. Chapter 26. Abigail's heart raced as Henry moved towards the stairs. She couldn't let the Duke answer that door, not before she'd told him everything. "Henry, wait!" she called out, but the Duke was quicker. "Stay here and help Abigail," he commanded, his voice firm. "Whatever you're working on is far more important than some unexpected guest." Before Abigail could protest, the Duke was already halfway up the stairs. She felt panic rising in her chest. This was all wrong. He needed to know the truth before facing whoever was at the door. "Your Grace, please!" Abigail called out, rushing after him. Her feet barely touched the steps as she climbed, her skirt swishing around her ankles. "I must tell you something first. It's urgent." Abigail's heart pounded as she reached the top of the stairs, breathless from her pursuit. The Duke turned to her, his eyes filled with a warmth that made her chest tighten. "Abigail, listen to me," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Nothing is more important right now than finding your mother and ensuring her safety. Whatever you need to tell me can wait." His words caught her off guard. Abigail felt a surge of emotion, touched by his genuine concern for her mother's well-being. It only made what she had to confess all the more difficult. "But, Your Grace, she started, her voice trembling. The Duke placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, silencing her protest. "We'll sort everything out, I promise. But first, let's deal with whoever's at the door." He flashed her a reassuring smile that made her knees weak. "I'm sure everything will turn out well," he said with a confidence she wished she could share. Abigail hesitated, torn between her desire to reveal the truth and her ingrained sense of propriety. As the Duke moved towards the door, she instinctively stepped back, retreating to the shadows of the hallway. Years of training as a servant kicked in, reminding her that she shouldn't be seen above stairs by visitors. From her hidden vantage point, Abigail watched as the Duke straightened his jacket and reached for the door handle. She held her breath, her fingers twisting nervously in her apron as she waited to see who would be revealed on the other side. Abigail's stomach plummeted as the door swung open, revealing the Viscount's smug face. Her fingers dug into her palms, nails biting flesh as she fought the urge to rush forward and demand answers about her mother's whereabouts. Mathew's shoulders tensed visibly, his voice cold as he addressed the unwelcome visitor. "Viscount, I have nothing to say to you." Abigail watched, heart racing, as Mathew began to close the door. The sharp tap of the Viscount's walking stick wedging itself in the gap made her flinch. "My dear Duke," the Viscount's oily voice oozed through the crack, "I assure you, I have a great deal to say to you. Now, shall we discuss matters here on the street, where all of Mayfair can listen in? Or would you prefer the privacy of your home?" Abigail held her breath, silently willing Mathew to slam the door in the Viscount's face. But even from her hidden vantage point, she could see the subtle shift in Mathew's demeanour. His jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath the skin as he reluctantly stepped back. "Very well," Mathew said, his tone clipped but outwardly polite. "Do come in, Viscount." As the Viscount sauntered over the threshold, Abigail tried to press herself further into the shadows, but was stopped by Virgil's reassuring bulk. She hadn't heard him follow her up the stairs, but Virgil, Henry, and even Rosemary were close behind her. Her heart pounded as she watched the exchange unfold. Virgil put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The Viscount's voice, smooth as silk but laced with venom, carried clearly to her hiding spot. "Tell me, Duke, how has our dear Abigail been working out as your temporary cook?" Confusion flashed across Mathew's face for a brief moment before he composed himself. "She has surpassed all expectations," he replied, his tone cautious. The Viscount's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "That's good to hear. I've always found Abigail's cooking to be quite delightful myself, so..." Abigail's stomach twisted as she saw Mathew's eyes narrow suspiciously. "How exactly do you know what her cooking is like?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. A cold laugh escaped the Viscount's lips. "My dear Duke, have you forgotten already? I'm the one who recommended her to you in the first place." He cocked his head to the side, studying Mathew with mock concern. "Were you truly so deep in your cups that you can't even remember that?" Abigail watched in horror as realization slowly dawned on Mathew's face. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to something that made her heart clench painfully. Betrayal. Slowly he turned his head, his eyes searching the shadows until they locked onto hers. In that moment, Abigail felt as if all the air had been sucked from her lungs. The hurt and suspicion in Mathew's gaze pierced her like a physical blow. She wanted to rush forward to explain everything, but her feet remained rooted to the spot. All she could do was stare back, silently pleading for understanding as her carefully constructed world began to crumble around her. And then the Viscount's cruel smile turned in her direction. Abigail felt exposed, vulnerable, as if all her carefully guarded secrets were laid bare. "I'm afraid I must apologise, Duke," the Viscount said, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "I can no longer loan Abigail to you. You see, she has an unpaid debt to settle." His eyes glinted maliciously as he added, "If she doesn't come with me now, I'll be forced to call it in." Abigail's stomach churned. She knew exactly what the Viscount meant. Her mother's safety hung in the balance. She watched anxiously as Mathew's gaze darted between her and the Viscount, his brow furrowed in confusion and growing anger. After what felt like an eternity, Mathew beckoned her forward with a slight gesture. Abigail moved cautiously, each step feeling like she was walking to her doom. She stopped beside Mathew, close enough to feel the tension radiating from him. "Abigail," Mathew said, his voice low and controlled. "Do you know the Viscount?" She swallowed hard, unable to meet his eyes. Slowly she nodded, shame burning her cheeks. Mathew's next question came out strained, as if he dreaded the answer. "Do you want to go with him?" At this, Abigail's head snapped up. She met Mathew's gaze, seeing the hurt and confusion swirling in his eyes. Without hesitation, she shook her head vigorously, hoping he could see the truth in her face, the desperation in her eyes. Her heart raced as she watched the exchange between Mathew and the Viscount unfold. She held her breath, waiting for Mathew's response. "I'm afraid you have your answer, Viscount," Mathew said, his voice firm. "Abigail won't be going with you today." The Viscount's polite mask crumbled, revealing the fury beneath. His eyes flashed dangerously as he lunged forward, reaching for Abigail's arm. "You little scheming harlot!" he snarled. Abigail flinched, but before the Viscount could touch her, Mathew smoothly stepped between them. His broad frame effectively blocked the Viscount's path, and Abigail felt a surge of relief wash over her. "She's nothing but a grubby, conniving servant," the Viscount spat, his face contorted with rage. "You're a fool to protect her, your grace." Abigail watched in stunned silence as Mathew's hand shot out, grasping the Viscount's jacket. With surprising strength, he yanked the thinner man forward until their faces were mere inches apart. "I believe it's time for you to leave, Viscount," Mathew growled, his voice low and menacing. "We've taken up quite enough of your valuable time." Abigail's eyes widened as she saw a flicker of fear cross the Viscount's face. She'd never seen Mathew like this before. The lazy, indulgent Duke replaced by a man of barely contained power and anger. Despite the circumstances, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of admiration. Meanwhile, the Viscount's eyes darted around the room, taking in Henry and Virgil's protective stances. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face before he composed himself once more. Mathew released his grip on the Viscount's jacket, allowing the man to step back and straighten his clothing with exaggerated care. The Viscount's sneer made Abigail's skin crawl as he turned his attention back to Mathew. "You'll regret wasting such loyalty on someone so undeserving," he spat, jabbing his walking stick in Abigail's direction. Abigail's heart raced as she saw Mathew's brow furrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. The Viscount's lips curled into a cruel smile as his gaze locked onto Abigail. She felt her breath catch in her throat, knowing what was coming next. Time seemed to slow as the Viscount's words hung in the air between them. "Your precious cook has been spying for me from the very moment she entered your house, your grace." Abigail's stomach plummeted as she watched the colour drain from Mathew's face. His eyes, filled with hurt and betrayal, turned to her, silently begging for denial. She opened her mouth, desperate to explain, but no words came out. The weight of her deception pressed down on her, leaving her frozen in place as her carefully constructed world crumbled around her. Her heart sank as the Viscount continued his cruel revelations. Each word felt like a knife twisting in her gut, made all the worse by the truth behind them. "It was Abigail herself that gave me all the information I needed to turn Sir Opinion against you, Your Grace," the Viscount gloated, his eyes gleaming with malicious triumph. "I must say, I especially enjoyed the bit about your mother." Abigail watched in horror as Mathew's face paled, his eyes widening with shock and pain. She wanted to reach out to him, to explain, but her body refused to move. The Viscount's voice dripped with false sympathy as he continued. "I'd known your father, the late Duke of Newcastle, and was aware of his reputation for cruelty. But I never imagined it was quite so severe." Mathew turned away abruptly, his shoulders rigid with tension. Abigail could see the hurt radiating from him, and it tore at her heart. She opened her mouth to speak, to defend herself, but no words came out. "Virgil," Mathew's voice was low and strained, "please see our guest out." Abigail watched as Virgil stepped forward, a grim satisfaction in his eyes as he moved towards the Viscount. She knew the butler would take great pleasure in forcibly removing the unwelcome visitor. Then Mathew turned to face her, and Abigail felt her world crumble. His eyes, usually so warm when they looked at her, were now cold and distant. "Get out," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Numbly, Abigail retreated downstairs. Her mind was a whirlwind of regret and fear as she mechanically began to gather her few belongings. She had no idea where she would go or what she would do, but she knew she couldn't stay here, not after what had just happened. Chapter 27. Mathew wandered through the halls of his once lively home, feeling as though he were moving through a thick, oppressive fog. The house had grown eerily quiet, devoid of the warmth and energy that had filled it only a day ago. He tried to shake off the gloom, but found himself unable to muster even a hint of his usual appetite. "It's just the food," he muttered to himself, attempting to rationalise the hollow feeling in his stomach. "The quality has gone to pot since—" He couldn't bring himself to say her name. Sighing heavily, Mathew reached for the bell. Pull, intending to summon Virgil for some tea. Perhaps that would settle his uneasy stomach. He tugged once, twice, but no answering footsteps came. Irritation flared, momentarily cutting through his melancholy. "Blast it all," he grumbled, pushing himself up from his chair. "Must I do everything myself now?" Mathew hesitated at the top of the stairs leading down to the kitchen. He'd been avoiding that part of the house, not wanting to confront the memories that lingered there. But his annoyance at Virgil's absence overrode his reluctance, and he began to descend. Each step felt heavier than the last as he approached the kitchen. The usual bustle and clamour were absent, replaced by an unsettling silence. Mathew paused at the threshold, his hand on the doorframe, suddenly unsure if he wanted to see what lay beyond. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The kitchen was dark and still, pots and pans hanging untouched on their hooks. "Virgil?" Mathew called out, his voice echoing in the empty space. "Anyone?" Mathew's eyes adjusted to the dim light, and he spotted a figure moving in the shadows. Virgil emerged, his usual impeccable butler's livery replaced by a simple shirt rolled up to his forearms and trousers. The large man was stacking firewood near the hearth, his muscular arms straining with each log. "Virgil, what in blazes are you doing?" Mathew asked, bewildered by the sight. Virgil paused, a hefty log balanced in his hands. He glanced at Mathew, his expression unreadable. "Stacking firewood, Your Grace?" Mathew frowned, frustration bubbling up inside him. "I can see that, but where is everyone else? Why are you down here instead of attending to your duties?" Virgil set the log down with a dull thud. "Gone," he said simply, his deep voice echoing in the empty kitchen. "Gone?" Mathew repeated, incredulous. "Gone where?" Virgil wiped his hands on his trousers, leaving streaks of dirt. "They're all trying to find Abigail's mother. I'll be joining them again shortly." Mathew's jaw clenched. The mere mention of Abigail's name sent a pang through his chest, quickly followed by a surge of anger. "Why on earth are you all wasting your time on that?" he demanded, his voice rising. "After what she did—" Virgil straightened to his full height, eye to eye with Mathew. His usually placid face hardened as he stared at the Duke, his eyes glinting with an intensity that made Mathew take an involuntary step back. "We're doing this because Miss Abigail is good," Virgil said, his voice low but firm. "She doesn't deserve this." Mathew scoffed, bitterness rising in his throat. "Good? She's a liar and a snake. We're better off without her." Virgil's expression softened slightly, but his gaze remained steady. "Do you really think that's true, Your Grace?" The question hit Mathew like a punch to the gut. He opened his mouth to reply, but found he couldn't form the words. Deflated, he sank onto one of the stools at the kitchen table, running a hand through his hair. Virgil moved closer, his voice gentler now. "Have you considered that Miss Abigail might not have had much choice in her actions?" Mathew looked up, confusion furrowing his brow. "What do you mean?" "If the Viscount has Miss Abigail's mother," Virgil explained, "do you believe she had a choice if it meant her mother's well-being?" The implication of Virgil's words washed over Mathew like ice water. He hadn't considered that possibility, too caught up in his own hurt and anger. The thought of Abigail being forced into such a position made his stomach churn. I didn't think—" Mathew stammered, his mind racing to reassess everything he thought he knew. Mathew's expression hardened, his jaw clenching as he struggled against the tide of emotions threatening to overwhelm him. He wasn't ready to let go of his anger just yet. "If that was the case," he said, his voice tight, "then why didn't Abigail trust me enough to tell me what was going on? Why keep me in the dark?" Virgil paused in his work, tilting his head to regard Mathew with a knowing look. "Wasn't Miss Abigail trying to tell you something before you went upstairs the other day to answer the door to the Viscount?" The weight of the truth crashed down on Mathew like a physical blow. He remembered Abigail's urgent tone, the way she'd started to speak before being interrupted. His mind raced, replaying every interaction, every moment where she might have been trying to confide in him. Mathew put his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the realization. How could he have been so blind, so caught up in his own hurt that he'd failed to see what was right in front of him? Virgil stood and resumed stacking the firewood, the steady thud of logs filling the silence that had fallen between them. I hadn't realized," Mathew finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. He felt lost, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Everything he thought he knew had been turned on its head. Virgil paused in his work once more, fixing Mathew with a steady gaze. "What are you going to do now, Your Grace?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Abigail's feet ached as she trudged through the cobblestone streets of London. For days, she'd been darting from house to house, calling on every connection she'd made over the years. Her body craved rest, but her mind refused quiet. At each stop, she'd plastered on a smile and feigned casual interest in the latest gossip. "Oh, have you heard anything about the Viscount lately?" she'd ask, her heart hammering. "Any news from court?" The responses varied, but none provided the answers she desperately sought. Some servants whispered about the Viscount's increased visits to certain gambling hells. Others mentioned hushed conversations with men of dubious reputation. But of the Duke's fate at court there was nothing but speculation. Abigail's stomach churned with guilt and worry. She'd set these wheels in motion, and now she felt powerless to stop them. The image of her mother's empty flat haunted her, driving her forward even as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. As twilight settled over the city, Abigail found herself outside a modest townhouse. She hesitated, then knocked. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar face. Sarah, a scullery maid she'd befriended for years. "Abigail?" Sarah's eyes widened. "What are you doing here?" Abigail swallowed hard, her throat dry. "I need to speak to you urgently." Sarah's brow furrowed, but she nodded. "Follow me." Abigail followed Sarah to a small alcove near the kitchen. "I need information about what happened at court," she whispered, "with the Duke of Newcastle." Sarah's eyes darted around, ensuring they were alone. "I assumed you'd know, working in his household and all." Abigail shook her head. I've been away. I thought perhaps the regent simply scolded him or—" "Oh, no," Sarah interrupted, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. "It was far worse than that." Abigail's heart raced. "What do you mean?" Sarah leaned in close, her breath warm against Abigail's ear. "Well, from what I've heard." Chapter 28. Abigail's blood ran cold as Sarah's words sank in. Her knees weakened, and she leaned against the wall for support. "High treason," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Are you certain?" Sarah nodded gravely. The regent didn't outright accuse him, mind you, but the implication was clear as day, something about suspicions of plotting against the crown. Abigail's mind raced. She knew the consequences of such a charge all too well. Visions of the Duke in chains, banished to some far-off penal colony, flashed before her eyes. Worse still, the spectre of the gallows loomed. But why?" Abigail stammered, struggling to comprehend. "The Duke would never—" She trailed off, remembering the Duke's confession about his father's treasonous past. Had the sins of the father truly come to haunt the son? A thought struck her. If the charges are so serious, why wasn't he arrested on the spot? Sarah glanced around conspiratorially before answering. "Well, that's the curious part. From what I've gathered, the regent seemed reluctant, almost as if he was giving the Duke a chance to clear his name." "What makes you say that?" Abigail pressed. "It's just whispers, mind you," Sarah cautioned, "but some say the regent and the Duke were once quite close, friends even. It's possible the regent is trying to find a way out of this mess for him, or he just lets him believe that so as to gather more evidence or expose the other conspirators too, if there are any." Abigail's mind whirled with this new information. Whatever the regent's intentions were, it was certain that they were giving them, time. A glimmer of hope sparked within her, but it was quickly extinguished by the weight of her own guilt. She had unwittingly provided the ammunition for these accusations. In the next few minutes, she dashed through the streets of London, her mind a whirlwind of fear and determination. The enormity of the Duke's predicament overshadowed even her worry for her mother. She had to warn him, to explain, to somehow make this right. As she approached the Duke's townhouse, Abigail didn't slow her pace. Propriety be damned, she thought, bursting through the front door without so much as a knock. "Your Grace," she called out, her voice echoing through the foyer. "Duke Newcastle." She paused, listening for any response. The house seemed eerily quiet. Panic began to set in as she wondered if she was too late, if he had already been taken away. "Mathew!" she shouted, abandoning all pretense of formality. Footsteps thundered down the stairs, and Abigail's breath caught in her throat as the Duke appeared, looking dishevelled and bewildered. "Abigail?" he asked, his eyes wide with surprise. "What on earth?" "Your Grace, I know what happened at court," she interrupted, words tumbling out in a rush. "The charges against you, it's my fault. I never meant for this to happen, but, well, I'm here now, and I'm going to help you, whether you like it or not." She lifted her chin defiantly, fairly daring the Duke to contradict her. "It's a bit late for that now, isn't it?" he said, his voice tinged with bitterness, "given that I'm in this mess because of you." Abigail winced at his words, feeling the sting of truth in them. She swallowed hard, pushing down the guilt that threatened to overwhelm her. "I know," she admitted softly, "and I can't apologise enough for my part in this. But—" She hesitated, steeling herself for what she needed to say next. "You can't pretend that your life was perfectly in order before I arrived, Your Grace." The Duke's eyes flashed with indignation. "Now, see here." But Abigail pressed on, cutting him off. "The only reason the Viscount targeted you in the first place was because your life was in shambles. It made you easy prey." Abigail paused for a moment. "I know what it's like," she said haltingly. "The Viscount, he finds people that are desperate. He can see what it is they need, and he takes them and twists them up until they're caught in his web." Abigail stopped abruptly, realising she'd revealed more about herself than she'd intended. She bit her lip, avoiding the Duke's gaze. She'd never wanted his pity, and now she felt exposed, vulnerable. The Duke studied her for a long moment, his expression shifting from anger to something softer, more understanding. Abigail's heart leapt, hoping he might forgive her. But when he spoke, his voice was still guarded. "I appreciate you coming here, Abigail, but I'm not ready to trust you again. Not yet." His words stung, and Abigail felt her own frustration boiling over. "I could be out there right now, serving my own ends, looking for my mother," she snapped, gesturing wildly towards the door. "Instead, I'm here, trying to help you." The Duke's eyebrows shot up at her outburst, but Abigail was too worked up to care about propriety now. "I know I've made mistakes," she continued, her voice trembling with emotion. "But I'm here now, and I want to make things right. Can't you see that?" The Duke was quiet for a moment, considering her words. Finally, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Whatever the case may be," he said slowly, "I suppose we have a better chance of overcoming the Viscount's schemes together." Abigail felt a wave of relief wash over her. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was a start. The Duke's expression now shifted from guarded to thoughtful. He regarded her for a moment before speaking. "So, what's our next move? You know the Viscount and how he works better than I do." Abigail chewed her lip, considering. "It will take some serious proof to turn the tables on the Viscount," she said slowly. "That's why he's so devious. He collects little bits of true information and twists them to his own ends." The Duke scoffed. "The Viscount has a curious definition of the truth." His words made Abigail pause. A glimmer of an idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps we should follow the Viscount's recipe for the truth then. To her surprise, the Duke's face brightened slightly. "We need to recall all the servants immediately," he declared, and then added, "and we will definitely need to hire temporary servants as well. I have an idea." Abigail blinked, taken aback by his sudden enthusiasm. "What is it?" she asked, curiosity piqued. The Duke's eyes gleamed with a determination she hadn't seen in him before. "Prepare to cook like you've never cooked before, Abigail." She stared at him, baffled. "Cook? Your Grace, I don't understand. How will that help us against the Viscount?" but the Duke was already striding towards the servant's bell, a newfound energy in his step. "Trust me," he said over his shoulder, "this might just be our way out of this mess." Abigail felt a mixture of confusion and hope stirring within her. She didn't quite understand the Duke's plan yet, but seeing him so animated gave her a flicker of optimism. Whatever he had in mind, she was ready to give it her all. Chapter 29. The next morning, Abigail found herself in a whirlwind of activity. The Duke's plan had been set in motion, and she was at the centre of it all. As she bustled about the kitchen, preparing for what would be the most important meal of her life, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The Duke had sent out an invitation to the regent himself, requesting his presence for a private dinner. It was a bold move, one that could make or break their chances against the Viscount. Abigail knew that the entire ton had been buzzing about the food at the Duke's last party, and the regent's curiosity would likely get the better of him. He was, after all, a man of notorious appetite. As she worked, Abigail's mind raced with possibilities. She had to create a meal that would not only impress the regent, but also surpass all expectations. It needed to be a feast fit for royalty, something that would stun even a prince. Her hands were moving with practiced precision as she prepared dish after exquisite dish. She started with a delicate consommé, clear as crystal and bursting with flavour. For the fish course, she crafted a masterpiece of turbot in champagne sauce, garnished with truffles and caviar. The meat course would be a triumph of venison, perfectly roasted and served with a rich sauce of port and juniper berries. But it was the dessert that Abigail poured her heart into. She created a towering croquembouche, each puff pastry filled with different flavoured creams, and the entire structure drizzled with spun sugar that glittered like delicate lace. It was a new recipe, fresh from the continent, and would likely be seen as a novelty. As the day wore on, the kitchen filled with tantalising aromas. Abigail worked tirelessly, her focus unwavering. She knew that this meal could be their key to unravelling the Viscount's schemes, and she was determined to make it perfect. Abigail took a step back, wiping her brow with the back of her hand as she surveyed her work. The kitchen was a flurry of activity, with temporary and borrowed staff darting about, but at the centre of it all stood her masterpieces. She'd outdone herself, creating not only the main courses but also an array of savouries and removes in the new style to be served between courses. Her eyes swept over the delicate canapés, each one a work of art in miniature. There were tiny tartlets filled with savoury custard and topped with slivers of smoked salmon, bite-sized quiches with wild mushrooms, and delicate blinis crowned with caviar. For the removes, she'd prepared refreshing sorbets and light consommés to cleanse the palate between the heavier courses. As Abigail stood admiring her handiwork, she heard footsteps approaching. The Duke entered the kitchen, his eyes widening as he took in the spread before him. "How are you getting on?" he asked, his voice a mixture of anticipation and concern. Abigail turned to face him, a small smile playing on her lips despite her exhaustion. "I've done well, Your Grace. The best I've ever done, if I may say so myself." The Duke nodded, his eyes still roving over the dishes. Abigail could see the hunger in his gaze, but there was something else there too, a glimmer of hope. "I hope it works," Abigail added softly, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Everything hinges on this." The Duke's eyes snapped back to her face, and for a moment, Abigail saw a flash of vulnerability there. They both knew what was at stake, not just the Duke's reputation, but their future, her mother's safety, and the unravelling of the Viscount's schemes. Abigail was just about to return to her work when the Duke gently touched her elbow, guiding her towards a quiet corner of the kitchen. She followed, curious about what he might want to discuss. "A word, if you please, Miss Brown," he said, his voice low. Abigail nodded, wiping her hands on her apron. Of course, Your Grace. Is there something amiss with the menu? The Duke shook his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No. The menu is perfect, I'm sure. I wanted to ask how you're faring. Abigail blinked, surprised by the question. The Duke's blue eyes were filled with genuine concern, something she wasn't accustomed to seeing from him. I know you must be worried about your mother, he continued, his voice softening. I regret that I haven't taken the time to ensure that you're all right as well. With everything that's happening, I should have asked sooner. A warmth spread through Abigail's chest at his words. She offered him a grim smile, touched by his concern. Thank you, Your Grace. I appreciate your asking, she said. As for my mother, I am sure that she can handle herself. I almost pity whoever has been set to guard her, she said, trying or hoping to believe her own words. But there was something else too. Abigail followed the Duke's gaze as he looked over at the temporary staff bustling about the kitchen, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. What do you think of them? He asked, lowering his voice. Can they handle serving a prince without falling to pieces? Abigail glanced over her shoulder, taking in the sight of the new staff members. They were working diligently, if a bit nervously, under the watchful eye of her trusted kitchen maid. A grin spread across her face as she turned back to the Duke. Not to worry, Your Grace, she said, her voice filled with confidence. Rosemary will be downstairs to keep everyone in line. At the mention of Rosemary's name, both Abigail and the Duke turned their attention to the young girl. Abigail felt a swell of pride as she watched Rosemary move about the kitchen with newfound assurance. The once timid girl was now confidently handing out orders to the newer staff, her voice clear and steady. Careful with those trays, Rosemary called out, her green eyes sharp as she supervised the placement of delicate pastries. And mind the sauces. We can't have any spills tonight. No, don't stop stirring. If it separates, we'll have to start over. Abigail couldn't help but smile fondly at the sight. It seemed like only yesterday that she had found Rosemary living on the streets, a scared and silent child. Now, here she was, a vital part of the household and blossoming with each passing day. The Duke chuckled softly beside her. It appears your faith in her was well placed, he remarked, a note of admiration in his voice. Abigail nodded, her chest swelling with pride for how much more confident and sure Rosemary had become. She's come a long way, she agreed, her voice warm with affection. I knew she had it in her all along. Abigail turned to the Duke, her heart skipping a beat as he smiled wistfully down at her. The warmth in his eyes made her breath catch for a moment, but she quickly composed herself. This was no time for distractions. The Duke pulled out his pocket watch, its golden surface gleaming in the kitchen's warm light. It's time to move on to the next phase of the plan, he said, his voice low and serious. Abigail nodded silently, her mind already racing with the details of what she needed to do next. As she started to slip towards the stairs, she felt a gentle pressure on her wrist. The Duke had caught her hand, his touch sending a jolt through her. Be careful, he said, his blue eyes intense with concern. Abigail's throat tightened, but she managed a reassuring nod before heading upstairs to her room. Once there, she quickly shed her dirty apron, replacing it with a clean, simple dress. She took a moment to tidy her hair, her fingers working swiftly to smooth any errant strands back into place. Finally, she settled her bonnet atop her head, adjusting it carefully. With one last glance in the mirror, Abigail took a deep breath and steeled herself for what was to come. She made her way out of the Duke's house, careful to remain unseen by the bustling staff or any prying eyes from neighbouring houses. As she stepped out onto the street, Abigail felt a mix of determination and apprehension wash over her. The familiar sights and sounds of Mayfair surrounded her as she began to walk, her steps purposeful yet unhurried. She blended seamlessly into the afternoon crowd, just another figure going about her business. Abigail made her way through the familiar streets of Mayfair, her heart pounding with each step. As she approached the back gate of the Viscount's London home, she took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. The servants recognised her immediately, their faces a mix of surprise and curiosity as they ushered her inside. The house was just as she remembered it, opulent and cold. Abigail followed a maid up the grand staircase, her fingers trailing lightly along the polished banister. She'd climbed these stairs countless times before, but never with such a weight on her shoulders. The drawing-room door loomed before her, and Abigail paused for a moment, gathering her resolve. She smoothed her dress, adjusted her bonnet, and forced her features into a mask of defeat. With a soft knock, she entered. The Viscount sat in his favourite armchair, a glass of brandy in hand. His eyes gleamed with triumph as he took in Abigail. "Well, well," he drawled, a smirk playing at his lips. "Look what the cat dragged in." Abigail lowered her eyes, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. "My lord," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, "come to beg for forgiveness, have you?" The Viscount's tone was mocking, cruel. Abigail swallowed hard, forcing back the anger that threatened to bubble up. Instead, she let her shoulders slump, her posture radiating defeat. "You've won, my lord," she said, her voice trembling. "I've lost everything, my position, my friend. I'm ready to take my place as your pawn, to do anything you say." The Viscount's laughter filled the room, sharp and unpleasant. Abigail kept her eyes lowered, her hands clasped at her waist, shoulders slumped. Inside she seethed with rage, but outwardly she remained the picture of a broken woman. Abigail kept her eyes downcast, her posture submissive as the Viscount's laughter echoed through the room. She could feel his gaze on her, searching for any sign of deception. Her heart raced, but she forced herself to remain calm, knowing that one wrong move could unravel everything. "My lord," she began, her voice quavering, "I was a fool to think I could ever defy you. I'm just a simple country girl after all. What did I know of the ways of the ton?" The Viscount's eyes narrowed for a moment, suspicion flashing across his face. Abigail held her breath, silently praying that her performance was convincing enough. Then, slowly, a smug smile spread across his lips. "Indeed, you were, my dear," he drawled, leaning back in his chair. "But I'm glad you've finally come to your senses. It's about time you realised your place." Abigail nodded meekly, relief washing over her as the Viscount's ego took over. She watched as he stood, pacing the room with an air of triumph. "You see, Abigail," he said, his voice dripping with condescension, "I always get what I want. The Duke's reputation will be in tatters, and I'll be the one to pick up the pieces. And you, my dear, will be right where you belong, under my thumb." Abigail forced herself to nod again, biting back the retort that threatened to escape her lips. She opened her mouth to offer more false praise, but before she could speak, a sharp knock at the door interrupted them. A servant entered, bowing low. "Begging your pardon, my lord, but there's someone here to see you. They say it's most urgent." From beneath her lowered lashes, Abigail could see the Viscount flick a glance in her direction. She held her breath, not daring to move, hoping and praying that everything wasn't about to fall down around her ears. Chapter 30. Mathew Beaumont, Duke of Newcastle, paced restlessly across the polished floors of his grand dining room. His eyes darted between the lavishly set table and the ornate clock on the mantel. The invitation to the Regent had been a desperate gambit, one that might not pay off. He paused, running a hand through his dishevelled hair. The footmen stood at attention, their faces impassive. But Mathew could sense their tension. He'd asked so much of his staff, and now everything hinged on the regent's appearance. Mathew's stomach churned, but for once it wasn't from hunger. Abigail's absence left a void that even the mouth-watering aromas wafting from the kitchen couldn't fill. He pushed the thought of her away, focusing on the task at hand. As the minutes ticked by, Mathew's hope dwindled. He was about to call off the whole affair when the distant clatter of hooves reached his ears. His heart leapt, and he rushed to the window, peering out from behind the heavy curtains. A plain carriage rolled to a stop before his townhouse. Mathew's spirits plummeted. There was no gilding, no royal crest, nothing to indicate it belonged to the Prince Regent. It was a nondescript vehicle, the kind used by every middle-class gentleman in London. Like a ship at sea, Mathew's hopes were raised and dashed against the hard, jagged rocks of reality. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Abigail's heart raced as she tried to blend into the background of the Viscount's opulent drawing room. She kept her eyes downcast, hoping to avoid drawing attention to herself. The Viscount's irritation at being interrupted was palpable, his voice sharp as he demanded to know the identity of the unexpected guest. The footman, unperturbed by his master's ire, presented a small card on a silver tray. Abigail watched from the corner of her eye as the Viscount plucked it up, his expression morphing from annoyance to surprise in an instant. "Show them in at once," the Viscount ordered, straightening his cravat and smoothing down his jacket. Abigail dared not move. She stood stock still, barely breathing, as the door opened once more. The sound of footsteps echoed on the polished floor, and Abigail risked a glance upward. Abigail immediately looked back down at the floor, her eyes fixed on the intricate pattern of the carpet. To anyone observing, she appeared the picture of a demure and well-trained servant. In reality, she was fighting desperately to maintain her composure, her shoulders trembling with the effort of suppressing her laughter. The footman rushed back into the room, his voice carrying a hint of breathlessness as he announced, "The Marquis de Bourbon-et-Orleans-sur-Mer, my lord." Abigail bit her lip hard, tasting the metallic tang of blood as she struggled not to react. She knew without looking that it was Henry who had just entered, masquerading as some outlandish French nobleman. "Ah, Monsieur le Vicomte," came a high-pitched, affected voice that Abigail barely recognised as Henry's. "It is such a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I have heard so much about you, even across the Channel." Abigail risked the tiniest of glances upward, catching sight of Henry's ridiculous get-up. He was resplendent in an outdated silk coat, a powdered wig sitting slightly askew atop his head. His cheeks were rouged to a comical degree, giving him the appearance of a pantomime dame rather than a French aristocrat. "The pleasure is mine, Marquise," the Viscount said, his tone dripping with false charm. "To what do I owe the honour of this unexpected visit?" Abigail lowered her gaze once more, her lips pressed tightly together to hold back the laughter threatening to bubble up from her chest. She silently prayed that Henry's acting skills were up to the task at hand. Abigail's heart pounded as she strained to hear the conversation unfolding before her. She kept her eyes fixed on the floor, but her ears were attuned to every word exchanged between Henry and the Viscount. "Ah, mon cher Vicomte," Henry purred, his affected French accent thick as honey. "I have heard such wonderful things about you. Your reputation precedes you, even across the Channel." The Viscount's voice carried a note of curiosity. "Indeed? And what sort of things have you heard in France, Marquis?" Abigail held her breath, silently willing Henry to play his part convincingly. "Oh, but you are known as a man who can get things done, n'est-ce pas?" Henry replied, his tone conspiratorial. "A man of great influence and, shall we say, discretion?" "You flatter me, Marquis," the Viscount said, a hint of scepticism creeping into his voice. Henry chuckled, the sound low and calculated. Not at all, my dear Vicomte. I, too, am a man known for getting things done. We are, perhaps, cut from the same cloth. Not—" Abigail risked a glance upward, catching sight of the Viscount's arched eyebrow. Doubt was etched across his features, and Abigail's stomach clenched with worry. But Henry, undeterred, leaned in closer to the Viscount. His voice dropped to a near whisper, forcing Abigail to strain her ears to catch his words. "After all, how else do you think I managed to keep both my ed and my title when dear Robespierre began his little, shall we call it spring cleaning?" Abigail's eyes widened at Henry's boldness, and she quickly lowered her gaze once more. She could practically feel the tension in the room shift, the Viscount's scepticism giving way to intrigue. Abigail's heart raced as she listened intently to the exchange between Henry and the Viscount. She kept her eyes fixed on the intricate pattern of the carpet, afraid that even the slightest movement might betray her true purpose. Henry leaned in even closer to the Viscount, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I have heard, mon cher Vicomte, that you are well on your way to removing a rather significant pest at court. Is this not so?" Abigail held her breath, waiting for the Viscount's response. From the corner of her eye, she saw the Viscount's lips curl into a smug smile. He didn't answer directly, instead giving Henry a coy look that spoke volumes. Henry's delighted gasp was so convincing that Abigail almost believed it herself. "Ah, but of course, your discretion is admirable, monsieur. Surely you must know that things have been rather sideways in France, no? There are a great many number of pests that need to be culled." Abigail's fingers twitched at her sides as she fought to maintain her composure. She could feel the tension in the room shifting, the Viscount's interest piqued by Henry's words. "Perhaps," Henry continued, his voice silky smooth, "if we were to work together, we would be stronger than alone. After all, 2 skilled exterminators can rid a palace of vermin far more efficiently than one, n'est-ce pas?" Abigail's heart thundered in her chest as she waited for the Viscount's response. Everything hinged on this moment, on whether the Viscount would take the bait that Henry had so carefully laid out. Abigail's breath caught in her throat as the Viscount began to respond to Henry's proposal. Her heart raced with anticipation, hoping that their plan was working. Suddenly, the Viscount's eyes darted to where Abigail stood, his expression darkening. "You," he snapped, his voice cold. "What are you still doing here? Get out. I'll deal with you later." Abigail lowered her eyes, playing the part of the chastised servant. "Yes, my lord," she murmured, curtsying before turning to leave. As she passed by Henry, he dramatically pressed a lacy handkerchief to his nose. "Oh, mon Dieu," he exclaimed, his voice muffled. "The smell of the lower classes is so pungent." Abigail fought to keep her face neutral, suspecting that Henry's theatrical gesture was as much to hide his own amusement as it was to maintain his charade. Making her way out of the room, Abigail ensured she was seen by another servant heading towards the kitchen. Once out of sight, she doubled back, her heart pounding as she slipped into the Viscount's office. With trembling hands, Abigail began rifling through the papers on the desk, her eyes scanning quickly for anything that might incriminate the Viscount. She pulled open drawers, careful not to disturb their contents too much as she searched. Time seemed to slow as Abigail combed through the office, her frustration mounting with each fruitless moment. She was about to give up when her fingers brushed against a small leather-bound folio tucked away in the back of a drawer. Just as she pulled it out, her blood ran cold at the sound of footsteps approaching. The door handle turned, and Abigail froze. The folio clutched to her chest as the office door began to open. Chapter 31. Abigail's heart nearly leapt out of her chest as the door swung open, but relief washed over her when she saw Virgil's familiar face. He was dressed as a chimney sweep, though the disguise strained against his muscular frame. "Virgil," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Thank goodness it's you." He nodded, closing the door quietly behind him. "Any luck?" he asked, his eyes darting around the room. Abigail held up the folio she'd found. "Maybe. I haven't had a chance to look through it properly yet." As Virgil kept watch by the door, Abigail quickly flipped through the pages of the folio. Her heart sank as she realised it contained some incriminating information, but not enough to fully expose the Viscount's plot. "It's not everything we need," she said, frustration creeping into her voice. "We have to keep looking." Virgil nodded and began searching the other side of the room, his large hands moving with surprising delicacy as he rifled through papers and drawers. Abigail resumed her own search, her movements growing more frantic with each passing moment. She could feel time slipping away, knowing that Henry could only keep the Viscount distracted for so long. "Anything?" she asked Virgil, unable to keep the desperation from her voice. He shook his head, his brow furrowed in concentration as he continued to search. Abigail's fingers trembled as she pulled open another drawer, her eyes scanning its contents quickly. She could feel panic rising in her chest, threatening to overwhelm her. They needed to find something more, something concrete that would prove the Viscount's treachery beyond a shadow of a doubt. Abigail's heart raced as she heard footsteps approaching. The door swung open, revealing one of the Viscount's servants. His eyes widened in surprise, darting between Abigail and Virgil. "Who's in here? What's going on?" the servant demanded, his voice rising with suspicion. Abigail straightened her back, adopting a haughty expression. She summoned every ounce of confidence she could muster, channeling the countless aristocrats she'd observed over the years. "I am a trusted employee of the Viscount," she declared, her voice dripping with disdain. "I'm here on his business, which is certainly none of yours." The servant's eyes narrowed. "I know you, Miss Brown, but what I don't understand is why there's a chimney sweep in a room without a fireplace." Abigail's mind raced, desperately searching for an explanation. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Panic began to set in as she realised they'd been caught. The servant's face hardened. He turned towards the door, drawing in a deep breath. "Help! His cry was cut short as Virgil, with a shockingly casual air, picked up a candlestick and cracked the man across the back of the head with it. The man crumpled to the floor like a sack of potatoes, unconscious. Virgil nudged him with a toe, looking as concerned as if he were taking a walk in the park. Virgil turned to Abigail. "Hurry," he said simply. "Someone might have heard that." Abigail's heart raced as she continued her frantic search, her fingers trembling as she rifled through drawer after drawer. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, her hand brushed against something familiar. She pulled out a second folio, nearly identical to the first. Her eyes widened as she flipped it open, scanning its contents. This was it, the missing piece they needed. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she turned to Virgil, ready to share her discovery. But Virgil wasn't looking at her. He was peering out of the cracked door, his body tense. Abigail's elation quickly faded as she realised why. The house had come alive with activity. Servants were moving about, their voices rising with concern and suspicion. "Need to go," Virgil said, his voice low and urgent. "They've noticed something's not right." Abigail clutched the folios to her chest, her mind racing. "How do we get out?" Virgil turned to her, his face set with determination. "Just go. I'll create a distraction." Abigail hesitated, not wanting to leave him behind. But as the voices grew closer, she knew they had no choice. She nodded, slipping out into the hallway. Her heart nearly stopped as she saw more servants approaching from the other end. She turned back to Virgil, who was right behind her. "Come on," she whispered urgently. but Virgil shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "Don't worry about me. I can handle a few yappy little dogs in waistcoats." Slowly, methodically, he began to remove the chimney sweep's jacket that barely contained his torso. Abigail wanted to argue, but she knew there was no time. She reached out and squeezed his arm, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Virgil." With one last glance at her friend, Abigail turned and ran, her feet barely touching the ground as she fled the Viscount's house, the precious folios clutched tightly to her chest. Her heart pounded in her chest as she weaved through the crowded streets of Mayfair. The folios felt heavy in her arms, their weight a constant reminder of the precious information they contained. She silently cursed the beautiful weather that had drawn so many people out for a stroll. "Excuse me," she muttered, dodging around a group of ladies admiring a shop window. Her eyes darted frantically from face to face, searching for a clear path through the throng. The first chime of the hour rang out across London, and Abigail felt her stomach drop. How much time did she have left? How long would the Regent stay at the Duke's house? She pushed herself to move faster, her breath coming in short gasps. As she rounded a corner, she nearly collided with a street vendor's cart. Apples spilled across the cobblestones, and Abigail stumbled, barely managing to keep her footing. The vendor shouted angrily after her, but she couldn't spare a moment to apologise. 2 more chimes sounded, each one feeling like a physical blow. Abigail's legs burned with exertion as she pushed herself harder. She could see the Duke's house now, just a few streets away, but the crowd seemed to grow thicker with each step. 3 more chimes. Abigail's vision narrowed, focusing solely on her destination. She ducked and wove through the crowd, ignoring the indignant cries of those she jostled. Wrapping her arms even tighter about the folios, Abigail ducked her head and began to run and push her way through the crowd with renewed determination. She was so close and so far at the same time. Failure and triumph ran alongside her, and she didn't know which one would win. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mathew's heart pounded as he excused himself from the dining room. The Regent's boisterous laughter faded behind him as he strode purposefully toward the small alcove where the servants prepared dishes. His palms were slick with sweat, and he wiped them surreptitiously on his breeches. The entire evening hinged on this moment. If Abigail had succeeded in her mission, she'd be waiting for him with the evidence they desperately needed. If not, Mathew pushed the thought from his mind. He couldn't bear to contemplate failure. He paused at the alcove entrance, taking a deep breath to steady himself. With trembling fingers, he grasped the door handle and pushed it open. Time seemed to slow as Mathew's eyes swept the small space. For a heart-stopping instant, he saw nothing but empty serving trays and discarded napkins. Then, movement caught his attention. Abigail emerged from behind a large silver tureen, her face flushed and hair escaping its neat bun. From the look of it, she hadn't even had time to remove her cloak yet. She clutched a pair of folios to her chest, her eyes wide with a mixture of triumph and fear. "You made it," Mathew breathed, relief washing over him like a tidal wave. Abigail nodded, thrusting the papers towards him. "I found them. Letters detailing the Viscount's plot against you. There's more. I didn't have time to read it all, but..." Mathew's heart soared as he gazed at Abigail, her flushed face and dishevelled appearance only adding to her charm. Without thinking, he swept her up into his arms, lifting her off her feet. His lips met hers in a passionate kiss, relief and joy overwhelming him. A muffled squeak of surprise escaped Abigail as she pulled back slightly. Mathew's euphoria quickly turned to concern, and he gently set her down, his hands lingering on her waist. "I'm so sorry," he stammered, heat rising to his cheeks. "I didn't mean to take advantage." Abigail rolled her eyes, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "I don't mind that," she said, her voice breathless. I just can't breathe. I've run halfway across Mayfair, you know." Relief washed over Mathew and he couldn't help but chuckle. Abigail's eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, "Try again later when I'm not gasping for air." Mathew's heart swelled with affection. He'd never met anyone quite like Abigail. Her spirit, her cleverness, her ability to make him laugh even in the direst of circumstances. "I'll hold you to that," he murmured, his fingers ghosting along her cheek. Abigail's smile widened, and she pressed the folios into his hands. "Go," she urged. "The Regent's waiting." Mathew nodded, squaring his shoulders. He took a deep breath, savouring this moment of triumph and connection. Then, with a final glance at Abigail, he strode back into the dining room, evidence in hand and hope blooming in his chest. Chapter 32. Abigail leaned against the kitchen counter, a satisfied smile playing on her lips as she watched the Duke recount the afternoon's events. The kitchen was warm and cosy, filled with the comforting aroma of leftover dishes and the soft glow of candlelight. She couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment as Mathew enthusiastically described his meeting with the Regent. "You should have seen his face when I presented the evidence," Mathew said, gesturing wildly with a half-eaten pastry. At first, he was sceptical, but as he read through the documents, his eyes grew wider and wider. Virgil grunted approvingly, his massive frame hunched over a plate piled high with food. Henry, ever the performer, mimicked the Regent's shocked expression, eliciting chuckles from the group. "And then," Mathew continued, his eyes sparkling with mirth, "when I mentioned the French connection, he nearly choked on his wine." Abigail's heart swelled as she watched the Duke. He seemed lighter, more animated than she'd ever seen him. The weight of his family's past and the looming threat of disgrace had lifted from his shoulders. "The best part," Mathew said, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "was that someone had already informed him about a French nobleman visitor to the Viscount's house." At this, Henry stood up and took an exaggerated bow, his thin frame swaying dramatically. "Merci beaucoup, mes amis," he said in an atrocious French accent, causing Rosemary to giggle softly. Abigail couldn't contain her laughter. "Henry, your acting skills may have saved us all," she said, wiping tears from her eyes. Mathew nodded in agreement. Indeed. The Regent was thoroughly convinced of the Viscount's treachery. He assured me that the matter would be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. Abigail's smile faded as she watched the Duke's expression grow serious. Her heart skipped a beat, anticipating his next words. "Abigail," Mathew said softly, his eyes meeting hers, "was there any sign of your mother at the Viscount's house? Or any information about her in the documents you found?" She felt a lump form in her throat as she shook her head. "No, I am afraid not. I looked everywhere I could, but there was nothing." Virgil cleared his throat, his deep voice rumbling through the kitchen. "I searched around too, Miss Brown. Didn't see hide nor hair of your mother." Abigail's shoulders slumped, disappointment washing over her. She'd hoped against hope that they might find some clue, some hint of where her mother might be. The worry that had been gnawing at her since discovering her mother's empty flat threatened to overwhelm her. Suddenly she felt a warm hand envelop hers. Startled, she looked up to see Mathew gazing at her with determination in his eyes. Her heart fluttered, not just from the unexpected touch, but from the realization that perhaps she had been forgiven for her earlier deceptions. "We'll keep looking," the Duke said firmly, squeezing her hand gently. "Your mother is out there somewhere, and we won't rest until we find her." Abigail felt a surge of hope course through her. She wasn't alone in this anymore. The Duke, Virgil, Henry, and even little Rosemary, they were all here, ready to help. For the first time since this ordeal began, she allowed herself to believe that everything might turn out all right. Abigail watched as Henry lazily flipped through the documents, sipping his wine with an air of nonchalance. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety as his eyebrows furrowed, his expressions changing with each page he read. Suddenly he looked up at her, his eyes narrowed in confusion. "Abigail, why would the Viscount own a tiny warehouse on the worst part of the quay?" Henry asked, his voice laced with curiosity. The Duke scoffed, shaking his head. "The Viscount wouldn't," he said dismissively. "There's no chance a nobleman as concerned about his standing as the Viscount would take the chance of being connected to something as lowbrow as trade." Abigail felt her heart begin to race as the implications of Henry's question sank in. She glanced around the room, meeting the eyes of each person in turn. The air seemed to thicken with tension as they all considered the possibilities. Virgil's deep voice broke the silence, his words ringing with certainty. "That's where Abigail's mother is being held." Abigail's breath caught in her throat. Could it be true? She felt a surge of hope mixed with fear, her mind racing with possibilities. The warehouse, hidden away in the seediest part of London, would be the perfect place to conceal someone without drawing attention. She looked at the Duke, searching his face for a reaction. Mathew's eyes met hers, and she saw a determination there that matched her own. Without a word, she knew they were thinking the same thing. They had to investigate this warehouse immediately. Abigail's heart raced as she looked around the kitchen at the determined faces of her newfound allies. The Duke's words hung in the air, heavy with urgency. "We shouldn't waste any more time," Mathew said, his voice firm. "The Viscount knows we're on to him now." Virgil nodded, his massive frame straightening as he spoke. "I and Mrs. Brown could be moved soon, if she hasn't been already." A wave of gratitude washed over Abigail as she realised how ready and willing everyone was to embark on this rescue mission. These people, who barely knew her or her mother, were prepared to risk everything to help. She swallowed hard, fighting back tears of appreciation. But a practical concern nagged at her. "I'm so grateful for your help," she said, her voice wavering slightly, "but I don't know how we're going to get there with any kind of speed. We don't have a driver or even any horses for the carriage." She expected to see disappointment or frustration on their faces, but to her surprise, the Duke smiled. There was a glint in his eye that she hadn't seen before. A mixture of mischief and confidence that made her heart skip a beat. "My dear Abigail," Mathew said, his smile widening, "I haven't lost all my friends yet." Chapter 33. Mathew strode purposefully toward Boodles, his heart racing with a mix of anticipation and determination. He glanced back at Abigail and the servants, huddled together outside the club's entrance. Their eyes darted nervously, clearly uncomfortable in such a prestigious setting. "Trust me," he mouthed to Abigail, who nodded hesitantly. Taking a deep breath, Mathew pushed open the heavy oak doors and entered the familiar confines of Boodles. The usual hum of conversation faltered as heads turned towards him. He could feel the weight of their stares, a mixture of curiosity and newfound respect. "Your Grace!" A portly gentleman rushed forward, hand extended. "We were just discussing your triumphant return to—" Mathew brushed past him without a word. He had no time for their false niceties or sudden change of heart. His eyes scanned the room, searching for one face in particular. "Duke Newcastle," another voice called out, "allow me to express my sincerest apologies for any doubt." He waved them off, continuing his determined march through the club. The crowd parted before him, whispers and mutters following in his wake. Mathew paid them no mind. There was only one person he needed to see. Finally, he spotted Benedict lounging in a corner, nursing a glass of brandy. He sat in a high-backed leather chair beside the fire, his long legs stretched out in front of him. He looked like the very picture of an indolent rake. Their eyes met across the room, and Benedict's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Mathew made his way over, ignoring the trail of would-be well-wishers in his wake. He had no interest in their hollow congratulations or attempts to curry favour. Right now, all that mattered was getting Abigail's mother back safely. "Benedict," he said as he reached his friend's table, "I need your help." "And a fine hello to you too, old boy," Benedict retorted dryly. Mathew ignored the jibe, his voice low and urgent. "Benedict, I need to borrow your carriage. Immediately." Benedict's eyebrows shot up, a mischievous glint sparking in his eyes. Well, cleared your name and now you're off to elope, are you?" Mathew stared at his friend, momentarily taken aback. "What? No, he stammered, feeling heat rise to his cheeks. Benedict's grin widened, sensing he'd struck a nerve. "Come now, don't play coy. Word has it you were spotted picnicking in the park with a certain dusky-haired beauty. Is she the one you're running off with?" Mathew felt his heart skip a beat at the mention of Abigail. He hadn't realised their outing had drawn such attention. "She is with me, yes," he admitted carefully. "But we're not running off anywhere." Benedict shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "Well, you're welcome to the carriage, old boy, but I'm afraid I've sent my driver off to the public house for the night. Had every intention of getting thoroughly pickled myself." Mathew's stomach sank. He hadn't considered the need for a driver. His mind raced, trying to formulate a new plan. Every moment wasted was another moment Abigail's mother remained in danger. "I'll do it." Mathew's heart leapt with hope as a new voice cut through the tension. He turned toward the other chair by the fire, startled to see Victor lounging there, his hazel eyes fixed on Mathew with quiet intensity. "Victor?" Mathew breathed, taken aback by his friend's unexpected presence. "I didn't know you were back from the front." Victor rose slowly, and Mathew couldn't help but stare at the long scar running over his left eye. It was a stark reminder of the horrors his friend had faced in battle. "Just returned," Victor said, his voice low and gravelly. "Now what's this about needing a driver?" Mathew nodded gratefully, relief washing over him. "It's urgent. I'll explain on the way." Without further discussion, Victor strode toward the exit. Mathew followed, his mind already racing ahead to their rescue mission. As they neared the door, he heard the scrape of a chair behind them. "This I have to see," Benedict drawled, scrambling to his feet. The trio made their way outside, where Abigail and the servants waited anxiously. Mathew saw Abigail's eyes widen as she took in Victor's imposing figure and Benedict's eager grin. "Right then," Mathew said, gesturing toward Benedict's waiting carriage. "Let's be off. We've no time to waste." Mathew watched as Benedict's eyes widened in alarm. His friend's gaze darted from the servants clambering into the carriage to Virgil taking up his position at the rear. "What in God's name is going on here, Newcastle?" Benedict hissed, grabbing Mathew's arm. "This looks less like a joyride and more like, well, I'm not quite sure what it looks like." Mathew forced a carefree laugh, though his heart hammered in his chest. "Come now, Hampton, you know how our little group enjoys a good lark. This is just another of our famous hijinks." Benedict's eyes narrowed, clearly unconvinced. "Is it now? Because from where I'm standing, it looks suspiciously like you're headed for trouble." Mathew clapped his friend on the shoulder, hoping his grin appeared genuine. "Nonsense! When have you known me to court trouble?" Benedict snorted. "Only every day since I've known you." Victor's deep voice cut through their banter. "We should be off," he said, climbing onto the driver's seat with fluid grace that belied his size. Mathew nodded, relief flooding through him as Benedict's suspicion seemed to wane. He turned back to his friend. "See? Nothing to worry about. We'll return your carriage in one piece, I promise." As Mathew climbed into the carriage, he caught sight of Abigail's worried face. He gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile, though he knew the real challenge still lay ahead. Mathew settled into the carriage, acutely aware of Abigail's presence beside him. The close quarters made his heart race, and he fought to keep his breathing steady. Across from them, Henry and Rosemary sat in tense silence, their eyes darting nervously between the carriage windows. As they lurched forward, the darkness inside the carriage enveloped them. Mathew felt a surge of boldness. Slowly, carefully, he reached for Abigail's hand. His fingers brushed against hers, and he held his breath, waiting for her reaction. To his delight, Abigail didn't pull away. Instead, she interlaced her fingers with his and gave a gentle squeeze. Mathew's heart soared, and he had to bite back a smile. Even in the midst of their dire mission, he couldn't help but savour this small moment of connection. The carriage rattled through the streets of London, each turn bringing them closer to the warehouse. Mathew tried to focus on the task ahead, but Abigail's warmth beside him was distractingly pleasant. He found himself stealing glances at her profile, barely visible in the dim light filtering through the windows. As they entered a rougher part of town, the carriage jolted over uneven cobblestones. Mathew instinctively tightened his grip on Abigail's hand, both to steady her and to reassure himself. She returned the pressure, and he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The atmosphere in the carriage grew increasingly tense as they neared their destination. Henry fidgeted in his seat, while Rosemary remained unnaturally still, her eyes wide with apprehension. Mathew knew they were all acutely aware of the dangers that might await them at the warehouse. Mathew felt the carriage lurch to a stop, his heart pounding in his chest. They had arrived at the warehouse. Through the carriage window, he could make out the looming silhouette of the building against the night sky. It looked foreboding, a perfect place to hide nefarious deeds. Virgil jumped down from his perch at the rear of the carriage with surprising agility for a man his size. Mathew watched as the former enforcer surveyed their surroundings, his keen eyes scanning for any signs of danger. After a moment, Virgil nodded and moved to open the carriage door. Henry was the first to exit, his thin frame slipping out into the night. Mathew followed, his skin fairly vibrating from nerves and excitement. He took a deep breath, trying to steel himself for what lay ahead. As Abigail began to make her way out of the carriage, Mathew felt a sudden surge of protectiveness. He held up his hand, halting her progress. "Abigail," he said softly, his voice laced with concern, "are you certain you want to come? It could be dangerous." Abigail's eyes flashed with determination. She lifted her chin defiantly, reminding Mathew of the fierce spirit that had first drawn him to her. "It's my mother we're rescuing," she stated firmly. "I'll be coming along, no matter how dangerous it is." Mathew nodded, both impressed and worried by her resolve. He stepped back, allowing her to exit the carriage. As Rosemary began to follow Abigail, Henry suddenly sprang into action. He held up his hands, blocking the young girl's path. "No, no," Henry said, his voice uncharacteristically stern. "You stay in the carriage, little mite, it's safer here." Rosemary looked mutinous for a moment, her eyes flicking to Abigail. Henry, seeing this, took up a more conspiratorial tone, his eyes glinting a little. "Besides, we need a steady lookout," he stage-whispered, not convinced our driver is a reputable chap. Victor, from his perch on the driver's box, gave Henry a baleful look. Rosemary, biting back a grin, ducked back into the carriage. The Duke couldn't help but smile a little at the exchange. Mathew turned to Virgil, his hulking form barely visible in the dim light. "Virgil, I'd like you to come inside with us. We may need your, particular skills." Virgil nodded silently, his eyes scanning the area with practiced ease. Mathew felt a small measure of relief knowing the former enforcer would be at their side. Henry stepped forward, his wiry frame seeming even smaller next to Virgil. "I'll keep watch at the door once we're inside," he offered, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Mathew hesitated, eyeing Henry's slight build with concern. The man was older than the rest of them, and Mathew worried he might not be able to handle any trouble that arose. Before he could voice his doubts, he felt a gentle pressure on his arm. Abigail stood beside him, her hand resting lightly on his sleeve. "Don't worry about Henry," she murmured, her voice low and reassuring. "He's like Quicksilver with a knife." Mathew's eyebrows shot up in surprise, but he nodded, accepting Abigail's assessment. He'd learned to trust her judgment, and if she vouched for Henry's abilities, that was good enough for him. "Very well," Mathew said, turning back to the group. "Let's proceed." They approached the warehouse door, its rusted hinges looming before them like a final barrier. Mathew held his breath as Virgil stepped forward, his massive hands pressing gently against the wood of the door. With a practiced ear, Virgil listened intently for a moment before pushing more insistently against the door. With a groan of protest, the door gave way. Like a proper butler, Virgil stood aside and bowed the Duke into the warehouse. Mathew peered into the darkness beyond, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt Abigail's presence at his side, her quiet determination bolstering his own courage. With a deep breath, he stepped over the threshold and into the unknown. Mathew's eyes strained to adjust to the dim light as he entered the warehouse. The musty air filled his lungs, and he fought the urge to cough. As his vision cleared, he spotted a figure tied to a chair in the centre of the room. Abigail's sharp intake of breath confirmed his suspicion. It was her mother. Before he could react, Abigail darted forward, her desperate cry of "Mother!" echoing through the cavernous space. Mathew's heart leapt to his throat as he saw movement in the shadows. Suddenly, a group of thugs materialised, their menacing forms surrounding Abigail and her mother. Without hesitation, Virgil sprang into action. The hulking man lumbered forward with surprising speed, catching two of the thugs off guard. Mathew watched in awe as Virgil effortlessly clonked their heads together, dropping them to the ground like sacks of flour. A flash of movement caught Mathew's eye. One of the thugs had grabbed Abigail's arm, yanking her away from her mother. Something inside Mathew snapped. A red haze clouded his vision, and before he knew what was happening, he found himself closing the distance between them in 3 long strides. His fist connected with the thug's jaw with a satisfying crunch. The man crumpled to the ground, releasing Abigail in the process. Mathew flexed his hand, surprised by the surge of primal satisfaction that coursed through him. As the last of the thugs fell, Abigail wasted no time. She rushed to her mother's side, her hands frantically working at the ropes that bound her. "Henry!" Mathew called out, his voice rough with adrenaline. "We need you!" Henry appeared at his side, a mischievous glint in his eye. With a theatrical flourish, he produced a knife from seemingly nowhere. Mathew watched as the older man deftly sliced through the ropes, freeing Mrs. Brown from her bonds. Mathew watched as Abigail embraced her mother, tears of joy streaming down both their faces. His chest tightened with emotion at the sight, a warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with the exertion of the fight. "Who are these gallant knights who've come to my rescue?" Mrs. Brown asked, her voice trembling with gratitude as she looked around at the group. Abigail turned to Mathew, her face radiant with happiness. "Mother, this is the Duke of Newcastle. He is a gallant knight, isn't he?" Before Mathew could respond, Abigail launched herself into his arms. He staggered back, barely keeping his balance as she peppered his face with kisses. His surprise quickly gave way to delight, and he eagerly returned her affection, his arms wrapping tightly around her. A loud throat clearing from Virgil jolted Mathew back to reality. He blushed, suddenly aware of their surroundings and the eyes upon them. Gently setting Abigail down, he straightened his jacket and stepped towards Mrs. Brown. Despite her dishevelled appearance and the grime of her captivity, Mathew bowed to her as if she were the grandest lady at court. "Mathew Beaumont, Duke of Newcastle, at your service, madam," he said, taking her hand and pressing a courtly kiss to it. "I am honoured to make your acquaintance, though I deeply regret the circumstances." Mrs. Brown's eyes widened at the introduction, clearly surprised by his title and manners. "Your Grace," she murmured, attempting a wobbly curtsy. I don't know how to thank you for what you've done." Mathew smiled warmly, still holding her hand. "There's no need for thanks, Mrs. Brown. Your daughter is very dear to me. I couldn't bear to see her in distress." He paused, gathering up his courage. "In fact, I should very much like to marry her," he announced, the steadiness of his voice surprising him. "I do apologise for not being able to present a better case," he said, shrugging with just a hint of sheepishness. Mathew's heart soared as Mrs. Brown laughed, her eyes twinkling with mirth despite her recent ordeal. "My dear Duke," she said warmly, "I've seen all I need to know about you. You have my hearty consent." Before Mathew could fully process her words, a blur of motion caught his eye. Suddenly, Abigail was in his arms, her face radiant with joy as she threw her arms around his neck. This time, he was ready for her. Mathew pulled her close, one hand cupping her face as he kissed her deeply. His fingers tangled in her hair, which had come loose during the excitement. A sharp twinge in his hand made him wince, breaking the kiss. Abigail pulled back, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked, gently taking his hand in hers and examining it closely. Mathew tried to brush off her worry. "I'm just fine," he assured her, but at her sceptical look, he admitted sheepishly, "Well, perhaps I'm not accustomed to fisticuffs, but truly, I'm all right." He paused, a familiar sensation making itself known. "Although, I must confess, I am rather hungry." Abigail's laughter filled the warehouse, a sound that made Mathew's heart swell with affection. To his surprise, she reached into her pocket and produced one of her delectable little buns, carefully wrapped for just such an occasion. Mathew's eyes lit up at the sight, his mouth already watering. He took the bun from her, breaking it in half with a gentlemanly flourish. "Shall we share?" he asked, offering her the larger portion. Abigail's smile, warm and tender, was answer enough. As they stood there, sharing the simple treat amidst the chaos of the warehouse, Mathew knew with absolute certainty that this was the beginning of a wonderful new chapter in his life. Epilogue. Abigail stood before the ornate mirror, her eyes wide with disbelief. The woman staring back at her seemed a stranger, draped in a luxurious cornflower blue velvet gown that shimmered in the soft light. Her dark auburn hair, usually hidden beneath a cap, was now styled in an elegant updo, adorned with delicate pearls. She ran her hands over the smooth fabric, marvelling at how it felt against her skin. It was a far cry from the coarse linen of her cook's uniform. Abigail couldn't help but wonder if this was all a dream, if she'd wake up any moment to find herself back in the kitchen, covered in flour and sweat. "My darling girl," her mother's voice broke through her reverie. Matilda Brown approached, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You look absolutely radiant." Abigail turned to face her mother, a mix of emotions swirling within her. "Ma, I hardly recognise myself." Matilda reached out, gently cupping her daughter's face. "I'd ask if you're sure about this, about marrying the Duke, but..." She paused, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Your smile has already answered that question. I don't think I've ever seen you this happy." Abigail felt her cheeks flush, the smile her mother mentioned growing even wider. "I am happy, Ma. Happier than I ever thought possible." She glanced back at her reflection, still marvelling at the transformation. It's just overwhelming. A few months ago, I was just a cook, and now... Now, you're about to become a duchess, Matilda finished, pride evident in her voice. But you're still my Abigail, the same strong, determined girl who can make miracles happen in the kitchen. Abigail watched her mother leave, the door closing softly behind her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the butterflies in her stomach. This was it. In just a few moments, she'd be walking down the aisle to marry Mathew. Another knock at the door startled her from her thoughts. "Ma, did you forget something?" Abigail called out, turning towards the sound. To her surprise, it wasn't her mother's face that peeked around the door, but Mathew's. His blue eyes widened as they took her in, a look of awe spreading across his face. "Mathew," Abigail exclaimed, her heart skipping a beat. "You shouldn't be here. It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding." The Duke grinned, slipping into the room and closing the door behind him. "I don't believe in luck," he said, his gaze never leaving her. "And even if I did, you'd be nothing but good luck, Abigail." His words made her smile, a warmth spreading through her chest. "Why are you here?" she asked, though she couldn't deny how pleased she was to see him. Mathew crossed the room to her, taking her hands in his. "It's been far too long since I've kissed you," he said, his voice low and filled with affection. "I couldn't wait another moment." Abigail laughed, the sound light and happy. "Well, I suppose that might be permitted," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "We're already flaunting tradition after all." Without another word, Mathew pulled her close, his lips meeting hers in a tender kiss. Abigail melted into his embrace, her body thrumming with heat. Abigail pulled back from the kiss, her heart racing. She searched Mathew's eyes, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. "Are you sure about this, Mathew? About marrying a servant?" Her voice was soft, hesitant. "Someone higher born would be more welcomed by high society." The Duke's expression soured, as if he'd tasted something unpleasant. "High society," he scoffed, shaking his head. "I've had my fill of their shallow judgments and fickle loyalties." His hands tightened around hers, his gaze intense. "Abigail, I wouldn't trust anyone else to be by my side while I rebuild my family's name and honour. You've shown more loyalty, more integrity than any titled lady I've ever known." A small smile tugged at Abigail's lips, but uncertainty still lingered in her eyes. Mathew seemed to sense this, and a mischievous glint appeared in his own. "Besides," he added, his tone lighter now, "with you as Duchess to organise the menus, I have no doubt that our dinners will be the talk of London and beyond. Who needs empty titles when we'll have the ton eating out of our hands, quite literally?" Abigail couldn't help but laugh at that, feeling some of her tension melt away. The idea of using her culinary skills to win over high society was oddly appealing. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she pulled back from Mathew's embrace. A teasing smile played on her lips, and she couldn't resist the urge to poke a little fun at her soon-to-be husband. "That's all well and good, Your Grace," she said, her tone light and playful. "But I'm pretty sure the real reason you're marrying me is because I let you sneak tastes of the wedding cake as I was making it." Mathew's eyes widened in mock surprise, and then he burst into laughter. The sound was rich and warm, filling the room and Abigail's heart with joy. She loved seeing him like this, carefree and genuinely happy. It was a far cry from the brooding, troubled man she'd first met. "Ah, you've discovered my true motives," Mathew said, playing along with her jest. "I confess it was all an elaborate ruse to ensure a lifetime supply of your delectable creations." Abigail giggled, feeling light and giddy. "I knew it," she said, tapping his chest playfully. "You're marrying the cook, not the woman." Mathew's expression softened, his blue eyes filled with tenderness. "I'm marrying both," he said softly. "The brilliant cook who can create miracles in the kitchen, and the extraordinary woman who brought light back into my life. Before Abigail could respond, Mathew leaned in and kissed her again. This kiss was different from the first, deeper, more passionate. Abigail felt herself melting into it, her arms wrapping around his neck as she returned the kiss with equal fervour.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.